someone said we're all free or until we're something. We're not free until something.
Oh, it's just the thought when I first became a truther and started realizing the whole and programming that we're all under. Then I started thinking, well, how do we all save ourselves, right? And started thinking down the line of massive, awareness and all that, and started thinking we're all slaves pretty much until we're all flat earthers, meaning that or we're all awake to the indoctrination or programming that we're all under. I guess it doesn't have to be a flat earther thing, but it has to be a truther thing.
Well, that's definitely happening.
Yeah, for sure.
It is an interesting thing. Even though of course, I'm not on the flat side, I've been noticing that normies are a lot of people who would consider themselves normies. You could identify themselves with us, are kind of acting like truthers. It's been interesting to see that phenomenon. People sort of saying, it's conspiracy theory things that I used to laugh at or just think were, odd. Well, it turns out they have a point. As it turns out, I thought that was kind of interesting. Right? Just funny.
It is
going that way.
At my age, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 55, and at my age, I've been through so many, all these decades of life, and being someone that is attuned to information or truth all along that way, and just like reader, sucks up knowledge, that kind of thing, loves to learn. And I find myself having been taken by the science community, and I just consumed everything I could about science. I mean, I would go around and tell all my friends, hey, do you know how metal's formed on Earth? Did you know there was a star that exploded right where our solar system is, and metal can only be formed at the instant of a supernova explosion? So I'm like spilling all this crap that I've heard on, and I know even you might still believe that, and that's okay, but it made sense. They made it make sense, and I believed it, and I swallowed it. But I didn't have all the information, right? I only had their information, the information I was being told, and that's not fair to anybody. That's not fair to truthers of any kind. You need all the information to be able to discern the truth. And they're hoarding the information to keep us from knowing the truth. And that's one of the tells, right, that we all have to look for is what aren't they telling us? And when you find out that stuff, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go finish your thought.
Just when you find out it doesn't even have to be all of the truth that they're hiding from us. Well, let's say there's 10 conspiracy theories out there and you find out 5 of them are actually true. Well, you're going to start to assume the other ones are probably true too. And I think that's where a lot of people are waking up, because they're finding out, oh, really? So we didn't really land on the moon, the first moon, but the other ones have to be real, right? And you're like, what? No, those weren't really. So some people might not buy all of it, but they do say, hey, yeah, that did look fake. I don't believe we went the first time, but we went the second, third, fourth, fifth time.
Yeah.
I believed it all. I sucked up all of it, and now I'm completely on the other side. But like I was saying, from my age, I don't know how you are, but for me to be able to step back and to just say, okay, I'm not going to accept anything I've been told to believe anymore at all. I'm going to vet everything, friends, right? Or question everything. And that's what I've been doing for a clear year and a half now to come to here. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's it's the act of excessive blind. I think Scott, that it kind of needs a bit of a balance rather than conclude that everything is fake. It's just analyzing the things that you can really show. So some things I think are fake, but I don't think everything is. So
I agree.
It's a balance, and it's up to everybody, each individual, to decide where they draw the line and where they say, okay, this everything here is fake.
Can I give you a good example of what you're talking about?
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So I believe that the history that they've told us is all fake, but I believe the history that's happened since World War II, and all this stuff, ever since, the battle, I can go back in history, the history that I've lived and you've lived, and see that history is written by the winners, of course, and maybe not be 100% accurate, but is to the most part accurate, right? But when you go back 1800s and all that, you can clearly see that it's completely made up, right? And that's where, there are some truths, but there's a big lie behind that truth. And you have to look at that bigger picture lie. Yeah, there's all these truths that happened here. The history's true here, but the history behind that is all a lie. And so the big picture that you think that is a lie until you get you figure out that other lie behind the truth. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So the history is written by the victors, obviously, is, that's kind of self-evident, right? Because if you have an army and you are, you are in an area and you are threatened by another area, or you decide to invade another area, another kingdom, you're going to amass your army and then go and slaughter and destroy your enemy, and then the only people left alive to write everything that happened down on are your guys, and so they're going to write the version of that. So instead of writing they will write the battle of whatever it is. Whereas if the losers got to write, they would call the massacre of whatever it is. They would write it completely differently. So that's absolutely correct. What I think has changed is that, although I don't know, you can see what you think about this take. I think that's changed in that the losers or the victors don't always get to, especially in the political sphere, the victors don't eliminate the losers from the ability to push their version of the story, as we've seen in various elections with Trump and Clinton, and it's Trump and Trump and Trump the last 3 elections. This is funny, and it may be the next one. But yeah, they still get to tell their story afterwards.
Right. So there's both narratives being propagated.
Yeah, and it is also interesting and amusing to me that when I look at my YouTube feed, depending on which political side they're on, they'll say, Trump is handed a terrible news that destroys his presidency. It's just some little thing that someone said, or
right.
And they'll just say, oh, how horrible it is, but then it doesn't really affect anything. And then the other side is this guy's career is over, and his career isn't really over. He just said something stupid or whatever, But it's so funny. It's interesting that the YouTubers are doing basically what the media's been doing for a long, long time, which is having these hyperbolic statements and headlines that just.
But at least I think more truth is getting out into the ethos, though, because I think
absolutely
true. Their own. Yeah,
because you can choose. Yeah, exactly what you just said. That you can choose who you listen to.
And I think there's a progression or an evolution to becoming a truther. Like, for instance, I'll tell you my own journey is, my own journey is that I was a Rush baby, Rush Limbaugh. So I listened to him forever.
Yeah.
9/11 happened. I woke up to all that, and rah rah America, and the whole 9 yards. And then, so listening to Rush for all those years and waking up to political. See, I was an Army brat from a family that was apolitical.
Okay.
Right, and so I had a lot of catching up to do in my 20s. And so I finally got caught up with all the narratives and the history of the Reagan and on back and forth. But just seeing that progression come about to where I am now, it's very enlightening to just see. I'm sorry, I just reset my printer. But this thing turns on. But I forgot my train of thought. Sorry.
That's okay. I can jump in. I listened to Rush as well. I worked at a photography studio in Illinois, and the photo retoucher, he was Indian chap, and he listened to Rush every single day. So anytime I was at that part of the studio, he had his radio on. I'd listen to Rush's hilarious updates and various things, the eco-mentalist and all the rest of it.
Open Line Friday.
Yes, the EIB network.
Yahoo! I'm actually sitting in an EIB network chair right now that I bought like 10 years ago. I still have it.
What was his Jamie? What was the name of his Jamie? You know how?
Right. Jamie, his
right hand
man. Black guy. I can't remember his name right now.
I got it.
It's right on the tip of my head. God,
I've
probably heard his name 1,000 million times.
I'll give you a minute because you'll get it. You'll get it if you listen to Rush as much as
I'm not Googling it.
Nope,
I should know this. I know the left like every glorious inch of my naked body or something like that. But no, I can
tell you if you want.
Go ahead. Yeah, tell me. Snurdly, yes, Snurdly. So after Rush passed away, Snurdly came on. I actually got to know him a lot more than I ever did in all the time that I was listening to him.
Oh, really?
But I always knew he was in the background searching things. But the progression of what I was going to say that I lost my train of thought on is went from Rush, right, and then after Sean Hannity a little bit, and I'm like, I don't like that guy, so moved on, and just my progression into InfoWars, and then to there was a lot of before InfoWars. There was the Daily Wire. I was listening to Ben Shapiro in Los Angeles radio show in the morning before even Daily Wire was there, and so I was always on message, trying to keep track of what's going on. So I teach my kids what's right and wrong and all that. So then go through all the Daily Wire peeps and other people, the Jordan Peterson books that he had coming out. Read all those, did all that. Got into listening to a lot of Milton Friedman old videos. Pretty much indoctrinated myself into all of his libertarian thinking and all of that. Thomas Sowell, you name it. Yeah. Everything I could get my hands on, and then then InfoWars, and then from InfoWars became then I happened across the lost history of flat Earth, and I've been a hook, line, and sinker flat earther ever since. And of course, I had to step back, like I said, from all the knowledge that I thought that I had that was truthful. I had to step back from that and question everything and put it on the table to be dismissed. And that's hard to do, right? That's like taking a pastor well, this is probably harder for a pastor, but taking a pastor that's been telling everybody to worship Jesus and God and saying, hey, wait, don't say that anymore. Say Yahuwah and Yahusha or Yahweh. Yeah. Don't say that anymore. You can't get him to do that. He'll never come to that point. Not if he's a long-term pastor that's been preaching Jesus and God forever. You'll never get him to stop saying Jesus and God. He'll always, because then he can't go back. You know what I mean? And so my progression to Earth Awakenings came from Witsit. I've been watched all of Witsit's Glober things, and then of course I follow them and update them and subscribe to them, give them all that. I try to support people that I believe in, and Earth Awakenings is one of them. I want to print shirts for all of us and put them out there for all of us to have, so we can wear them around. Not that that's important to anybody else, and Earth Awakenings is just something that I am passionate about. But
I'm into the t-shirts myself. Yeah, I'm into that. I have. Anyone doubts that I was at the first Flat Earth conference, I've got the t-shirt. So I got the t-shirt to prove it then. And I got the ticket.
I wish I had it. I wish I was a truther then.
You see, I may grab my ticket. I'll show you my ticket. My golden ticket.
So why haven't you become a flat earther? Or you're definitely not one of these people that come in here and throw smoke. So I appreciate that.
No, that's.
So you just haven't. I mean, I know you've heard all the information before. So why haven't you crossed the line?
I mean, hold on a second. Let me get. I'm going out to the storage. I think I put my printer up. I put my stuff in there. Yeah, you're doing stuff. I'm doing stuff. It's the middle of the night. No one's up, so we can take our time with this. I can't remember where I put those blasted things. I collect lanyards. That's what I found.
Filming
t-shirts. Is it here? If it's not here, no.
Sometimes I'll have my TV on in YouTube with Earth Awakenings. I have my desktop on so I can see the live stream and post stuff on it, and then I use my phones to talk. So it's like
I'll take an Earth Awakenings t-shirt.
Well, I would have to get with Jeremy and say, hey, look, is that a LimeWire logo? What are we doing here?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does look. It's not quite the right shape, but it does look like a LimeWire. I remember those days.
Well, the colors anyway do. I'm sure he gets that a lot, right? I'm not the first person to mention him.
Those blasted. So yeah, I did a t-shirt. If something is cool or whatever, I get a t-shirt. Like there's in Atlanta or near Atlanta, there is a British car show every year. Every time I go a t-shirt I'll go with this year's. And so I've got like 5 shirts. So I like to do that. And if not that, then if it's not, I collect things like that.
You're roboting a little bit.
Like, oh,
just a little bit. Picking up.
Yeah, like that. Anyway, yeah, koozies the other thing I collect.
I caught most of the gist of what you're saying.
Yeah, but the answer to the question of why is because I think there is a lot. And why I'm not in here perpetually just being a jackass all the time. I have innate jackassiness in me. It's just I have to fight it. And so sometimes it gets out, but most of the time I'm able to control my jackassiness. Some people don't have that. Some people are very calm, just naturally. I'm just not. And so the jackassiness can just come out, and I was like, fight to get it back in, stuff it back in.
Well, it's the opposing personality that you're buffing up against, right? They can always. I'll get tweaked by somebody even on my side, right?
Yeah.
But when I'm listening, I'm like, dude, stop. I'm like, dude, stop. Well, of course, I don't come on the thing and say anything. I'm just like quiet in the background listening. But
yeah. Who is it in here? Ricksky? Ricksky can really do it to me. He's great at getting my jackassy side out.
I think I've heard that times.
Get stuff, buddy.
I can't find those stupid lanyards.
Well, I'm going to one in the future. I'm taking my son too. Well, if we have one in the
future. I thought Risky would chime in if I mentioned his name.
All right, I'm here. What's the other gentleman doing with his son? That sounds cool.
Am I attributed to getting you out of the closet?
Oh, yeah, thank right, yeah.
You have Ricksky and Schlitzy.
We're the new double act. We're the new Elder Bear and Beverly.
Hey, Red Cloud, I got a question. I got a question for you.
Yeah, how's it going, Gio?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you?
Great, thank you. Thank you.
No, dude, I just wanted to ask. Like, it came up earlier, and it was just sort of on my mind. So basically, it's just this. So, people think the moon landings are fake, and then obviously people want to come and debate them and tell them no, it's not fake, it's real, and all that. Well, here's the thing. So, I don't like. Okay, I do think that their trip to Antarctica was legitimate. I do think they took that trip. I don't think that trip was faked. It's a vacation. People can take it, etc. So I think that's real. And there are others who do think it's fake. There are some out there who think that's fake. So it's sort of like, you see the analogy. It's like, okay, people think the moon landing's real. I think that's fake. In case of TFE, I think it's real, but people think it's fake. But the thing is, like, I don't have any desire to, debate them on it or change their mind or tell them that they're wrong or try to, correct them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wonder what you thought about that, like, in that way. Like, I'm not trying to point it out like me, like, that it's about me, like, oh, I'm the one who doesn't want to. I'm just saying in general, it's a similar thing, but it's sort of like I was talking to Jin earlier, and it's like, yeah, Jin does at this moment, he thinks it may be faked. I don't, but it's like we were able to just have a completely cordial conversation without, that tension of like, that thing of like, well, you're wrong and I need to correct you or that kind of thing. So I don't know. I just wonder what you thought on that, just as a kind of reflection point. And like I said, it's not really about me because I know everyone's different. So I'm not saying it, just to finish off, I'm not saying it's about like, that I don't want to convince them that it's just a particular thing, but it just sort of is related in that way. Yeah.
You know what? It strikes me a little bit, Joe. Let me see if this makes sense. Tell me if it's like, nah, I don't think that makes sense. But it depends. I know people don't like to do left-right divide as far as politics go, but I think it tends to be the more conservative people tend to be the lesser of the antagonistic sort of people that come in and chat. So Matthew Learns is conservative, Jesse is conservative, I'm conservative. Who else comes in here that isn't really antagonistic? It's not strictly down that line, but it tends to be. So Craig McNeil, FTFE, tends to be really, really antagonistic, and he's very left wing. So that seems to me a little bit of a correlation I've noticed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think we had discussed that in the past too.
Oh, have we?
A bit. So yeah, no, I hear where you're coming from with that people have different constitutions that may drive that. I guess I don't quite know where I was going with it. It was just sort of a thought where it's sort of like, okay, like if I think the moon landing's fake, and then people come and they're like, no, it's not, and I know what you mean, like, but all those people I just said with you, but I have gotten into all of it with everyone you mentioned.
Oh, really?
At some point, got into more of a debate thing where it's a, that like, well, you're wrong and I have to correct you vibe a little bit. I'm just saying in general, but I guess I'm just saying that it's universal. Like if somebody thinks something is fake and you think it's real, like it isn't a universal thing that like, that somebody has to quote unquote correct that person, because you could just like live in peace with that person having their viewpoint. I have mine, what is it? Eat the meat and spit out the bones kind of thing. So, with Jin, I may agree with him on XYZ. I may disagree with him on, ABC, whatever it is. And, there just isn't that like paradigm requirement necessarily that I feel that has to be kind of enforced to in that way.
With that, I think that you are in a 80-20 situation. So with Jin, I think you would agree with 80%. There's 20% you don't agree. So you're broadly in agreement. And that's why I think the lack of contrast between you, that's where that'll come from. Because I mean, anyone like politically, like Tulsi Gabbard or whatever, I'm sure that I'm 80% with her, but I don't agree with everything. I'm strictly pro-life, and Trump is not strictly pro-life. So I'm 80% with him, and 20% of him I don't agree with. So I think
there are other scenarios, just real quick, that people don't necessarily want to convince others. Like there are like Matthew Learns might come in. Has a globe Earth and a Christian combination. Somebody else may have a flat Earth and a Christian, and it's not necessarily that they feel like they have to convert each other. I mean, there might be some spiciness there, but yeah. So it could also be just the uniqueness of it. But this just came up earlier, and so it's just kind of sort of still been on my mind. It's like
I had a question, Red Cloud.
Oh yeah.
Like, does it annoy you or like concern you or whatever it may be, like vex you, that the left side and science seem to be sort of amalgamated, that they keep espousing science for kind of, what would you say, like less than scientific actual determination. They keep using the term science for everything. And you seem to be quite sort of scientifically orientated.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Because it didn't really used to be like that. The scientists weren't all lefties when I were a lad. That was not the case. And they've sort of gone all lefty on us. And I don't know where that came from. Out of left field, if you ask me. But somehow that's what happened. The other
Doesn't that tell you something about science, though? Like that tells me something about the philosophy underpinning science.
It does. It doesn't, because that isn't how it used to be. I mean, Newton wasn't a lefty. He was. I think people have called him a deist. I don't know if I would call him a Christian or not, but he believed in God. Newton. So did. Yeah. Newton. And several big scientist names of history believed in God. I don't think they're all lefties.
But my science.
Regardless, I think the other thing about that is, Gio, is that along with that sort of the lefty slant, and this is, you'll understand this because someone literally said this a couple of days ago, or like 2 days ago. They said, "Why are you in here talking?" And he says, "I'm trying to fight misinformation." And I thought, yes, because certain types of people, their thing is, "Oh, this is misinformation. I must fight it." That's how FTFE views everything. And he says, "Oh, and Professor Dave is the worst." He's like, "This has been misinformation, and if you spout misinformation, what I consider misinformation, I then have every right to mock you to the right to the limit, That's where it comes from, and that is why I'm sort of pointing out that in my mind it is a little bit to do with their political persuasions as well. That's where I get that idea from. So hope that answers.
All my teachers were commies.
I appreciate that. I guess it's just sort of like if people say the moon landing's fake, there's sort of like this slew of people that want to come and tell us it's real, like almost like in a way like people say like defense attorney kind of vibe. So all I'm saying though is that it seems like within now maybe you are onto something, like in terms of there's certain layers of agreement, and so you're if you have certain things in agreement, then other things are not as big of a deal. Like maybe even that's the case with some of the Christians. Like if they share the Christian thing, then the fact that the globe and flat Earth are different, they're a little more amenable. Like, well, that's okay because they're I'm saying like from the perspective of a Christian. If the other person, let's say there's a Christian flat earther and a Christian globe earther, I'm just saying the Christian flat earther would be more accepting maybe of the other person's globe thing because of the Christian link. So I understand that part, but I'm just saying like even though the fact that within the community there may be, I don't know what the percentage is, but there may be some percentage of people that may either think that their trip to Antarctica was fake, whatever that percentage is. And I'm just saying there doesn't seem to be necessarily like an army at their door to have to convince them and tell them it was real. You know what I'm saying? So why is that different, I guess?
It is a great question though. It is a good question. And it just comes down to if you think that the idea that someone believes in flat Earth is a dangerous idea and leads to other things, that could be potentially what they're objecting to, and that is the case in some instances. I think that's probably where they get that from. Because if you are this way inclined as far as shape of the Earth, conspiracy generally, you're going to also be anti-science in this way, and that which is then dangerous. The best one is climate change. One of them is climate change, right? Oh, if you deny climate change. Ooh.
Yeah. So this is kind of like, do you want to continue?
Well, just 2 seconds. I just wanted to, just say that it just depends on, I guess your perspective. Because I mean, some people might, would say vaccines are poisonous, and they would say a globe belief leads to a positivity or acceptance of vaccines. Therefore, the globe's dangerous. I mean, I guess you could make.
Yeah, that's it. You draw the conclusions. The thing you want to do is, you want to understand where someone is coming from. If they have that in mind, then they draw that conclusion, and that to them is logical and reasonable. So just saying, it's irrational or something. I don't know.
Don't they say things like, when the pandemic hit, there was a very something that stuck out to me is when they used to say back in the day, like it was trust in God, and then it shifted during the pandemic, notably to trust the science. That was like one of the statements that really stuck out to me. Trust the science, and then they got all this other crazy, like gender bending stuff going on at the same time. Is that sort of? I mean, the thrust of my question is basically, if you're going to fight for the terminology of what scientism is, and other people or science, what to claim something is scientific, and yet someone else is claiming science, I instantly go, there's something about the label or the way that they think about what science is and what I think about science is that's different. So why am I then I sort of lead to the question like, what is this science thing about? Why are we able to have different opinions and then both claim science? So is it just the other, are they just delusional? And I know what science is, or is there something about the nature of science itself that actually is causing this despondence between the two positions? That's where I come from.
Yeah, there's a reasonable answer to that question. It's a great question, and the reasonable answer is that science is information. Science is information in a way, and if you think about it, law is also information in a way, and we have
everything's information, bro.
So we have lawyers. Why do we have lawyers? Is the law pretty straightforward? There it is in the book. It says this: you shall do this. You are not allowed to do that. But wait a minute, we have lawyers. Why? Because lawyers need to interpret the law. But law is in black and white. Shouldn't need interpreting. But it does need interpreting, and that's why we have lawyers.
Well, they're there to not only that, right? Like they're there to solve a dispute between the two parties. So you need a lawyer in order to argue your dispute, right, within the legal system.
Exactly. So why do we have sorry.
That's all right. I'm just saying, it's not like.
But if it's in black and white,
just because it's not black and white though. It's not because it's not black and white. It's because you actually need a lawyer in order to go into the battle ring when you've got a legal dispute so that justifies the aspect of the lawyer. It's not because the law ain't black and white. It's because you actually need a representative in that respect.
Right. So what's going on currently is the president is doing various things, and he's being blocked from doing those various things by judges. And the president obviously is not just doing it blind. He's asking people, lawyers and other people, if he has a legal right to do these things. He's not just going off half-cocked and doing stuff. So then he's asking those people, and they're saying, yeah, it should be fine. But then the lawyer will say no, or a judge will say no, it's not fine. So judges are also allowed, in some respects, not always, but in some respects, they're allowed an interpretation of the law. And I'm just drawing that analogy because science is the same way. You can look at Ken Ham is there's one of his quotes that I remember quite well, is that he says the debate is interesting because we're both looking at exactly the same information. We're both looking at the same data. We're both looking at the same evidence and drawing completely different conclusions.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? And both sides might claim a scientific lens through which they're viewing it and coming up with alternative points of view, which is curious in and of itself.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hardly surprising then that something like the moon landing or whatever it is, you can look at the same evidence and you can say, well, that's completely, it's obviously completely fraudulent, clearly. And someone else can say, well, no, it's obviously real because this and that reason.
Usually the reason why people believe in the moon landing, though, is like, I think anyway, like they have an abhorrence to the notion that such a lie could be perpetrated at such a vast scale. It's unfathomable in their experience when they, like, my friends and family won't lie to me, but, your neighbor might lie to you a little bit more, and then your counselor might lie to you a little bit more, but that's about as far as you're really willing to sort of accept the notion that communities may be able to lie to themselves. The moon landing is a vast lie. The problem with that, as far as I'm concerned, is like, you've got nothing to measure the capacity for the lie. Like, there is no other alternative reality. We can go sandbox and test out that notion as to how much of a lie could be gotten away with in the big, big bad world that we live in. So we're just left with the devices like as it is. You get where I'm coming from? Hopefully.
Absolutely. Yes. And the moon landing one is very difficult. Gio was talking about that compared to Antarctica. It's 40 grand to go to Antarctica, and it's really not that big a thing. But to go to the moon, that's a huge thing. So it's an order of magnitude more difficult to confirm. It still could be possible. You could have a group of people crazy enough to launch something the size of a small CubeSat or something, and just send it on a crash course, put some cameras on it, and send it to the site of the moon landings. And even if it's much harder to get it to land, so you just have it crash into the moon, and on the way down, you can photograph that area and see, is there something there? That would be the way to do it. But holy smokes, that would be.
Look, if technology was to unfold and like in this sort of way that we can contemplate it, right, that it doubles every so and so, and it's cumulative and etc., you would expect actually individuals of particular notoriety or wealth to be able to do something like that. I suspect that the reason why it's not possible is because there's restrictions based on you need certain chemicals, you need certain access to technology in order to do something like that. You've got to get all these laws passed to be able to even go up that high. Yeah. So you've got this preventative measure caused by the authorities. Like, right? I mean, I understand why the authorities don't want to do that. They don't want to allow it open to so many people. But it's got a restrictive quality. I mean, the technology, if it was freely available, we'd be doing that day in, day out if that were true. But then you've got an excuse, essentially, that's coming from the bureaucracy of it.
Right. Yeah. You have necessary bureaucracy because you can't just have anybody sending stuff up there. Because if you did that, then people would, and then bad things would happen. And so you have to be restrictive in that respect because the technicality and the possibility of horrible things going wrong. And then the other part of it is that technologically, you still can do it, but it's not just technologically. It's also, it has to be economically viable. I mean, technologically, Concorde was years ahead. The trouble was, it wasn't economically viable. I don't think it ever made a profit for the companies that ran the I think it was 4 or 5 Concordes that were in the air. Air France, there's the crash they had in France, that's what killed the plane. But it was never really economical. But the technology was there. But then you have the Blackbird, and why is the Blackbird so fine? Well, because
but if you're the authorities and you don't want people practicing that, could you conceive of them actually confecting and creating a scenario in which they basically cause a chaos such that it imposes certain rules on that technology, making it sort of basic? What's the terminology I'm looking for? Prohibitive in its ability to.
Yeah, they can do that with legislation that makes it prohibitively expensive. Yeah. The people that live in California, you know what I'm talking about.
They could confect a scandal such that they want to prevent that use of that technology because it might reveal a secret or two if other people are able to do it. So they just basically cause a scandal such that the bureaucracy has the justification and mandate to move on in and claim that they're saving lives or creating safety measures for practice.
And then that's the tension. That's the argument. The tension is: are they doing it because they're hiding something, or are they doing it just simply because if they didn't have rules like that, crazy people would do crazy things and bad things would happen. So they have to make these stupid laws.
What I'm trying to point out here is that they can actually pretend to be they could create a scenario in which someone pretends to be crazy, right? Like who was that guy that jumped on a rocket or something? I think he died, and he was a flat earther apparently. That's what we're told.
That was Mad Mike Hughes. He was a limo driver, built his own steam-powered rocket.
Yeah, except he was not a flat earther. He said himself. He said himself he was not a flat earther, but he did kind of he was sort of around it, and so he was sort of involved, but he never really said he was.
someone sponsored him, and I think it was what's that dude who called himself Infinite Plane Society? That dude, remember him? At some point, he called himself Mark Sargent.
You've been around for so long, man.
Yeah, but you remember him? He was a
Cool.
slightly built guy, sort of a little bit resembled Book of the Sun dude. What was his name? Antonio Subrats, right? He looked a little bit like that guy. So yeah, he went to council meetings, this guy, and he called himself Mark Sargent sometimes he called himself something else. I dug down deep to try and see if I could find out who he actually was. I never did. I didn't go that far, obviously, but I was like, oh, I'm going to do some searches and see Infinite Plane Society, who he is, because he's not Mark Sargent. And I'd never found actually who he really was. It was interesting to me. He was a mercurial type of guy, kept himself to himself. But I think he was one of the people that helped sponsor Mike Hughes' rocket. That's why he had Research Flat Earth on the side.
Yeah. I mean, it makes me think about back in the old days where they had all the blimps and the what do they call them, Zephyrs? And
Zephyrs, yeah, Zeppelins.
You had one crisis, and then all of a sudden, everything got shut down as far as that technology and use of it. And it is kind of curious, right? Like, if you were capable of taking a high altitude trip for a long time and move around the cabin, they would provide scenic spots on the ship in order to have a 360 view, and you could be up there for hours watching the sunset, sunrise, 24 hours, I don't know, whatever you got going on. But all of a sudden that technology disappeared, right? Because of one failed crisis. So is that legitimate? I start questioning things at that point. I'm kind of lead myself back to where I was thinking about 2-3 years ago and trying to rationalize why they do these things. But
well, yeah, but those Zeppelins and things, they were supplanted by other technology. Can you think what that technology is?
What, the hydrogen? Sorry, I missed that kind of middle part. Oh, sorry, what?
Drones. They use drones now. They use Zeppelins loaded with great big cameras. They use drones. I mean, you can't go up with them, but they use drones to do all that sort of footage. That's why Zeppelins aren't they're too expensive.
Zeppelin? Was it Zeppelins or not Zephyr? Right, Zephyr was like the bloody Red Hot Chili Peppers song or something.
Right. Yeah,
Zeppelins, hey.
Yeah. Or what do they call them?
There were a whole bunch of different blimps and different sizes of Zeppelins or blimps.
Either way, yeah, that's the word I was looking for, blimp. Because I had to think of Goodyear blimp. Okay, got it.
Why do you think that they got rid of them? You think that it's legitimate? They actually had a legitimate crisis? I mean, I just gave you a reason why the powers that be would want to get rid of a technology, right, like that.
Right,
keep us from exploring.
But we have a better technology, if you will. I mean, you can't personally go up there that high, but you can take a plane.
Yeah, so this is the thing. So they've corralled the means of accessing the world through this. They sold the notion of the aeroplane and the jet engine on speed and convenience, and yet you've still got cruise ships that go around and people have fun on. I mean, these are just cruise ships in the sky, basically. But for some reason, they got rid of that thing. And I don't know, they had plane crashes before that. Why did the fact that one blimp going down under odd circumstances all of a sudden got rid of the entire technology? Very peculiar in my mind.
I mean, I'm not trying to excuse because I'm not really sure. I wasn't aware that there was some big thing that happened that stopped Zeppelins from going or blimps going up. But the price per seat is low on a blimp. The price per seat is very low on a blimp, so maybe 20 people. Whereas you got a cruise ship. A cruise ship can have 1,000 people on it. But a Zeppelin's I think it's the price per seat is too high. Or that's the reason that Concorde failed. It was the price per seat because it could only sit. I've been on Concorde. I'll tell you a story, but never mind. So I have intimate experience with Concorde, and that thing is very, very narrow tube, and it's only 2 seats either side of the aisle. 2. So, and not that it's not that it's pretty long, maybe as long as a conventional aircraft, but only 2 seats either side of the aisle. Look at some pictures of the interior. It's very interesting. So the price per seat's too low, too high, and that's why that failed. So I think that's possibly the case with the blimps and Zeppelins as well. I mean, just because I've never heard of anything happen to Zeppelins that made them go away. I knew they went away, but I thought they were just replaced by drones.
I thought it was at Hindenburg, wasn't it?
Oh, that was years ago, man.
Yeah. That's no. So that's the dude. There were blimps everywhere in the past.
Yeah, that's true.
Eiffel Tower, people were docking on the bloody Eiffel Tower with the blimp.
Yeah,
it's also been proven that they've been whitewashed from a lot of photos in history.
Yeah, we've talked about this earlier. Fibonacci brought up a really interesting. I don't know. Is it a fact? I don't know. It's an observation, I suppose. That are you familiar with the term vanilla skies, Red Cloud?
I'm aware of the movie.
Yeah, cool. It's very interesting, that movie and sort of its psychedelic sort of implications. But if you look at a lot of the old photographs, the sky is whited out, and it's sort of said that that's due to overexposure or the nature of exposure on cameras. But Fibonacci is of the opinion that if you zoom in on some of these very high quality photographs, you can actually see scratch marks on the skies. So the argument may be then that in the sky were a whole bunch of blimps and there was a whole industry orientated around air flight and blimps before the plane came along. But that just was ridded of, I don't know, maybe it didn't serve the purpose of war as much as what the jet engine or the propeller engine could do. But yeah, essentially, it's sort of that the vanilla skies are a whitewash of history, such that they scratched out a lot of the evidence of that technology, and it's like it's commonplace in the past.
Okay, well, first of all, I generally like all Tom Cruise movies, and there's only one exception, and that's Vanilla Sky. I hated it. The ending is horrible. But as far as scratches on images, if you're dealing with film, you can very easily scratch the negatives on film. If you put them through a machine, which of course they all have to go through machines, they can get scratched by the machines. There's only one. You're not even that, because if you're doing individual,
you have to look at the nature of the scratching. Yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from. You'd have to look at the nature of the scratching to sort of get a note of it. But I mean, it is kind of peculiar that the skies are always overexposed. I mean, maybe they just set the cameras up that way, and maybe they've only got such a range. I don't know. There's a lot of excuses we can come up with, but
yeah, that's called dynamic range, and it's the ability of the camera to render highlights and shadows. The human eye can do it brilliantly, but
it would be the film back then, though, anyway, so like low dynamic range film.
Film has its own type of dynamic range, but no camera has the dynamic range of the human eye. That's the thing.
Why is that?
Yeah,
like fundamentally, is it like the technology just can't get there, or
they're getting there? I mean, I think my camera, I've got a Canon EOS R, and I think it's got 4, 5 stops of dynamic range. But that's still, if you're outside and you're pointing a camera at the sky, that's really bright compared to, say, if you turn your camera down and you can see some shadows in some trees, particularly ferns. They just eat light. Ferns, that dark green just eats the light. By the time you go, a few yards into a forest, it's total darkness. So yeah, cameras are limited in what they can render. Any camera, they're improving. Not as fast as I'd like, but they're improving. But dynamic range is the issue. Yes, so that's the reason that skies are often overexposed, because they are really bright.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of. I would suppose it's rather interesting that we can't see the stars at high altitude, because they claim what the exposure is set to the Earth every time, though. Every time the exposure is correctly set to the Earth and none of the sky.
If you get your iPhone and point at the moon and then zoom out a little bit, you will not see stars. If you point it then towards Mars or whatever, it will readjust. You'll be able to see a lot of stars. That's just the way cameras are. Yeah, I mean, any camera is like that.
Very well. Do you think that the camera technology has been held back for maybe a particular reason at all? Maybe?
Yes. Maybe by manufacturers artificially hampering the progress, because if they make progress too fast, then they've got nowhere to go, which is one of the reasons why they limited, they limit, say, for the iPhone, like they didn't add USB-C until last time. They could have added it 5 years ago. So
I can see that a little bit. But, I mean, Intel's probably the best example I'm familiar with as far as the technology, and then they got taken over by AMD because, I don't know, maybe AMD was more willing to actually go with the problem, and Intel was slow walking it, right? But all the camera companies seem to be slow walking it for some reason. So that is indicative of, like, you're familiar with the light bulb conspiracy, which everyone seems to be on board with.
Yeah, very familiar. So as far as the cameras go, they're slow walking it. What is very interesting is why. Because the reason your iPhone can take decent photographs is, I've talked about this before, it uses a term, they call it computational photography, where it takes a bunch of pictures and combines them, but it's only got a tiny sensor and a tiny lens. But my camera has a great big sensor and a big lens, but it doesn't have computational photography. Why aren't those two things married? Because it would be incredible. So the question is why? Why not? It's very odd. Why isn't Canon producing a camera in conjunction with Apple? That's strange to me.
I mean, doesn't it get, like, I mean, especially given the implications of what we're actually suggesting, right? The Earth is flat and not a globe. And then because we can't all get up that high or see that far, you would need to control the optical lens, because that's the nature of media, right? Like, you can take one photo and spread it out to millions of people, billions of people. So you'd need to control the aspects of the technology of camera. Camera technology in order to actually sort of control the narrative in that sense, right? I don't know, like, it's just kind of curious, right, that the whole nature of this discussion is based on optics and how far we can see, et cetera, and yet there's you kind of agree with the conspiracy that there is a sort of a restriction placed on camera and lens development?
Again, economics, I think, is what explains that in my mind. There was a camera. I can't bring up the name of the camera right now, but you could take a photograph, and then in post, you could shift the focus point of the photo. So if you completely missed the bride's face and photographed the bridesmaid standing behind her in focus and she's out of focus, you could actually go in post and shift the position of the focus to the bride. The problem is that technology was extremely expensive and they couldn't make it economically viable. The camera was so expensive that no one would buy it.
But wouldn't that be the nature of conspiracy then, to make it prohibitively expensive such that the average person couldn't acquire the technology?
Yeah, then what you would need is a conspiracy. That conspiracy would have to include the elements of that company being started by a guy who developed the technology and then hired a bunch of people, kept developing the technology, then went into mass production, and then failed and had to fire everybody. So we'd have to include that as well in that idea.
I don't think so. I think they can just be acquired over time, very quietly, and the technology can be sort of pinched at a certain sort of point, so that it won't develop any further.
Right, but I mean, they file their financials every year, so you can see how they're doing financially. So you could track, if you took that one company, Lumix, not Lumix, what's the name of that company? You could track it and see how it was doing financially.
Was it Rico, was it?
Was
it Rico?
Rico, no. RICOH, that company? No. It's what's the name? Yeah, no, anyway, it was a company that could do that, but they couldn't make it work financially.
But you just believe that they couldn't make it financially, and like you're done. That's all wrap.
I mean, like I said, you could track the finances, but you could track their finances, how much money they had. If they were publicly held, you could track their IPO. You could track all of that stuff. So yeah, I mean,
for me, that's obviously. So I mean, I can't sort of rule it out given my lack of understanding of it. It's just, I don't know. With all the other technology that's been withheld and controlled as far as its development is concerned, I just cut and paste. It seems so reasonable that, especially on like if the moon landing was fake and all the other things like optics and the nature of optics, and if we could enhance our eyes, we could see the truth potentially, right? Just possibly.
Light throw camera.
And it makes perfect. What's that, Flatty? Sorry.
It was the light throw camera, I think. Sorry, I got you mid-sentence.
How'd you spell that?
Yeah.
LYTRO.
That's the one. That's it. Camera of the Future, 2014. Light show. That's it. Very good.
Sorry, Ned, I'm having a bit of trouble. Maybe my microphone's not set up, or my speakers aren't set up well.
Yeah, sorry. That's talking. I see you were mid-sentence then. Sorry, Rick.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. He's come through croaky to me. He's going to jump back out and jump back, maybe.
There you go. The light show. Very good. Whoever remembered that. Brilliant. I couldn't remember it.
What is it?
Future design. It's called
Can you run Litro? Okay, what is it? What are the implications of this technology? Is it a new lens or a new retina, or what is it?
Basically, I can't remember now because I paid attention to it when it came out and I thought, oh, I'd like that. But then it was $1,500, and it didn't do. It didn't do everything I needed to do. For that price, it would have to sing and dance. And it couldn't replace. My USR was cheaper and can do 5 times more things. Because the amount of technology in it was all well and good, but yeah.
So I'm at a bit of a loss. Like, sorry, what did this technology specifically claim to be able to do?
You could take a photograph and change the position of the focus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which is, wow. I mean, that would be amazing if it could do everything else. But the problem is it couldn't do everything else because it wasn't a mature company. Canon's been making cameras since the 40s, I think. Nikon's since earlier than that. And it's got a very mature market. So you think, oh, that stuff's relatively easy. It isn't easy. They make it look easy because they've been doing it for so long.
Yeah, but if you wanted to control like the social dynamics, you just cut that technology out. You just buy that company out and make it look like it imploded itself for whatever reason it couldn't do it. The technology's too hard. It costs too much. Right.
You could do that, but you'd need
use any mirrorless cameras.
Do what?
Well, if you used any modern mirrorless cameras.
Yeah, I'm using one right now, EOSR.
Yeah, I mean the dynamic range of those blows the DSLR out of the water, really.
Yeah.
In its ability to expose multiple parts of an image, and not just have to concentrate on, one part.
It's pretty surprising that most cameras aren't just basically mirrorless at the moment. Like my understanding of the mirrorless principle is that you don't look through a like the mirrored lenses, like they limit themselves because they got to take out a bunch of the light information and reflect it back up to the viewing, whatever the viewing thing's called. Sorry, you guys. Yeah, the viewfinder. Like you guys with the camera knowledge know a bit better about the terminology, but is that the principle with mirrorless? Like it's basically it reads it onto the sensor, and then the sensor spits out the information onto a screen or something instead of having to like filter it through a reflective surface.
So a DSLR works basically almost the same as a regular camera. What happens is you've got the mirror, and the mirror is set at a 45-degree angle, and then when you press the button, then the mirror flips out of the way temporarily, and then flips back. So depending on the speed, you can make it do that faster or make it do that slower. So as it's flipped up, then that exposes the sensor or the film before then to the light, and you get the image. So if the mirror went up very, very fast, you could catch motion pretty good. So if you're panning across a moving car, you could get it so the wheels look like this still. It looks like the car's parked in the middle of the road. And if you have a slower shutter speed, and as you pan across and photograph the car, you can see the wheels are blurry and the background is blurry, which gives you the sense of speed.
So what's this technology then that is capturing one photograph with multiple different focal lengths? It's not just shifting the focal length and taking multiple photographs for you to later then choose from, is it? It's doing something else, it sounds like it.
Yeah, I learned about it at the time, but that was in 2014, and I've replaced all that information with other information. In other words, I don't remember. But the problem with the camera is it was, in order for them to include all of the other technology to make the camera actually usable for professionals, it would have cost way, way, way too much money. And that's just simply a function of the R&D for developing that technology, as well as the technology to make a camera that's usable for professionals.
Sure. And like for you, as far as the moon landing is concerned, because it sounds to me like you still like you believe in the moon landing, so and all the photographs then therefore must be real. I mean, did you come across any issue with the notion of how they're developing photography back in the 60s and 70s outside of the atmosphere that the technology was actually built within? So the parameters by which, like, for them to capture photos up in that sort of space is pretty gnarly, right? Outside of the parameters of the atmosphere. All of those chemicals responding to pressures and different variables within the atmosphere in order to work. And what do you reckon?
I'm just glad you're talking about that. And Jin is not in the room because he would jump on that immediately.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about it. Yeah, that's right. Probably him that reminds me of. Yeah,
I have officially given up trying to talk to him about that because he's very, very sure. So, like, dude, I'm a photographer. He's outgassing.
You were a photographer in space, though. Like, I appreciate your photographic credentials, but I mean, this is a completely different environment.
I mean, yeah, fair. But photography is essentially photography. You're still talking about exposure. You're still talking about lenses. You're still talking about media, whether it's film, whether it's a sensor of some kind, whether it's infrared or whatever the spectrum. It's still photography in that respect. So I don't do space photography or underwater photography, but it's still basically photography. I don't shoot. I don't shoot model houses and things like mansions and stuff like that. I shoot people mostly, but it's still just photography. I could do.
Yeah, you shouldn't shoot people, man. It's not good. Especially if you're a Republican, okay? Like, no one likes if you shoot people.
Someone has a T-shirt. There's a guy on YouTube, and he specifically has a T-shirt that says "I shoot people."
With your knowledge of photography, when you look at the images from the moon, do you understand how those pictures could have been taken? How you might be able to take them in reality? Knowing what you know about photography and light and things like that.
Yeah, the biggest one I'll say the one, and we can talk about it some more if you like. But the biggest one is the light source.
Yes, the crisp shadows. I've heard
the light source. Yeah. So here's the thing. When I'm in the studio, I've done this repeatedly. I'll ask someone standing, off to the side or whatever. Someone who's learning photography specifically. Sometimes I'll do this. I say, right, I've got this softbox, and here's my subject. If I move the softbox, so the softbox, say, is 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Now, if I want the shadows, or I want the shadows on the subject's face to be softer, do I move the softbox back, or do I move the softbox closer to the subject? And every time, they answer wrong. Every time. So
what, do you move it closer?
Correct.
Interesting.
Yeah, you move it closer.
But then you got to change the camera's parameters to sort of deal with the exposure.
Yeah, because right in the in any environment, light is going to increase or decrease exponentially with distance. So if you move your softbox back 2 feet or 3 feet, whatever it is, or twice the distance from the subject, you're going to need to go down 2 stops. That's it. And then,
so is it your opinion that they could not fake that?
I've seen photographers. I think, did I figure that out before I saw someone? Because it's one of those things that I sort of figured out for myself, and then I heard somebody say it. It may have been the light source, and that's why it stuck with me. Is that one thing? It's faking the light source, making the shadows as crisp as they are, in an environment where you can't see the light source.
You can't fix that in post-editing or something, or I'm guessing like video footage would be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, in post-production.
I mean, they had a Hasselblad film camera strapped to their chest, heavy gloves on, trying to operate shutter buttons. To manage the depth of field, exposure on a one-shot setting for all those photos, it seems a bit challenging, even in your setting where you're in a studio and you can control all the light and the shadows and all that kind of stuff, exposure.
The thing about the pictures themselves, if they had created a set, it would have to be massive, because they couldn't do post-production like they do now. They didn't have Photoshop, so you would have to do. They took hundreds and hundreds of pictures, and you'd have to identically change each photograph individually. When I was talking about the editor who listened to Rush Limbaugh, if he had a stack of pictures that I took of a businessman or something, and I took 40 pictures of him, and there's a dust spot, he would have to physically take a paintbrush and remove that dust spot on 40 photographs. So it would be difficult to do and go undetected.
But not unreasonable, right? Like, I mean, they've got a lot of resources by which to actually sort of, get a bunch of guys.
What about the light? What about where parts of the image are definitely in shadow, or should be in shadow?
You got an example, Elder?
There's parts of it that are not in shadow.
Yeah, when one of the astronauts is getting off.
So it would look in a like a.
If you
studio set or any other setting that you'd have to use.
Yeah, reflected light. That was reflected light. That's relatively easy to explain, because the moon would reflect the light. So everything reflects light. Sometimes things reflect light better, sometimes things reflect light worse. So
how much reflection do you get off of a road? If you took a picture of somebody who stood on a road or on the beach or on a dusty surface, how much light reflection would you expect to fill the shadows of your image?
Depending on the image, a huge amount. And again, I'll actually refer to Rush Limbaugh, because he took a vacation, came back. And I remember him saying this. He came back after his vacation, and he said that he got a tan even though he was sitting in the shade, because of the reflected light of the sand. And the other thing is, like, how reflective is a human?
It's not the light that gives you the suntan, is it?
No, that's the radiation, but it's the light. But so here's what I'm telling. I'll give you an example. A human, how reflective is a human? You wouldn't think a human's very reflective at all, but if you have two lights, one is firing and the other one is detecting the light from the other flash and firing itself. It's called a ween. That's the brand name, like jet skis, a brand name. So it's called a ween, W-E-E-N. Look it up. So a ween is a light detector, and so it detects the flash and then fires that flash. So you don't need to trigger 5 flashes. I typically use at least 5 flashes when I'm shooting for someone. So I only need one. I need to trigger one flash, and that flash will trigger all the rest of the flashes. Okay, but sometimes, because the ween's on the back of the flash, it won't see it. But you can have someone stand behind that flash, and the light will reflect off them and fire the flash, because people are reflective. And if people are reflective, then roads are reflective, and moon surfaces are also reflective. So that's just to give you a technical sort of,
What a great excuse for having less people in the room while you're filming the moon landing. Get out of here, guys. You're too reflective.
But if you were to have that camera, that Hasselblad film camera, strapped to your chest, and you went out with a one setting for exposure, light, ISO, well, that'll be on the film, shutter speed, do you think that you could have got those pictures with the depth of field, the sharpness in the depth of field, the focus, the light, with a camera strapped to your chest? Possibly not even looking through the viewfinder. You think you could do that?
If you had a wide enough angled lens, and the camera was basically set for the environment on the moon, which would be pretty constant because you don't have clouds, you don't have haze, you have one surface, one light source, And so you can definitely, if I'm in an environment and I'm in the middle of a field and there's no clouds in the sky, I can set my exposure once and then just shoot all day. So yes, if they know the exposure, they can get the exposure beforehand and go out with the camera.
How did they know the exposure?
Well, you have. I don't exactly know exactly.
Who went with a meter to the shot and then walked back, set their camera? Because they didn't. It was just one setting, right?
Yeah, it'd be one.
So nobody metered the light.
We don't know. We don't know how.
They didn't know what the light would be when they went there because they hadn't been there before.
I mean, that's not.
And they're in a temperature gradient of plus to minus 250 degrees. So it said with film.
That's not a.
With radioactive waves.
Yeah, none of those
as they travel affects film.
Yeah, you're talking about an environment which is very, very consistent. Moon surface will be very consistent.
Consistently cold or consistently hot? There's a massive temperature range, isn't there?
Yeah, consistently airless, which would make transfer in the heat negligible or the cold.
Nobody took any light readings.
Do you know that?
Well, show me they did.
Well, show me they didn't. I mean, that's how they would do it. They would take a meter reading, or they would have anyone just say, "Well, you can get it between."
There's no adjustments made on the camera. The camera was set.
Yeah.
The settings were one. There was one setting on the camera.
I've heard.
There was no alteration.
Yeah,
it's a big glove with a shutter button.
Jin has gone over this a number of times, and I've talked to him a number of times on this. But technical.
I just wondered in real terms if somebody could do that, even with a professional background, even the knowledge of cameras,
technically,
even the dynamic range of film too. Yeah. How you could get those shots? Pretty lucky, I would say.
Well, we don't know how many of the shots were unused. I don't think we've seen the ones that use. I throw mine away. The ones I don't use, I throw them away. So everyone thinks my photography is all brilliant because I show them the crappy pictures.
Yeah, of course. And then you put.
But to answer the question, technically, no, that there is
through software, but right. They also dodge and burned in those days on film, so they could change the images.
Yeah, Photoshop is a little click. In Photoshop, there's a little click dodging and burning. I have fun with that sometimes. But do that in the darkroom. Yeah. But the technological objections, I understand what people are saying, but I haven't seen anything that gives me pause to say that technically that's not possible. There are some people who do hold to the idea that do know things about photography that object. I'm not one of them.
Here, you can't do it without software that might manipulate a focal point, or you can enhance shadow. I can do anything with Lightroom or Capture One or Photoshop. It's very different.
Yeah, it's very different. It's much easier now.
I met a guy who was old school wedding photographer, and he told me that his boss sent him out to a wedding with a 36 shot roll of film, and that was it. One roll. And he went out to shoot a wedding, and he got to come back with enough for an album. So you'd have to know what you're doing, and his meter was essential.
I went to the first wedding I shot on digital, and I went with 256 megabyte camera cards. One JPEG is bigger than that now.
What's that say about the light? Does that speak to the light or the exposure or anything? Or what do you mean?
No, it just means that it was a 6 megapixel camera. And I shot in JPEG.
Well, yeah. I mean, you've got storage data. Yeah, but if you're in JPEG, it's very small. Very small. Yeah. 256 gigabytes,
I didn't even put it on maps.
It's quite large. You can store a lot of pictures on that.
Yeah, about eight or 10, I think.
And then you can, you can't manipulate much in JPEG, can you?
No. Well, I mean, you can a little bit. You can't change the color temperature. You can't change exposure. No. You can sharpen it.
Every time you save it reduces in quality, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you can crop.
So you're not talking about JPEG. You're not talking about manipulating JPEG with software.
No, that's why I shoot RAW all the time now.
I'd imagine being a professional photographer, you'd hardly use JPEG. I mean, maybe you got it running alongside RAW as a kind of reference, if you like. Maybe.
The only time I use JPEG,
you in RAW or similar JPEG, kind of format.
I use JPEG for one reason only. That's if I'm inserting a camera card in order to test a shutter that's been repaired, and that's the only time I use the JPEG. And I can go, and it won't fill up the buffer. You just shoot 2 new shots and test. What you do is you do a stress test on the shutter. You just go for about 2 minutes.
What camera are you talking about?
I was using a Mark IV, 5D Mark IV, and then I went to a Canon EOS R and an R5. I shoot R5 if it's a big event.
But that's not 6 megapixels, is it? You don't shoot a wedding on 6 megapixels, do you?
Well, I said because it was the first wedding I shot on digital, and it was a Canon 10D. That was the first. That was my first digital camera. Was a Canon 10D, and I got the 20.
Yeah, I mean, you've advanced
and I got the
since then.
40. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. I sold that camera.
I remember my first wedding that I shot. I'd be embarrassed probably.
Let me see, Canon 10D price. The price, I think, it's price new. Let me see here. Okay, the price of the camera. Where is it?
Is that going to make the picture any better? The price or 10D? What are they worth? £40, £30?
You hit it spot on the money. I paid $2,000 for the camera, and I sold it for $40.
Yeah. And now your DSLRs are almost like dinosaurs.
Oh yeah,
because you've got mirrorless.
It's very interesting. If you're a collector, okay, but a 10D is completely valueless. Not even for a collector. Canon will have some copies in their warehouse, in their storage, because it's their history. No one's going to collect 10Ds. They're useless.
Yeah, and so would it be in the pictures in comparison with what you might take with your 1DX? If you said, was it 1DX you said you got?
5D. Oh, sorry. R, EOS R, and R5.
I thought you said you had an EOS 1.
I got a EOS
1D.
R, and then I shot with the 1DN. Remember the N camera? That was 8 megapixels.
Right.
That's a while ago. That was a sports camera. I shot with the 1DN, but the DX
5D Mark IV,
5D Mark IV,
and then R5 mirrorless.
Yeah.
Have you shot with medium format? Okay,
oh, yeah.
So with medium format also, film was a bit different to digital in the sense of camera shake, for instance.
I mean, first
you're operating with much bigger sensors.
The first camera I used professionally,
slightly different.
Right. The first camera I used professionally was a camera with and instead of the letter A at the end, there's a Z at the end, and that was the size of a bread machine. Look up cameras.
Quick question, Red Cloud. So, would you say that, given your professional sort of photography background, you're suggesting that the moon landings, based on the photographic evidence, basically, like, you could not re-represent that, like, on the scale of things, basically, like, either would you say impossible to re-represent the truth of it,
I don't know,
or is it sort of like on okay, so just on the weight of the nature of how you understand photography works, you just sort of like is this like, I think Gio actually brought this up with he had a pretty good argument with or a discussion with Robert earlier. It's just the notion that it'd be easier to fake than to actually do it. I think either Left Lane or Robert maybe brought that up. Like, invoked the notion that it'd be harder and more expensive to fake than actually to go there. I mean,
it would be. Well, I'll cover that in a second, but I just posted in the side chat the camera's 70mm long roll camera. I can give you a breakdown of every component that you can see in that picture, if you'd like. But that's the camera I use first.
Yeah, you're very enthusiastic about camera technology. I appreciate that.
It doesn't help you get the picture though.
But it ain't my thing. But look,
just because
we're all gonna have our
Who am I talking to? The photographer,
Elder Bear, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I said, whatever camera you're posting there, however many parts you know about it, won't solve the issue of shutter speed, ISO, and aperture, and
on the moon,
and capturing an image, with with one light source, bit of reflection, with one setting on your camera for aperture, ISO on the film, which has its own problems with the temperature and the radiation.
What was the ISO with the film?
Format, and shutter speed, and a big old glove on the shutter button, and probably not looking through the viewfinder.
No,
possibly could have done, and seemingly no light meter. Well, then no adjustments would be made anyway, even if they had a light meter. The cameras were set, one setting, so a light meter would be useless. I'm just saying that it seems to me an almost impossible feat.
No, you're
in those times to get those images.
Explain how a light meter would be useless, because you could.
Well, because they've got no adjustment on the camera.
Do you know that they didn't have adjustments on the camera though?
Yeah. They were fixed. They had fixed. Go and have a look for yourself.
Okay.
I thought you looked at it and you knew that.
It was years ago, and that was the one thing. The only thing. Yeah. I mean, we covered so much.
I forgot specific details as well, but I remember that was a fact.
I mean, all I know is that.
So if you can't change the settings according to the light you have available, there's no point having a light meter.
As far as
you can't change anything anyway. You just got what you got in front of you, strapped to your chest. an image in front of you.
You're
No
saying it's
control over the light or the
you're saying
shadows,
it's.
depth of field,
I don't
or
think you can hear
anything.
me.
I can hear
Okay.
you.
Oh, okay. The technical objections, I haven't seen any, as far as the technical objections to photographing something on the moon, which would be an airless environment with
No,
an
but hang on.
extremely
I'm only
consistent
asking
light.
you, with your experience on Earth
Yes.
with cameras and light.
Right. So let me see. I'd have to look up moon photo camera trigger. How?
Did you shoot with film before digital?
I just posted let me see, it's recyclegoods.com of the cameras that I used. Literally,
Okay,
the
it doesn't
camera that I
matter.
used
Doesn't matter.
professionally. Yes.
Did you shoot with film before digital?
Yes, extensively.
And so you've done darkroom work.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
As little as I
So
could.
you know
get
the
away.
limits. You know the limiting factors of film itself, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, just logically, and somebody who uses the equipment here on Earth, trying to balance available light,
right,
lighting shadows, getting exposure across a deep field of view is tricky in itself. Because where do you focus? Where do you focus to get that seemingly crisp, sharp image across the whole
what f-stop did they
focal
use?
length?
What f-stop did they use on the?
Oh, I can't remember off heart. I mean, it's again, it's like you. I put it into a file. I could go and find it, but I'm walking, so I can't look now. But it was fixed. It doesn't matter about the depth. Okay, what depth would you say it was? What's f-stop?
Probably f11. I don't know.
11. Okay. So here you are.
Right in the middle.
Wide angle lens. I think it was an 80mm.
Was it?
Not particularly wide.
How many pictures? How many pictures did they throw away? That's the question.
Well, that's another thing about changing your film off the back. You've got to do that in light without exposing the film to change film off the back of the body. Okay, so it's that as well.
Okay.
But on f11, given an 80mm lens, without any settings, without being able to change shutter speed, with one fixed focal length, I think it was a prime lens, so no focusing on the lens. Well, lens for sharpness, but not it's not a zoom lens.
There you go. A prime lens wouldn't change the ability to focus it.
No, okay. So given that, if I gave you a camera, even a digital one, with an 80mm prime lens on, and said to you, you're going to take a picture that spans, I know, half a mile, quarter of a mile. What's the depth? What's the distance from in some of those pictures? But any of those pictures, where would you focus in that frame to be able to get sharpness through the whole range?
Right. Going through the objections one little one at a time. You can change film in light because I did it. That's how I shot 70mm long roll, which means you have to cut the negative, and of course you can't do that in the light, so you use a light bag. And so I can give you the whole step-by-step process how I cut the film on the long roll 70mm cameras. The Z2 is called the Z2.
That's on and stuff.
That's a light bag. You use a light bag.
Difficult environment. No, okay, different parameters then.
Yeah, and then you just, it's Hasselblad, so you that one roll, you just stuff it in a silver bag, seal it up, and off you go. No problem. Do that in a light bag. I could do it with my eyes closed, because I was.
How many light bags did they take with them? Do you know?
They would have only taken one, maybe two. They're very light. Yeah, it was when they first showed me how to do it. I was like, I don't think I can do it, and then I did it first time. It's actually a piece of cake. Even the part where you have the little bit of tape, you just to tape down the end of the film on the roll before you put it in the bag, before you put it in the canister. Yeah.
So they need a roll of tape, a light bag.
No, don't need a roll of tape. It's just
what else do they need?
That would just be it wouldn't be long roll. It would be long roll, so it wouldn't need tape. Just need a light bag.
It's just a film back they have to remove.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you put that in a regular bag.
Which is
also. Yeah. And that would take care of the radiation as well. FYI, that's something.
Don't be silly. What was the bag made of? The camera was painted with some silver paint. That was it.
Not for the radiation, just.
That was the only protection they gave it. Silver paint. Another coat of silver paint.
But
so a soft bag with film in is not going to stop radiation.
No, it's not. But you're going to put it in a silver film bag, aren't you? And that stops radiation.
You know they did that, do you?
Yeah, because if you take I
know they did that. Have you got anything that says they had a film bag to change the film and how they?
If you can prove that they didn't, I'll listen to that evidence. But
you asked me about you said it. It's your claim because you said that I had to prove a light meter, which I think I did.
Well, it's your claim that they didn't go there, they didn't take pictures. So if that's your claim, if
No,
that's,
I'm not.
if
I
that's,
never said that. Whoa, I never said that. I'm talking about from the point of view of a photographer and looking at pictures
Yes.
and wondering how you would get that image. If I looked at that picture and think, how would I get that image? How would I capture that image with one setting on my camera, with it
Yes.
strapped to my chest, with a big
Yes.
glove on? How would I do that? And that seems pretty impossible to me.
Nope.
A lot of the shots. So
I
that's
do
where I'm
agree.
going from. I'm not saying they didn't go because I'm talking about the pictures that said they did go. I'm just talking
Okay.
about the images as a
So
photographer.
as far as radiation is concerned, you can take film through an X-ray. So that's about as much radiation as they got, a couple of X-rays. So that's the radiation thing.
Can
And the
you
other-
have a citation for that then? That what the radiation they went through on the way to the moon was no more than the X-ray scanner at an airport.
Yeah, and that's with unprotected film. So if you because there's several types of film canister, right? The typical one for the 35mm is those old black ones with the grey lid. Remember those? I put those on the bag through the X-ray machine at the airport, no problem. I took 20 rolls of film, 20, I think it's 20, no problem.
Yeah, I said, but is there? Are you saying that the radiation between here and the moon, and whatever radiation there may be on the moon that no one knows about, was no more than an X-ray scanner at the airport? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, particularly as the film would have been inside the camera, which the material of the camera itself would have protected it from the radiation. And then in the capsule, it would
silver
have been
paint, I think it was.
Even just the material without the silver paint, even just the material of the camera would have, in my mind, would have protected the film. And then you've also then got the inside the lunar module and return vehicle, the one to get them there, the one to get them back. That's also protecting the film. And the film is then in a bag.
Come on, what are you doing?
Like, isn't it kind of curious that these decisions, all of
so, and not that it's not that it's pretty long, maybe as long as a conventional aircraft, but only a metal film can, yes, would have been able to protect it from radiation on the moon. Metal film can.
You're really knowledgeable on all this. It's amazing.
Yeah, because
send me the links of all that stuff that you're talking about. That'd be interesting to see if you can verify it for myself.
All from memory. So that was when I first looked at it, because people were objecting, and I understood. Once I started learning photography, don't forget, I wasn't a photographer prior to 1988. So I started being a photographer in 88. Prior to that, I wouldn't have any clue. So then, once I became a photographer, and then I had time on my hands because I was busy, and then I heard people had objected to the moon landings, and then I heard that one of the reasons was because of the cameras, and so I started looking into it. And that's, you can verify it.
You will remember they had one fixed setting then.
Well, that's not. If you
would remember that though, wouldn't you? I mean, that would be, as a photographer, that would be really interesting and important to know.
No, because
you put yourself in that position of analyzing those pictures to say that is the parameter of the camera I have, one setting.
When they went to the moon, the light was extremely consistent, and that's the point I'm trying to make. They were at no point were they in deep shadow, for example, in the middle of a forest. They at no point had to deal with any clouds.
When they set
so
camera,
so you could set
when they
so
set the
you can set the camera. You can set the camera for one setting the entire time, and it'll be fine.
One sec, just one sec, Red Cloud. Elder Bear, you're roboting hard, bro. Elder Bear, you're roboting real hard. There's like nothing coming through, man. Cool. I don't know. I've just been away looking at manufactotems. I pronounce that term. His video. Red Cloud, do you want to summarize where you're coming from? Just zoom out for a sec. As far as photography is concerned and what you guys are discussing,
I can do that. So big picture. The big picture is the technical reasons I've seen to object to the moon, the possibility of photography on the moon. I don't think any of them preclude the possibility of taking photos on the moon. And one of the reasons I believe that is because, one of the reasons is I don't think the radiation is a problem. I don't think the focusing is a problem. I don't think the f-stop's a problem. And then the other thing is, it's the temperature isn't the problem because you're in airless environment.
Wow, you guys have gone a long way in the conversation. When it just went away for like 5-10 minutes, I swear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I covered all that stuff. And
Elder Bear, do you want to close off? Sorry, not close off, but I'm just kind of curious, like how far you guys have gone in
Am
the
I
conversation.
roboting still?
Nope.
No, you're good. I'm just looking for a recap, if that's cool.
Well, my position was, and I'm not saying, I never said they never went to the moon. I'm just looking at it from a photographer's point of view. When I look at pictures, I wonder, how could I have got that shot, given the parameters that were given? And I find that pretty impossible. And a lot of luck, a real hell of a lot of luck to get what is delivered in those pictures with a camera strapped to your chest with one setting on a film, with no knowledge of the light changing in any of the images or how you fill shadows.
So the question would be like, can the settings be manipulated? Like, can the settings on the camera be manipulated to adjust? Like, how would the astronaut go about that? That's an interesting question.
We'd have to change shutter speed or aperture setting, f-stop.
Cool. So given the technology at the time, Red Cloud, do you think that person would be able to actually manipulate the settings on the camera to adjust appropriately, or have they got some sort of like cool new technology that, like,
camera was fixed. The settings on the camera are fixed. Nothing could be manipulated on the camera.
Okay. So they just took thousands of photos, and maybe they just selected the other like, a few of them worthy.
Yeah.
Red Cloud, what's your position on that?
Yeah, my position is that when I photograph any event or anything, I don't get perfect pictures every time. I get a lot of crappy pictures, and I typically throw away between 30 to 70% of the photographs that I take. And so I see no reason why a moon mission would not do the same.
So where the rest of the off-cast photographs? Do you reckon they just get deleted and we don't get to see them?
Of the 30%.
So Elder Bear, just 1 second. So your suggestion is that the range of photographs that we have of the historical sort of moment of which we landed on the moon, you're saying they're curated?
They would have done, yes. They wouldn't. I don't know. Well, you know what? Okay. I don't know. I'm just saying that as far as my experience goes, that's how I would do it. Whether they did that,
you would curate them. That's understandable, but for such a monumentous sort of occasion, right? Like, given this is man's first moment on the moon, like, you might be sort of inclined to reveal some bloopers, some bad photographs. I don't know. What's your opinion on that? Like, it's not exactly the nature of like curation as far as like providing a product to a client that they want to see, right? This is like, we want to see the good, bad, and the worst of the moon landing, and yet we receive a highly curated appendix of photographs. That seems pretty odd, right?
Because it's the thing I would call visual utility. If I take a photograph and it's of my shoe and I'm at a wedding, is that a visual utility? Nope. If I take a photograph and it's the whole thing is totally out of focus, is the bride going to want to see that photograph? Nope. So I throw those photographs away.
Have you got photographs of the moon landing that they're overexposed and out of context or something, like to prove that point? You've got no photos of shoes. Maybe like a footprint on the moon. And I remember that's a photograph, right? A footprint of man on the moon through that little clay indenture.
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is I haven't.
Out of the 30% of images that you do retain, How many of those? What's the percentage of pictures that you deliver to your customer SOC?
I mean, what I'm
It's
saying
not.
is
It's not the same relationship, though.
I
This is the
cull.
thing.
Sorry?
This is what I'm calling for. It's not the same relationship.
How?
If you are providing
Yeah,
photography for a wedding, you are curating very specifically based on like
yes,
the
I know,
best
but you
images that
said
you could
that.
provide. The moon landing is more about
Yes.
just like, here's the proof.
If you go
He has
to the
30%. 30% that he doesn't throw away. So out of that 30%, what percentage of those do you deliver to your customer SOC?
30%. I show them every
30%.
picture of that I believe is of what I would term, I use the term visual utility, I would show to the client. If
Yeah,
there are multiple photographs of the
that's not
same
relevant.
thing, for example, I probably wouldn't. I'd pick the best shot.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant so much as the relationship between the taxpayer and the general public and what happened and the way that you're interacting with your customer and what you want to show them. You don't want to show them photographs of your feet. Accidentally, you press the button. Of course, you don't want to show them that. This relationship doesn't sort of analogize itself to the notion of like proof of moon landing. So
it does. And
like, can we move on to can we move on to a greater argument or not?
Out of the 30% that you deliver to your customer, what format do you deliver it in?
What? Gosh, okay, these are relevant questions. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Elder. You're asking too many questions that don't have any purpose.
They have purpose.
What I'm saying is, so Rixie, the general public is not aware of how many
about
roles.
Manipulation of
Rixie,
an image.
The general public is not aware of how many rolls of film they took to the moon. So they don't know if they took 20 rolls of film or 5 rolls of film. So they're not going to know what
How many did they take?
So they're not going to.
One sec, Elderberg.
Dude.
Like, just let him outlay his argument and let him speak to whoever he wants to. Like, if he wants to respond to you, he'll respond to you. If he wants to respond to me, he'll respond to me. So
they're not going to be aware of the percentage of film of images that were kept and the ones that were thrown away, if there were any thrown away. And I don't know if there were any thrown away. I'm just saying that if you go to an event or something or whatever it is, and you're doing underwater pictures or whatever it is, and half the pictures are crap, you're not going to show those pictures. You're going to toss them because they have no use. And so if you go to the moon and you take a picture of your foot, or you take a picture of your glove.
Use is objective, man. Use is objective. You're invoking the term of use. I get the thrust of what you're saying. Right. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, that's fine.
Like, I mean, it's pretty reasonable what you're saying. I just think you're invoking a sort of the nature of the relationship between the person who's been hired to be a photographer and your client and what you're expected to deliver. You know what to cut out naturally, man. Like, it's just sort of the nature of the experience you want to present. The moon landings has a different dynamic to it, right? It's the authenticity. So where's all the shitty photograph? Where's all the bloopers? Where are the bloopers, bro? I want to see bloopers.
So bear in mind that I have not proven that they threw any pictures away. I'm just saying.
Are you shifting into the nature of like argumentation and sort of?
Nope. I'm just saying. If all the pictures came out fine, there's one explanation, that is that they threw away all the crappy pictures, because that's what I would have done. And there is no show me the crappy pictures and then we'll believe. Because will you believe the moon landing if they show you all the crappy pictures? Of course you won't.
No. Exactly. But this is a narrow aspect of the discussion, right? So I'm calling forth just the notion of like, look, this conversation has many sort of aspects to it. So all you got to do is just put a coin in one of the jars. Okay, this is not like I wouldn't rest my case upon this assertion. In fact, I think it's kind of been like the conversation has been led to this assertion because you're a very crafty fellow. But yeah, it's not about that. It's on the grounds of reason that, given the like social significance of the event, you'd expect to see a little bit more bloopers. Like some really odd photographs, and I'm pretty. This is saying this like right. They're gonna have some odd photographs there, but there's no reasonable grounds on which you can assert, like just based on the photography, that it's impossible for them to actually reproduce. Given the significance of the event in and of itself, like, and if they wanted to fake it, right?
I feel like that's an arbitrary objection, and I'll tell you why. It doesn't seem to matter if they took 5 pictures. That would be evidence that they went to the moon. If they took 150 pictures, that would also be evidence to the moon. If they took 150 pictures and only 5 of them came out, that would also be evidence that they went to the moon.
No, it wouldn't. You know, what I hear is you presenting something as factual authority when you don't seem to know anything about it.
One sec. No, there's another notion here. So it's the quantity of the photographs, or like, dude, they went golfing, they went dune buggying, they did all sorts of peculiar activities on the moon.
Yeah, that's right, and they took pictures, did they not? I'm just saying, if they only took one.
The only reason we know about it, the only reason we can talk about it is because they took photos. Yeah, for sure.
Right. So you're saying it's impossible, and the point is being raised that it's impossible. I'm saying technically, no, that's not true. And this video from Space Guy, he's also saying, no, that's not true. It's not impossible.
How do they capture motion?
I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that it's not impossible for them to fake the photography of the moon.
I didn't say it was not possible. I just said that the objection is that it's impossible to take photographs of the moon, and I'm saying technically, no, it is not impossible that they took photographs on the moon. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that they didn't fake it. I'm saying that the objection or the claim that they faked it on the basis that they of
the quality of the artifacts within photography.
Yeah, right. On the basis that they would have been found it impossible to take photographs of the moon, I don't think it's true. Other objections are better. So there are other objections, but that's not one, because I know about that topic.
It is possible, right?
It's possible.
Like, yeah,
of course. We've discussed that before. Of course, it's possible.
And given the importance of the occasion as set forth by JFK to land on the moon and not have a result in photography, like, you've got an entire society driven towards the production of some sort of like result as far as the space endeavor is concerned.
Right.
And yeah, like the Russians had Sputnik, right? And that was considered a success. This is like kind of what spurred on the Americans.
Yes.
The apparent sort of success of Russia to have gone to space, and what do they take a dog up there? They took
the dog's name was Latka.
The other guy that looks like
Yuri Gagarin.
Yuri Gagarin, who consequentially kind of looks a little bit like Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, they had the same haircut because they're both military.
Same haircut, dude. That is more than a haircut, bro. That is a very shared facial structure.
I've heard that one before.
Come on, dude. Tell me they don't look similar. Like, they could be brothers. They could be really close brothers.
They're related. That would be.
They could be. They really could be, right? If they weren't like cousins or brothers, you'd be like, oh, I could see those guys being like. If they just lied to you and said, like, if they just said, hey, that's my bro.
Yeah, but if you'd be like, have family, both nations. You know, if Neil Armstrong's brother had uncles and aunts and fathers and mothers and grandparents and siblings.
I had friends growing up that would just sort of like they'd be out at a party and they'd pretend that they were brothers. and like because they got along and they were having a bit of fun, like screw it, we're going to pretend to be brothers. Just so happens that these like two most significant individuals between the Soviets and the USA just happen to look so much alike.
It's a good one. I like that one. It is a good one.
What the hell's going on, dude? There, like once you add up all of like the weird, like consequential aspects of it, right? That the sun happens to be the same size as the moon. The two most significant people in space, as far as the two like greatest nations are concerned, happen to look like one another. Like, I don't know, man. What kind of world are we living in at that point? What do you like? The synchronicities are either like crafted or there's something peculiar about this world.
Yeah, those are coincidences. They happen all the time. I've had some wacky coincidences that don't mean anything at all. I was in here in this chat and someone mentioned Superman. And my son walked in the room with a Superman t-shirt on. It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, but you bought your son a Superman t-shirt? Like, shame on you. Okay, first and foremost.
No, he got it for his birthday. That moon landing faked. Filmmaker says no. Go to time index 6 seconds in.
Red Cloud Media, I have a question for you in regards to the moon landing. What? It's an open-ended question.
Yep.
What is preventing you from understanding that the moon landings were a hoax, or what is your strongest evidence that it wasn't a hoax? Choose whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's an easy answer because all I would say is that I haven't seen evidence yet that would make me go, oh, wait a minute, because stuff has made me go, wait a minute, on other things, like the jibby, right? Like the jibby when I heard there were nurses refusing to take it, and doctors that were being prepared to get fired and lose their careers over it.
Don't go there for an analogy. Come on.
Here we go. Now we can get into this discussion for sure.
Well, that made me.
Dude, that was my wake up point, bro. That's the whole thing. That's the whole kick in the boodle. The fact that you could convince so many.
Stick on the moon. Stick on the moon question. That's what was asked.
I'm using it as an analogy, and the analogy is this.
How do we know you're not compliant to give us this information you're giving?
Hold on.
How do we know you're just not compliant and you're just giving information? It doesn't have any reference at all.
Like the conversation's evolving. I don't know. Like I'm down for it. Like,
yeah.
We've got a protest. Where do you guys want to go?
The analogy I'm trying to use is this. If I see something that makes me go, then I see something that makes me do that. On the jibby, it was the nurses. The moon landing, I haven't seen that yet. I haven't had anything that anyone's shown me that's made me go, That's all I'm saying.
What, do you need to see like astronauts twerking or something before you're willing to like acknowledge that there's something freaking wrong going on in space? Well, is that what you're looking for? Like, was it the nurse? What about the nurses exactly that put you off? Like, because there was a whole TikTok dancing fucking phenomenon that went on, and you acknowledged like that was fucking weird, right?
Yeah, but okay. Here's a question for you, Rixie. If they went to the moon in 1960, whatever, what would you want them to do to prove that they went there? Would you not want them to take video and photographs? What else would you want? You can't do live streams. I mean, what would you like them to do?
Well,
bring back samples.
Again,
they did that.
I'd like them to draw a figure upon the moon that would be big enough to show that man actually landed on the moon, that we could observe from here, because we were talking about camera technology being held back before, right? Imagine if that camera technology was so much better, you could actually zoom in and look at that freaking flag on the moon. It ain't there, bro. It ain't there.
You and me both. You and me both. I would love that. And that would settle it. Then I don't have to have any doubt because, of course I've got maybe 1% doubt.
Back to technology for a reason, Red Cloud. Join us. Dude, come on. It's right there, dude. You get it. You get the whole kit and caboodle, bro.
I appreciate you. Rixie, I'm glad we can have this good conversation.
I appreciate it too, bro.
Not butt heads as bad as we used to. So I appreciate it, man. It's good. You're a smart guy. I don't like talking to people I don't think are very smart, but you're a smart guy, so I appreciate that.
Some people want to butt heads over certain subjects, including the moon landing, which is a very controversial type of subject to even bring up at all. But that was one of my awakenings because I was a huge NASA nerd and all that kind of stuff, as a lot of people were in the past. Maybe me more specifically versus other people that are not from the US. But we do have certain levels of evidence that are showing it was fraudulent. Not even like a little bit fraudulent. 100%. Aside from, 98% fraudulent. Yeah, they had rockets, and they had these people that were called astronauts and stuff, but no, they never went to the moon. And they'll never let it go. It's sort of like the same aspect of, well, yeah, Trump is the president now. He's going to release all the JFK files. Yeah, it's like, all right, whatever. I don't care. I don't believe you. But when it comes to NASA, are they ever going to release that? No. People have tried doing their own research on it, including myself and other people. And it's just a bunch of nonsense. You just look at the photographic and video evidence that they provided. It's laughably it's just really, really bad. They fucked up. And they shouldn't have done that back in 1969 to 1972. They should have been doing it like modern day where they had more CGI, but they did it back when Stanley Kubrick was a movie director helping them out how to do it.
So you think that Stanley Kubrick, I've heard that one too.
It's just one piece of the puzzle, man. That's all it is.
Here's the thing. The one thing that points me away is the capability of the Saturn V rocket. And if you think about the rockets and just sort of learn about them a little bit, the technical challenge of getting the rocket to clear the tower is, if you pardon the pun, astronomical. That technical challenge alone, just getting the thing to clear the tower, much less get it to go out of sight without exploding. Very, very technically challenging. And if it can do that, by the time it's out of sight at the speed that it's accelerating.
You're talking about a magic trick, bro.
Okay.
That's the magic trick. No? Are you just talking about the fact that they can launch rockets into the sky?
Yes.
So are you saying that wouldn't be possible if the world was flat or something? Like, what's the implications here?
The implication is the technical challenge of getting a rocket like that to clear the tower without exploding and then fly to the point where you can no longer see it.
That doesn't prove the moon is real.
Hold on. It's so challenging that the rest of the issues almost pale in comparison.
Interesting
From what expertise are you giving this account?
I studied it.
Okay, because I mean, when you talked about photography from your claimed profession, you didn't seem to be able to answer that. You didn't seem to be able to answer that, given your knowledge of the equipment.
Okay,
we don't need
to me,
Let's go back. Let's go back a few minutes. See the thing I posted on the camera is at 5:40. If you doubt that I'm a professional and I actually use that camera, I can give you a step-by-step breakdown of that camera.
Just because you post a picture of a camera that you might have and you might be interested in nerding about, doesn't account for the parameters of the camera that they used on the moon.
No, but it does mean that I am a professional photographer, and if you doubt that, then
it does.
That tells me that your ability to assess that picture leaves some, big grey areas for me when I hear your account.
All right, because you for some reason you want to say that it's impossible. As a photographer, you can't say that because it's not impossible. You just
I challenge you. I'll give you a challenge. You're inventing
I'll give you a challenge.
Take your digital camera this weekend I want you to put it on a neck strap around your neck, and so it's on your chest. I want you to have one setting, one speed, ISO, and an aperture. One setting. I want you to go and shoot a wedding. All right, you don't have to have gloves on, but you can't look through the viewfinder. You can't look through the viewfinder. You don't have a light meter. I want you to take a picture and of all the pictures and post those here.
Okay, so
with those parameters.
you want to compare a wedding,
even with a digital camera.
a wedding.
You challenge you to do that.
That is interesting.
Okay,
that is like Red Cloud. Like what? That's pretty interesting as a sort of
no.
Is that not sort of worthy?
No, it's not.
No, because he knows he can't do it.
No, because it's ridiculous.
Do you think that the astronauts had more control over the camera than what sort of Elderbear is outlaying there?
We strayed into the off the track a little bit, because first of all, it's not an airless environment. I'm in air, and I'm in multiple environments, and I'm photographing with multiple changes in light.
You're waffling now.
I'm not sure that's relevant, Red Cloud. Sorry, man.
I gave you a camera. You're a professional photographer.
I
give you a camera, strap it to your chest with all the parameters I just gave you, and go and shoot pictures and come back with what you shot of a wedding.
I'm not going to. I'm trying to. We've had a good conversation up to now.
Yeah,
but I think
I know you say you don't like to talk to people you think aren't smart. But
yeah.
Well, okay. At this point, guys, one sec. I'm getting there. This point, at this point, Elderbear, you've made your point. Red Cloud doesn't want to engage with the topic. Look, I don't want to speak for him, but it seems like we went off the concession. But like we can go on to another topic just for the sake of keeping the conversation going.
Go shoot a wedding. It's comparable to the moon, to shooting photographs on the moon. Okay.
It's not quite
the environment. I'm just talking about just that. Hang on. I'm not talking about the environment. It's got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about just the functional operation of the camera strapped to your chest. As I mentioned, and you going out as a professional photographer, as you are now on the Earth with the equipment you've got, and one setting for speed, aperture, and ISO. You don't touch anything else. You don't look through your viewfinder. You strap it to your chest, and you just press the shoot. There's the shoot button. That's it. And come back with the pictures that you shot.
You were reiterating the objections you made earlier, and I'm saying...
And you're waffling in your response.
Is that not an interesting sort of...
No, and why are you insulting me?
No, but would that... No, it's not an insult. It's just like, okay...
No, I think it is.
Like, put on the same sort of, framework of the limitations of manipulating the camera that the supposed astronauts had. You don't need to go, actually do your job as a professional. Elderbear was invoking that you need to go do a photography shoot for a wedding. So, as that, don't do that. Just
without
try
gloves,
to take
not with a suit on or anything. I'm not saying that. Just
no, not with that. No, I'm just suggesting he doesn't need to go do his professional job and actually kind of. Dude, you don't want to be hamstrung when you're doing a wedding, bro. There's no way that the bride is going to deal with that. I also made it
easier that he hasn't got to have a spacesuit or gloves on. He can just go as he is.
No, but not for a professional wedding, right? So the point would be just to go try to take photographs of your kids.
So I think what happened is...
take some pictures anywhere.
So, from what I've said, it's... almost everything I've just said was from memory, and you are also going from memory. If you want to go and do some, update your knowledge and do some more research and come back, and we can talk about it again, and I can look stuff up on the fly, or you can send me references and stuff. Because, I mean, I'm just telling you what I didn't. Don't forget, I didn't say that it was not possible to fake. I said that I hadn't seen anything that gives me an aha moment. Like the Jibby things with the nurses gave me an aha moment. So
okay. All I'm saying to you is go out and test it with the equipment you've got with the same parameters.
One sec.
See
okay.
what you come back with.
An airless environment.
It's possible.
How am I going to go to an airless environment?
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter about that.
I'm
talking about just the function. No, I'm talking about the functional parameters of just having a camera strapped to your chest in this environment. with one speed setting, one aperture setting, one ISO setting, and all you can do is press a button. You can't look through the viewfinder. Just go out,
Okay, your
and
parameters
take
are
some
set
pictures,
Elderbear.
and come back with the results. Just that. Don't
Right.
talk about wind, air, radiation, or anything. Just you as a professional photographer. Just that.
If to have it comparable to the moon,
I
it's gone
challenge
off
you.
on
I
the
challenge
absurd.
you.
It's
No,
I
irrelevant.
challenge you. Yes, it's absurd.
It's an irrelevant and absurd challenge because I'm in an aired environment, not an airless
Sky
environment on
doesn't
the
think
moon.
it's irrelevant. Sounds like.
I think it's gone on to absurd. I think what's happened there, I'm going to be pushed back a little bit because you basically are essentially calling me a liar. I'm going to push back because I think what I've done is I've given very reasonable answers to every question, and I think anyone listening could say, okay, that's a reasonable answer. I haven't insulted you, I haven't done anything like that. I've given answers honestly and reasonably, and I think you've run out of ideas.
I don't think you
now you're not really a professional photographer and go and shoot a wedding with a camera strapped to your chest.
Run out of
It's
road
ridiculous.
to go on.
Elderbear,
you have.
Challenge. Very simple challenge.
That's a stupid challenge. No, that's stupid.
Yeah, because you know what I'm saying, don't you?
No,
you know what I'm saying.
No, because what you're saying is stupid. How many times do I have to say it? That's a stupid thing to say. That's not an intelligent thing to say. Give me something. Give me something reasonable that gives me an aha moment, and then I'll listen to you. There you go.
Yeah, that's not the nature of it.
You claim it can be done. You claim it can be done, and it was done. So do it.
Can I say something?
Go to the moon and strap a camera.
You guys need to pause. Manufactotum Totem has the floor. You guys are done. You guys are cooked.
We're done. Yeah, we got to the point where
you're uncrossable path. Manufactotum Totem can take over the conversation as far as I'm concerned.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you,
really
Moditsky.
Real quick, I think so. First of all, they did have different settings for the sun and the shade. I think any professional photographer could probably, on a clear day with like the sun overhead, know roughly what settings to set his camera at and shoot that blind and get a decent amount of good shots. I think what Elderbear is suggesting. Well, all right, I'll leave it at that. I don't want to.
In an open field, right? You could do it in an open field.
Hang on. I have the opportunity to talk to a professional photographer. You're not Manufactotum, so I'm asking him with his skills and his knowledge to replicate that situation in the real world.
What
see
Manny just
whether
said,
that is possible.
Yeah, what Manny just said is very reasonable. And I already said that. If it was an open field on a bright sunny day, no clouds, no nothing, no deep shadows in some forest, just an open field as far as the eye can see, and then I've got some subjects and stuff, whatever, and I strap a camera. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because
5D
I'm dealing
Mark
with a
IV,
consistent
85mm lens.
I don't have
What's
one.
your
I've got
aperture?
a 70. I've got a f11. I've got a 7200. I've got a f4 24-105. The S lens, the L lens, and then I've got a nifty 50. Plastic, fantastic. 50mm.
You haven't got any. You've only got a 50mm prime lens.
I've used
plastic nifty 50 or
the nifty. Yeah, the Canon's nifty.
1.8.
Yeah, the nifty. The nifty 50 is as sharp as my 7200, and it costs.
Yeah, I've got a 50. I've got a 51.2.
20th of the price.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I've got a 50mm 1.2. So
there you go. That's even better than mine. Mine's a 1.8.
There you go. Of course it is. Yes. So you know what I'm talking about.
I'm
asking you to do what you can't do, just to prove you can do it.
You were saying because I can't. How do you know you haven't? It's the challenge. Oh gosh, it's so stupid.
Challenge is simple. Challenge is very simple.
It's a gotcha.
It's a gotcha. You're right.
Elderbear, just 1 second, man. Elderbear, I'm going to steel man you. Look, Red Cloud. It doesn't seem unreasonable to actually see if you can go and take photos under it. Yeah, I know, Elderbear.
Yeah, he's out
but
of that.
It doesn't seem but Elderbear. Red Cloud. It doesn't seem unreasonable to say that if you think that it's possible, you could actually go do somewhat of a simulation of the scenario.
Okay.
Right?
Why the blank would I do that? Why?
No. Well, because you want to prove yourself right or wrong.
I don't have.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do anything in this world. Red Cloud.
Okay,
You don't even have to
it's just
talk
being
in
an
the
ass now.
conversation. Like, no, but we're like, the nature
Yeah,
is
then
that
stop
you get
answering
destroyed.
questions about the pictures on
Elder,
the moon then with
Elder,
authority.
grow up. I do have authority. Are you a professional
Well, then
photographer?
prove it. Yes.
Oh, you are.
Yes.
Really?
That's how I know what
How
you're
long?
talking
You already
about.
got the list.
How long you been? Yeah, we're going to do a measuring contest now. How long you been a professional photographer?
12 years.
Okay, all right. 36.
Doesn't take away the challenge, you know. Doesn't
I've
take away the
literally
challenge. The challenge is real. The challenge is doable.
Literally
Yeah,
three
but
It's not
times the
about
amount,
measuring dicks
Red
or
Cloud,
lenses
you
or
never took a
cameras
photo,
or
including the film.
resolution or
one sec,
sensors. It
Red
doesn't matter
Cloud, you
about
never
that.
took a photo in
Yeah, risky.
space. You're
Yeah.
more professional. Okay, you got a couple
I'm
more
just
years
being
on you,
funny, man.
right? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're a bit older apparently.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
photos in space, right? So
Yes.
I mean, nature of it.
Photos in space. It's much, much easier to take photos in space. There's no environment. There's no air. Way easier.
Well, it's
Are
easier
you
here.
sure about that? Have you ever
Yeah.
done a photo in space before?
I mean, it's physics. There's no air. There's no atmosphere. You can't have haze. There's all sorts of things you
Well,
don't have
hold
to
on.
worry about.
It's an
Have you
imaginary
ever
place
taken
into.
a photograph in space before? In
Well,
a
I'm talking
vacuum
about.
with sub-zero
I'm talking
temperatures.
about. Okay, I'm talking about if you are in an environment where there is less variables for you to take into account, it's going to be easier. Right? Right. So photographing underwater, harder. Photographing total blackness, harder. Photographing, in
Space,
fog, impossible.
in space would be astronomically difficult. Okay, very difficult.
Was that a joke?
It's so difficult to like photograph in space, dude. Like to look at the spacesuit, like the suits, you can barely move your arms.
No, I'm talking about no. I'm talking about not the physical act of photographing. I'm talking about the photographic process as it is technically the photographic process. It's easier, not the fact that you have to use a spacesuit.
All right,
that's
so
not what I was talking about.
in regards to photography, sorry, I'm going to shut up here real quick.
That's all right.
My question. Well, I'm going to make an assertment with a question after that. The cameras that are commercially bought or even governmentally purchased have operating temperatures based on certain types of plus or minus temperatures, right? So that's my assertion. Yep. My question is, the Hasselblad cameras that were associated with the moon landing were not even associated with the negative temperatures and vacuum pressures. How do you explain that? In regards to photography.
It's very, actually, as far as what I recall, it's actually, when I heard this, okay, it's pretty straightforward. If you have an environment where you have conductivity in the air, you can conduct heat and you can conduct cold much, much easier. Actually, it's just heat, not cold. You don't conduct cold. But if you have an airless environment, it's very, very much less easy to conduct heat. And
so where's the climate change argument, bro? The climate change argument is destroyed based on that, right?
Well,
just cross analysis on that. Let
me complete the thought. Let me complete the thought. Sorry. Let me complete the thought. So if you have an oven and you turn the oven on to 500 degrees and then you put your hand in the oven, you're not going to burn your hand. Okay, it'll get hot and you have to pull it out again. But if you touch one of the wire racks, you will burn yourself immediately. And the reason is because the metal conducts heat far, far better than the air. And that's, if there's no air, there's no conductivity.
So where is all the heat? Okay, so we've got heat underneath us, and we've got heat coming in at least 50% of the time from above us. Where is all the heat evacuating into space? If you've got no conductivity, you're cooked. Well, I know I'm crossing a lot of topics here right now, just jumping across, because we had this topic just the other day, and these guys say that the reason why the globe doesn't heat up is because it's radiating heat out into space. Yes. But then you want to invoke the notion that the reason why the camera works so well within that environment is because, well, it's not radiating the heat out fast enough. these two things are not making sense in my paradigm. Like they're just not.
Remember, you don't conduct cold, you conduct heat. So if you've got something that is the warmth of the temperature of the interior of the capsule, and then you bring that out into an airless environment, there's nothing to change the temperature of that thing because there is no air. If you have a cold camera in your car or cold sunglasses, and you're in your car and you're blasting the air conditioning and you've got your glasses on, and you go down to, say, you go to Disney World and you get out of your car, the first thing that happens is the condensation hits your glasses because your glasses are still cold, but the environment is hot.
Are you saying that heat goes to cold faster than cold goes to heat? Like, I don't get it.
No, I'm saying that if you have the stuff that's the temperature of the interior of the moon landing capsule, and then you go into an airless environment, that's technically very, very cold. But there's nothing to convey that to the thing that you are, whatever it is, like your gloves or whatever. Eventually it will.
The Earth is just gaining heat. As I said before, there is heat, like volcanic activity beneath the Earth that is radiating heat up. Right. And then you've got the sun beating down upon the Earth 50% of the surface of the Earth in the heliocentric model.
Right.
Where the freaking hell is where is all this heat going? It doesn't make sense.
It's evaporating.
It's coming from above.
It's radiating.
It radiates out.
Yes.
It doesn't, dude. I don't understand. Okay. Does anyone
you don't
else
understand? Okay, I'll explain.
Let
me explain.
To anyone else, right? That you can claim that the heat of the Earth radiates out, but then as far as cameras are concerned, it's not a concern to worry about the thermal exchange when it comes to taking photography on the moon. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, anything. Because when the heat is expanding, or where the heat gets expelled into space, there's still heat, but there's nothing to convey it. There's no air. So you don't feel the heat because there's no way of conveying the heat.
Why doesn't the Earth, like in the heliocentric model, why doesn't the Earth heat up and heat up and heat up and just become like freaking Venus as far as they tell us?
Because
it doesn't make sense, bro.
Because the heat
it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the reason they talk about global warming is because they're talking about an envelope in the atmosphere that keeps the heat trapped because it's not able to escape.
You already know global warming's bullshit. I'm not even invoking global warming.
No, the temperatures are going up.
I don't think it's caused between the sun below the Earth.
Earlier,
you've got heat radiating up. You got sun.
Earlier when you used the COVID analogy,
at least 50% of the surface of the Earth is being heated up at any one time.
Right.
And then you want to say that the camera is safe because it's not radiating out any energy because there's no thermal conductivity or something. It doesn't fly. Make sense.
If you have a hot thing and you go out into the freezing cold, right? You have a hot pan, you walk outside, and the pan starts immediately cooling down because there's air that's touching the pan that's cooling it down. If there's no air to cool the pan down, the pan will stay hot. Even if there's no air.
Bro. Come with me, bro.
you know earlier when you used the
Yes,
Elder
had a question about that.
Earlier when you used the COVID analogy, yeah, you are my dancing nurse. Okay, you are my dancing nurse.
Well, that makes no sense. I just told the opposite, and you were basically you'd ignore that.
You're dancing.
I said that earlier.
You're working on TikTok.
Yeah, keeps working.
Nurse.
Well, you're just being foolish now. Because I just told you. For example, I didn't get the jibby because I saw that nurses were like not taking it. I thought, wait a minute. If they are not taking it, then it's probably not safe, and I'm not going to take it.
Did you not see
I'm not the dancing nurse.
Did you see the dancing nurses though?
Yes, it was ridiculous. I didn't buy it for a second. Did you?
But you didn't.
You're trying to convince me of something, dude. You're trying to convince me of something.
I don't buy this either. Okay?
I'm telling you.
I don't buy this either because you're the dancing nurse in this analogy.
That's stupid. Sorry, that's just dumb. Don't say dumb things, man. We're having a good conversation. So why you call me a dancing nurse?
No,
That's freaking
sorry,
idiotic.
yeah. Elder Bear,
Come on, man.
but I really like Red Cloud, man. So
dude, if I come in
I-
here and said you were just an effing moron because you believe this and believe that, then fine. I'm a dancing nurse. Or if I said I had all 4 boosters, then fine. You could say that I was a dancing nurse. But then I already explained to you that I didn't take it because of what they said, and you just use that against me. Come on, man. You're about my age. You can do better than that. Come on.
Analogy. It's an analogy about
No, it's
the
a bad
subject
one.
we're talking about photography.
What year were you born?
And what you're the dancing nurse in that. It tells me
What
you're
year
I
were you
don't
born?
believe you. I don't believe you. That's what it
What year
tells
were you
me.
born?
And so you are the dancing nurse in that analogy.
You're just going to continue, even though I know.
We were talking about.
Even though I've
I
said
gave
that's
you a
stupid and
challenge and you
insulting.
couldn't do it.
You're just going to go back. Okay, you're
I
an
don't
idiot.
mind.
All right.
I'm just saying you're a dancing nurse within this topic.
Then I'm just going to say that you're an idiot. How about that? You're going to insult me, I'll insult you. Let's just do that. How about that?
it is it's so curious that you guys are butting heads.
I know, well, it's called me a dancing nurse. I'm not prepared to accept that, especially after I said I didn't take the jab.
He's being intentionally inflammatory, and
I
yeah,
like that.
It's my
jackassiness. I've told you about my jackassiness.
Nothing to do with the jab. Nothing to do with that at all. We're talking about the analogy. So
it's a
don't
bad
go
analogy.
on. I'm talking about the jab or how many you had or you didn't have. Nothing to do with that. Not even.
Right.
Don't want to speak to that.
What year were you born?
I
want to know what year you were born. You got to give me what year were you born. I'll tell you what year I was born. 1963. Let's go. What year were you born?
What does that help you with?
I'm just curious.
Why are you curious? Tell me.
I think you're older than I am.
You go with your psychology.
I'm just curious. I think you're older. I think you're older than I am, but you don't use. You haven't used non-digital cameras as well, and I've used film cameras.
Don't get caught. Why are you asking? Why are you asking that question?
Yeah,
Either answer it or you don't want to answer it.
Because he can't do anything in reality.
No, because it got to that point. So you're saying shoot a wedding with a camera attached to my chest.
Yeah, well, I mean that. I think he was imposed.
You take the
I don't
challenge.
think
Come
he
on.
should have imposed it. No, it's not about. Yeah.
Sorry, Rixie. You. How about this, Rixie? This is great. You and I getting on great.
You freaking Brits,
how did that happen?
Losing it at each other.
I told you, I got the jackassiness comes out. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
It is fun, Red Cloud. It is definitely fun, but
yeah, my dad wasn't like this. He was so. Why do I get this crap from? Sorry, Elder.
It's not crap,
you're
bro.
fine, man.
I mean, I think we're all trying to work it out.
Side. Anyway, yes.
Trying to work it out.
So bottom line, Elder, let's just end with this. You can say whatever you want, but bottom line is, if I see something that makes me go, aha, it's going to bug me. Right? So until then, we are where we are. But I'm not saying it's impossible.
I've just heard and seen something that bugs. I just heard and seen something that bugs me. Okay,
gotcha.
And it's you. Okay, and so I'll ask questions about it because it bugs me.
Moment?
Yeah, we're not going down there, Elder Bear. Andrew, you've got the floor.
That's a great question.
Well, the challenge still stands.
So there's a good question. Andrew's got a good question. What would I see as an aha moment? It's difficult, when you're picking out a jacket. How do you know when it's the right jacket? You just go, that's the one. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. Let me think about that, because that's a very, very good question. I have to
very abstract, but
yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, so if someone were to show you 10 straight hours of videos where NASA messed up on the moon landing, would that be an aha moment?
They'd have to be provably messed up, because I've seen messed up this and that. And it's not been.
And they did.
Yeah.
People that defied the laws of gravity, the laws of physics.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that stuff.
Okay, so think about it for a moment. I'm not trying to put you on the spot too quickly.
No, cool. Give me. It's a really good question, and it's
Red Cloud. What shifted? I got a question for you, Red Cloud.
Yeah.
What for me, the whole world shifted during the pandemic as far as my mentality of things.
Yep.
I'm kind of curious. You were in a position probably more what I would say advanced in the conceptualization of how the big picture actually works. I'd say you're probably more advanced before the pandemic, but I feel like I've kind of traveled a little bit further. So I'm very obnoxious in that statement, right? But I'm just kind of wondering, like, what did you like? You were privy to a whole bunch of stuff before I was, but I had a shock moment, dude. I really did have a shock moment in realizing that people could pretend like they were under the same hypnotism on a large, vast scale. And it just made so much sense to me that the medical system had just gone completely inverted. Like I could just go, okay, they're claiming science. Those guys are claiming science. Those guys are claiming, like, as far as I'm concerned, it took me about 3 or 4 months to go from believing in the medical system to going, like, literally inverted, like, terrain theory. None of what they tell us about germ theory is real. You can't, like, contagion, that's all fake. And then it took about 2-3 weeks, and I was just like, okay, all of the doctrine that we told about space is also confected. That was my transition, just really quickly.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
how like where have you come from? How have you gone? Like during that transition, particularly focusing on the whole the notion of the pandemic and what it was inferring.
Another great question, man. Really good. So it's a different environment and a different question. So the broader question for you, and what you've concluded is there are multiple things that are connected, and they're all part of the same sort of movement or the same sort of purpose. There's someone or something that has a purpose, and the purpose is to deceive us. The exact extent to which they want to deceive us is unknown to you, but you feel that there is a broader sort of deception at play. And so what you're able to do is you're able to link the deception with the COVID scam, right? And all that. I don't know how much I can say because this is going to be on YouTube, but the Gibby scam and all of that crap that went on.
It's not on YouTube, Red Cloud. It's dude, speak freely.
No. I mean,
this is like open air, bro.
Is it not being live streamed on YouTube?
Yeah, it's like just don't post anything, but yeah.
All right. So all of that stuff that happened with lockdown and all that crap that I couldn't stand the entire thing. You were able to make the link between that and space travel, because what you have it as a sort of umbrella is the sort of the concept that there is a bigger thing going on. Whereas I think what you need to do is you need to, and I'm sorry, this is going to sound patronizing. I don't mean to, but just look at it from my perspective. There's nothing that connects those two things for me. So the fact that they lied about the distancing, the masks, the effectiveness of the Gibby, all of that stuff, right? They lied about that. That doesn't mean that the
it
moon
does
rocket,
not mean no.
Right.
It does
that
not
does the
mean
two things.
that. But there is a link. There's a
There you go.
link between the two, right?
Yes, there's the connection. You have that link, and you've established that link. I haven't. So I can say all the stuff with Gibby is all fake, all crap. They're all BSing us, and I'm angry about it, as you can tell. There's nothing to do about it. But
how
that
do you
stuff
think
is
that they can,
legit.
Okay, so how do you think that they managed to convince a whole bunch of like virologists, pediatricians, anyone that recommends the vaccines, right? How do they manage to convince all of those people in your paradigm to comport with the standard paradigm of the interpretation of what a virus is, how it behaves?
Right.
How do they get them to all freak the fuck out all at the same time, and then tell us to freak out similarly? So you got to admit, right, that they were pulling triggers right there.
Yeah, I tell you why. I tell you why they did it. And again, I love analogies. Look what happened in California with the wildfires, right? Trump said, dudes, you gotta fix your water problem. You're gonna have a fire and it's gonna be devastating. You gotta fix your water problem. They said, screw you, Trump. What happened? Okay, so he sort of saw it coming. So what they do is they overreact, because if they underreact, like the Californians did, really bad crap can happen. And so what they did is they overreacted.
So you
And
think
that I
that
understand.
the overreaction, like I think that the overreaction was confected in order to present the reason for the lockdowns and all the crazy shit that went on,
Yeah.
like, you know, people's vaccinations. I think that that they confected that in order to push the product.
Right. And I
Do you
think
acknowledge that they use those those techniques, like those social techniques, to push the product?
if you look at the amount of money they made, it's not even a question. I don't think you'd have to be a conspiracy theorist to see that, man. I'm with you 100% on that one.
Okay. Where have they done that in your opinion? Where have they done that in the past? Like, this is a new like when I came into this information, this is a new thing. I was like, holy shit, they can do this on such a vast scale. What's your inflection at the point of once I like, for me anyway, just like shorthand, once I recognized that they could get away with that technique, I was like, I went looking into history. Where have they gotten away with that technique before?
Oh, they've done MK Ultra. The Nazis did stuff.
Right.
They had you know what the Nazis, the Volkswagen Beetle. They had people, they could buy these little stamps, and the little stamps they'd put in this little book, and then they'd collect these stamps, and they had to pay for the stamps, right? So they collect all these stamps over time. Once they filled the book, they would be given a Volkswagen Beetle, but it was all a complete lie. None of them got a Beetle. None of them got a car. The car is what they wanted. It was mobility and everything. So everyone wanted a car. But none of the people who collected all those stamps got a car. The money actually went to the war effort.
So you acknowledge that the investment, like they use propaganda to create investment within the people's imagination,
right?
As far as the civilization is concerned, you acknowledge that they confect these notions.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering at what point why you think the whole notion of the space agency is not also embroiled in a very similar operation to get people infected in like they buy into like buying cards. They got like Lego, like space Lego, Star Wars, the movies, all of that stuff. How is that not a similar operation that's occurring on a grander scale? Just ever so slightly grander, but the same grandiose scale.
Because as the aforementioned connection is concerned, I don't have that connection. And the other thing is I don't see how it can be propaganda if I myself can, test some of these things. For example, if they said that Antarctica was a certain thing or whatever it was, and I can go there, they'll let me go there. Okay. If I had enough money, they'd let me go to the space station if I could pass the test, which I can't. But if I could pass all the tests and to become an astronaut, because it's pretty strict, I could go to the space station. If I had like Jared Isaacman, right? He's going to be the next head of NASA. Jared Isaacman. The only reason he did that is because he had a bunch of cash.
And possibility is sort of the reason why you're hanging on it, or
what? Sorry, question again.
The accessibility, like you feel like it sounds to me like you're explaining the accessibility of space and like the interpretation of the globe is very accessible, right?
Yes.
I can go to the northern hemisphere and experience a 24-hour. I can go to the southern hemisphere 24-hour.
You nailed it.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I could, for example, what I could do is the last Starship that went up, the last SpaceX mission, they shot up 3 different SpaceX rockets in the period of about 14 hours. 3 different rockets in 14 hours. That's never been done before. Okay, and one of those was like 100 CubeSats and small satellites, what they call rideshare. And so in the capsule, or they have a bunch of different satellites from a bunch of different people, and the cost per satellite goes way, 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 way down. And so many more people can afford to send up satellites. If I had a bunch of money, I'd send up satellites.
Can I summarize this as like, because you feel like it's like it's accessible for you,
Yeah.
that it seems to you that it's more real or something. Like, sorry,
Yeah.
like I am sort of shorthanding you a little bit, but
That's fine.
No,
it's
you feel like it's so accessible and so
Yep.
real, and like it's
Yeah.
almost tangible for you.
Yeah, but with the Jibby and all that sort of stuff, I'd have to go study to be a doctor for 8 years. I don't have that kind of time, so I couldn't do that. It wouldn't just be a matter of money; it would be a matter of learning all the science behind it, and that's just that's difficult.
Dude,
Whereas,
I appreciate that aspect, but I think the accessibility, right, is just a perception. Can we
Right.
rest upon that notion? Like, it's perceived accessibility to go to space is just a perception. Like, it was very exclusive before. Now it's becoming a little bit more accessible, supposedly.
Right.
So,
well,
just
all the people,
remind
all the
yourself, man. Like, in the trick of things, they did this
Yeah.
with the COVID jabs. It was about accessibility to the jab when it first came out. And it's on a different like order scale, but when they first came out with the jabs, what did they go? They went for the nurses and the doctors, and they said like, and they had no problems. Dude, I've got a great video to send you.
Yeah.
It was a anaesthetist in New Zealand. She was reluctant to take the jab, and she goes through all the explanation.
Good. Yeah,
The
DM me.
point that- Yeah, I'll DM it to you, but I think this is so kind of relevant to this conversation that's happening now, like just because I'm discussing with you like the notion of the accessibility to space. I think they played a similar trick with the accessibility to the vaccines, right? Like this is
Oh,
the
I see.
analogy. So
Yeah,
there's
okay, I just studied a connection.
to draw from.
Yeah, because you've got
This
that
lady,
connection. I think because we've butted heads, I think we've been able to. I mean, a light's just gone on inside for me, and in that I've realized that for you, you're making those connections where I'm not making those connections, and that's why you can apply one principle to the other.
yes, yeah, that's the
That's what
analogy,
it is.
right?
Yeah,
They
and
use
it's
common tricks and common sociological, psychological
right.
techniques in
Yeah,
order to to push the product.
yeah. It's a similar. In your mind, what you're saying is it's a similar sort of psychological trick that they play to do
Yes,
the same to do the
they
same
use
thing.
exclusivity
Yeah,
and variability techniques in order to sort of say that like these are the rungs. Space is a long way away. Where with the COVID vaccine stuff, they went through a very truncated sort of form of expression of like that this is the product. You have exclusivity rights to it for the first 3 months, and then the next rung, and then the next rung. And space is a longer drawn out process, essentially.
it's much harder to make any money from space. Very, very much more
They
difficult.
make all the money they need from the taxpayer. Don't worry about that. As long
Yeah,
as the taxpayer is willing to pay for space, they're
yeah.
willing to provide the
Well,
the product.
it's changing. It is changing. That is it's what they call
No
the
doubt.
commercial. They call them commercial partners, and
I know.
but it's still the infrastructure and everything is still all government run.
It's
And
going
although
from the government operation to a private operation. They are shifting the mechanisms and the industry of space. This is
Yeah.
what they do with a lot of like industry, right? They develop it first and foremostly within the governmental industry.
Right.
The government proves the product, and then private enterprises jumps on board of it. The
Right.
space operation is exactly the same, but it takes longer because of the
Yeah.
premise by which they are operating.
The reason that that's the case is because it's just simply economically unviable. There's no viable reason for a private company to fund a trip to the moon. There's nothing what are you going to do? Bring back moon rocks and sell them? I mean, there's no commercial reason to go to the moon.
You're undermining the notion that human belief in and of itself, right? Like what we believe actually has a financial outcome. These guys are working on grandiose scale, like on biblical freaking astronomical scale. And
Okay,
the way they like this is the reason I propose space.
So
because like dude, it's actually I think it's a little bit harder for you people who still believe in the Bible to recognize, in some cases, the issue with the proposition of space. And there's this whole Christianity, like, and science interconnectivity that I still haven't been able to sort of unravel. But
it's an interesting concept, an interesting thing we've got here. I have to leave in a minute. So do me a favor, send me that link. But then if you can, I won't be able to. Honestly, I won't, because I've got lots of stuff going on. But if you can sort of bookmark that little thing in your brain and just say, okay, we'll pick it up from the connection that we made, and then
what are we bookmarking?
I mean, you know what I mean? Our topic, because I think we can talk more about this. I just don't have time to talk about it.
Legs, right? Like, it's a good topic.
Last thing I'm going to say before you get going. I know you're probably up very late, but an aha moment. What if a NASA astronaut that allegedly walked on the moon came forward and admitted that it never happened? What then? What would you say?
If he said it never happened, I mean, are you talking about Buzz?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'd have to see that one, because he's written books on how we went to the moon. So I don't know how that's contradictory, right? Because he's told people he went to the moon. I know someone personally he told that. Okay. so that's a contradiction.
NASA, okay, a little more extreme,
right?
Quite a bit more extreme. If NASA came forward and said, by the way, we've been audited and sued, and we're admitting to the public that we've never been to the moon and that space travel is a bunch of nonsense, would you believe them?
It would have to be all the space agencies, and it would also have to be all the private companies.
All of them. That's fine. All of
them. Yeah. It would have to be something monumental like that. Yeah. It's the same thing with UFOs or whatever. I don't buy into it until one lands in Central Park or whatever. Broad daylight.
If NASA fully admits, which they've already done.
But if NASA says, "Hey, the moon landing was all fake and everyone was all lying and sorry," and then Trump gets hold of some documents. Wait a minute, they never went to the moon. Wait a minute, what? Nixon was lying. What?
Let's just talk about NASA.
All right. Well, don't forget, NASA is a political organization. NASA's wholly and fully government controlled and government funded. The administrators.
I'm trying to find out what your threshold is in regards to the aha moment.
Oh yeah. It would have to be something. Yeah, I mean, I get where you are. I really do. But for me, it's got to be something where I would, and I don't know really what it is, Andrew. It's a really good question. And I said, give me more time. But I don't know what it is. I'll be honest. I know no idea. But there's something. If you believe there's something, then sooner or later it's going to go, wait a minute. But I haven't seen it yet. So I hope that's a reasonable position, right? Because Ricky and everything we're talking, he's had that. You've had that. But I haven't had that. Something where it just goes, wait a minute, hold on. And I looked for it. I really did. I was actually standing in this garage right now. I'm in the garage right now. And I said, let me be really honest with myself. Let me just test my mind and just say, are you being fooled? And I really tried to do that.
Hey, do you know who Shakespeare is, Red Cloud?
Yes.
Yeah, see, this is the problem. No one actually knows who Shakespeare is, right? So just remember, right? The whole thing has been scripted for a very long time. The world is a stage, and the hidden life is best, as far as Francis Bacon is concerned. And this is the guy that wrote the scientific method, okay? And this is a scientific method which is purveying to now. It pretends not to be a philosophical sort of sociological approach to the world, but it most definitely is.
Yeah.
It's mispaying itself, right?
Yeah.
And this is the veil that this is the door that I knocked on, man. And I asked I asked questions in this room, and there were a couple of Gilly Pong and another fella mentioned this Francis Bacon fella, and I just went looking into it, and holy shit!
Father of the scientific method.
Well, no, but no, the scientific method is actually a sociological method, and that's what I found. But yeah. Anyway.
I mean, all the world's indeed a stage. What is it? All the world's indeed a stage, and we are merely players, performers, and portrayers, each another's audience beyond the lighted stage. Here's the thing about that: is what I think is being referred to is that all the world's a stage in that the way we portray each other to each other. I portray myself a certain way to the people I work with. And so I'm like an actor portraying a certain character in front of people. People don't know that I have, self-doubt and all sorts of other problems in my life, right? You don't either, because I don't say those things. No one does. They put up a front, and that's what I think it means. Shakespeare's kind of meaning from that. But you can apply it broadly.
The assumption
more broadly.
meaning is a problem. Yeah, it's a sociological technique of control.
Yeah, I get you though. But it was
Dude, I've got self-doubt as well. You're not in your own bucket there, so no doubt.
Yeah, I got horrible. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I would say I don't say those things in here.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't sort of convey that either, but just letting you know, like, it's common, and I don't know. This is I don't know. I just asked some questions, bro. This is what
it's
the psychology of it is so much more powerful than the sort of the claims that science and the sort of, what are they, so like they claim tangible sort of responses. The psychology of it is so much more important to me.
Yeah, I get you. The other one is that we are secrets to each other. Each one's life a novel no one else has read. Even joined in bonds of love, we're linked to one another by such slender threads. That sort of means being secrets to each other. We don't tell even the closest people, everything about ourselves. And we're just,
Granted,
it's an interesting,
I would say that that's actually I got to think about this. It sounds like you need to run off, but this is the thing that I've got a curiosity, man. Like,
the
lies that we tell ourselves, the lies that we tell our friend, like we make reasons and excuses for telling those lies.
Yeah.
And I suspect that maybe that's part of the trick overall, that we tell ourselves lies and it allows those lies to be told to others. And this is why we're in this big quagmire right now, right? Like, we're in a trundle of lies, and it's just
if you and I tell lies to the people we know the most, then how much more is a government going to tell lies to the people that it governs?
It's just,
how much more? It's just, order of magnitude. But hey, I got to run. It's a great conversation, man. I'm really glad that we got through this.
Appreciate
the crap.
it.
We cut through it. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Andrew, thanks for great questions. Again, remind me again when I jump back in maybe a few days. I'm going to be busy. So thanks again, man.
Best of luck.
Take care, sir.
Okay, who wants to be the foil?
Yeah, so real quick on the issue of, since we were vague tangentially talking about lies, these Buzz Aldrin quotes that I often hear, Quad just posted one, for example. So the one that he posted is in an interview where he's specifically talking about having been to the moon. The entire, I think it's like 10, 12 minutes or so, this video, the full video. The whole video is about him having been to the moon. And in this one, clearly he's talking about we didn't go since we went the first time. The other videos are equally clear if you see the whole context, that he's not saying what people claim he's saying. I wonder if using these as evidence, when somebody takes like the minimal effort to look into them, doesn't kind of discredit the whole argument. Like, maybe there's some things that should be retired as moon hoax proof, I guess. Is that just me?
So you're saying that certain arguments against the moon should be retired based on...
Yeah, because they're very clearly sort of, it just, when people look into them, it it whittles away at the credibility of those making the claim. It does more damage than good, I would say.
Yeah, like, I mean, perhaps, people who are anti the flat Earth movement, or like whatever the moon landing was, like maybe they've got bad arguments, man.
I think any bad argument should be done away with. What I'm saying is this argument that Buzz is admitting that the thing's a hoax is a bad argument. Or it's bad evidence, at the least.
Yeah, sure, maybe. What's the reason why it's a bad argument? Is it because he's like sort of aloof in his statements, or like are you saying that it's been edited to sort of appear not what it should be?
The editing is an issue. This one, I mean, it's just a clip, but the whole interview is about, he's talking about having been to the moon the entire time. He's talking about why they haven't been back since in this particular clip, and they're trying to paint it as if he's saying they never went in the first place. Like it's embedded in a 10-minute video about having been to the moon. To claim it's something different is ridiculous, and it leaches the credibility of those using this as evidence of not having been there.
Okay, so did someone bring this argument up, or are you just sort of referring to it?
Well, Andrew mentioned it, and then Quad posted it.
Got it. Okay, cool. So I just wanted to work out whether or not it was sort of relevant to the conversation. Yeah, look. So what, you're willing to basically dismiss this as like a form of evidence? Like you just like you're tired of the notion of people bringing this up as evidence? Like you don't like it, or?
Well, I didn't just dismiss it, to be clear. I looked into it, and I came to the conclusion that it's dishonest. The reason people distrust NASA, as far as I understand, is the fact that they've lied over and over and over again. So and I'm often asked, how often does a liar have to lie before you stop trusting them? So all these things that I get linked to, I get sent, people ask me to read things, the more I see cherry picking and misrepresentations, the less likely I am to believe the next claim.
Okay, cool. So, like, what is it? I mean, dude, you involve yourself in a conversation, right, where many people have different posits and opinions and positions. They think it's relevant to them, and to the argument at a grander scale that you're having with them. And you say that it's not. So, I don't know, like the only way to stop those kind of communications coming in would be to disengage from the discussion overall. But for whatever reason, man, like other people feel like this is relevant to the conversation. So, I mean, look, I take a position that I think is relevant. But I've already sided with the other side in that regard. So, yeah.
Sure. But, I mean, is it at all based on these clips that you came to that conclusion?
I mean, I came to this conclusion from a sociological position, which always irks people because, like, you want someone to sort of make claims about the curvature or not curvature. It just seems very reasonable to me that they would lie on such a grandiose scale. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know. If anyone else wants to weigh in, though, like, I mean, that's my position. They can and they would lie about that on such a grandiose scale. Every civilization in the history of, like, from what we're told, lies on that grandiose scale. So why are we not in the same position historically, given that considered? It seems so reasonable to me.
Yeah, the scale at which they lie, I think, is arguable. I would maybe draw that line differently, but
yeah, because you guys think that they can't lie on such a scale, but every civilization in the past suggests that they can lie on such a scale. The only reason, like you guys suggest that
what would be another
can't lie
equivalent to this?
I don't know, the Catholic Church. Roman Christian Empire. Like, which one do you want to go for? The ones that were sacrificing human beings over in apparently like South America? Don't even know if it's true, but if that's what they tell us about history, then those people knowingly lied that they could control the weather or like, the cosmos through sacrifices because they need to sacrifice it to people.
Did they knowingly lie, or did they believe it themselves?
Well, I can't invoke that, but I assume they lied, and they tell us historically that they lied, so... I mean, I just, like, my position primarily as far as this argument is concerned, if, like, I'm happy to hand over the mic to someone else, but, if the claim is that all of the historical civilization lied to their population, then it stands to reason that the current civilization is also doing and engaging in such an activity. Because they set the precedent.
That's a reason. Yeah, that's not a bad reasoning. I would dispute the fact that they have lied to that scale. I mean, if you're talking about ancient peoples believing that the gods are sympathetic to, people's heads and will give them better crops, I would put that on ancient peoples being kind of stupid. But as far as government,
I didn't assume they were stupid, though.
Scale,
I assume they were just as intelligent as you and I.
Yeah, but people can believe weird things, right? Like, if you're talking about religious beliefs at the time, I don't say that's impossible, but I also don't.
It's mostly just belief whether or not the past people were stupid or not. I don't think they were stupid. I think they had the same reasoning capabilities as we do.
That's sure, but even if that were the case, it's not necessarily a stupid belief considering the culture that they grew up in, right? Like, there's people today that believe that rainbows are a promise from God to not flood the world again. Like, there's plenty of beliefs that you don't need to be stupid to believe. You just have to have a religious sort of upbringing.
Yeah, but this is the thing. My claim is, right, that science is a new form of religion. That you cannot take religion out of human beings. That they will always espouse such ideas, and that all science is really truly doing is actually espousing a new religious ideal. And I can go back into the documentation and prove that, as far as I'm concerned. It's a philosophical ideal of the way to approach the world.
Right. So when you say religious, are you making a distinction between philosophical or even just dogmatic, or is it all the same?
As far as I'm concerned, any ideal, like whether it be religion or everything is emergent from a philosophical ideal. Even if people don't understand philosophy, they're still practicing in it. It's just that they don't know how to necessarily manipulate all the ingredients within philosophy by which to actually dissect it. But the point of the matter is you're always going to be dealing with a recipe, and you can't get away from that.
Yeah, it's just when you say religious, I feel like that word has some connotations that are kind of getting snuck in that I don't think hold in all of those cases.
My point, like, generally, like, in the bigger picture of things right now is, look, you can claim that you took religion out of the boy. Sorry, what's the term? Like, you can take the boy out of Kansas, but you can't take Kansas out of the boy. So the point is that religion, or this sort of like, what would you say, like
dogmatic thinking, I would say.
Human beings always sort of gravitate towards the notion of what is it, like consensus a little bit. Like, we gravitate towards community, and or civilization or culture, if the culture is manipulatable, then as a consequence, they can be deviated towards that scale. Like, you're never going to get, like, you can't escape religion. You like, whatever is the aspect within human beings to evoke the notion of religion, you just can't get away from that. All they can do is deviate from it.
I get what you're saying. I don't think I would use the word religion for that, but I think, I don't know, personally, I think science is specifically tailored against that, which is to say, I like Carl Sagan's definition of science, which is an interrogation of the universe with a fine understanding of human fallibility. And when you talk about these religious, you can't take religion out of the boy, I think is that human fallibility, that specifically you're talking about people being succumbing to their biases and falling prey to these sort of misunderstandings that human fallibility leads to. So I understand what you mean by people aren't ever going to be immune to those things, but understanding that we have them, I think, is kind of what specifically science tries to do, to a greater or lesser degree of success, of course. But
Okay.
I would say that's why that's distinguished.
Yeah. Look, would you ever, like, as far as your understanding of sociological endeavors that have been portrayed in the world, would you be inclined to think that when it first was evoked, would you refer back to its first invocation, like, and say that that's suggestive of the characteristics of that behavior? Like, would you go back to communisms and like sort of ask the question of communism, like, where did it come from? How did it start? Would you be inclined in that direction?
I would consider those things. I think they need to be given their proper weight. I think how an idea begins isn't necessarily going to be the spirit of that idea as it moves forward. Like the same idea that's born in one place can be applied in another place and be very distinct.
Like, what's a good example of where it's sort of changed its pattern of behavior such that either it didn't become a new word, like it has to become a new word. Like, as far as I'm like, once something becomes discernible from one thing to another, it takes on a new characteristic, and thus we as human beings discern like, or denote a different word to it. Is that not reasonable?
One example, sure. One example might be language and mathematics. I would say mathematics is a language, but it functions in many ways very similarly to language, but in other ways it is very distinct. Like mathematics is much more prescriptive than it is than language is.
Okay, mathematics, language, like, okay, you're mixing with those two duels. Do you think that mathematics could ever become language? It seems actually like a reasonable proposition, right?
Yeah, I think it is a language, but I think it's distinct from other languages in a way that requires it to have sort of its own word, like you said, if that makes sense.
It does. Has mathematics become something that it wasn't previously, in your opinion? Like, did it take on new sort of dynamics that it previously, like, I mean, like, see, my premise is right.
No.
I'm gonna, like, just for the sake of conversation, if you want to have a conversation with me about this, science proposes itself as actually a challenge towards nature. It presumes that, like, so science is a philosophical stance made by human beings that it sort of subserviates nature, which is like what man is capable of, right? Like, given our faculties, we can subserviate nature, we can manipulate it. The thing that science presented to us, like 200,000, like, what is it? For the last, like, as far as the what is it? The size and scale of the human mind for the last 200,000 years has been the same as far as our sort of archaeological claims are made, right? If you want to, like, work within the scientific sort of paradigm, that is to say that man has been sort of this intelligent as we are for the last 200,000 years. It only sort of, like, in the last 100 years has really kind of gone from this moment of like industry to absolute like Now we know space. Now we know everything about the world and all the rest of it, right? They're making all these claims about things. Now to bring it back, oh shit. I always get to this point and I'm like lost thrust my idea.
We were talking about language and math, if that helps. If it became something different.
It's just that it's mostly about these claims about like how far we've like traveled in the last 100 years and like the exponential like technological advances. And yet I think we actually haven't broken free from this sort of religious paradigm. It's been reinterpreted into the scientific one. Science is a philosophy of an approach to the natural world, such that it actually exploits the natural world. It's kind of about how you might imagine capitalism exploits, what is it, like the value of human beings, like how sort of the endeavor of human beings are exploited by capitalism. Scientism actually is exploiting sort of the natural world. It endeavors that man should be exploiting the natural world in order to create, to assert its dominance over it. And this is the unique property of human beings, is that, look, we can do that. I would say that before the scientific endeavor, we never used to exploit the natural world. Like it was a sort of moral choice not to, fundamentally.
Oh, I fully disagree. No, I think apart from you said scientism at the end there instead of science, but I think ultimately our subjugating of nature is a human thing. I think science, if it's done anything in that direction, it's allowed us to do that more and more.
It's a human what, sorry?
I said it's a human thing. I think it's not a science thing. I think science has allowed us to do it more and more. It's allowed us to do it better, perhaps. But I think had we had the opportunity to in the past, and I think we did have to a lesser degree, everything since the agricultural revolution, we've been.
But we chose not to. We chose not to exploit nature like that.
We didn't, though. No, we didn't. We've changed the geography of the world to allow for better farming. We've bred animals to be better at doing farm work and providing meat and milk. Like all of these things were not necessarily specifically, you could say that they were scientific in the sense of our approach to them, but I don't think that it was a scientific kind of endeavor.
Is science the main reason why we have progressed as a society, in your opinion? Like, quote unquote, progress, right? Like, quote, progress. So. Like to mean that, like, it depends on the way that you evaluate the situation.
Yeah.
And then all I'm suggesting is that the situation is such that we're actually exploiting nature, and we philosophically made the decision, or were compelled to the reasoning that it's reasonable to exploit nature in order such that man have more dominion over nature. That's the fundamental reason underlying to me why we've had these technological advances. It's not because man was primitive. It's because man chose not to. We had a moral and ethical conclusion that the way that we incur ourselves upon nature not exploit it. Science exploits nature. It does it constantly. You can do that with the rat, like the rat tests, and this is what science has actually done. Is it's made this more acceptable to the general population through democracy. No. Yeah. That's the whole. That's my big thing right now.
I think
they made it more acceptable philosophically.
Consideration. You've mentioned that people in 200,000 years haven't become more intelligent per se, but we have had more information, right? So with that information, we can make more complex and sophisticated decisions, among which are also the understandings of how we do impact the world around us. And the same people who are now crying for more, I guess, awareness in how we're affecting the world, are using science to say that we shouldn't have this doministic approach to it.
See, but like, here's the trick, right? If you believe in climate change, right, there's kind of two things that are going to occur here, right? Like, if climate change is actually a possibility, either you're going to try to prevent the cause of it, or you are going to instantiate so-called scientific endeavors in order to prevent it from happening. And dude, the geoengineering is off scale at the moment. As far as the skies, I'm just looking up in the sky now. I guess you guys wouldn't really suppose that that's necessarily evidence of it, though. What I would suggest then at that point, if science is suggesting that climate change is a problem that is going to cause an incursion, it necessarily needs to. The problem is whether or not you can actually get enough people to agree with it. Then at that point, I would suggest that they're not even going to allow that conversation to be had within the democratic system. That decision is going to be made for them by the technocrats. They will make an overarching decision, and that's the implementation. So we're kind of at this point where science justifies itself, and then the reasons why they actually bring in the technology and the use and tools by which to defeat it is decided by a technocratic class that sits above us. The scientific endeavor, dude, is really, it is leading to all sorts of chaos in the world. I don't even know how to say this to you guys. I know if I'm on a little bit of a whirlwind here, but I'm just kind of thinking about the big picture.
A little bit. I don't know how we got to the technocrats. That's possible.
That's what scientism wants. You want technocrats making decisions. Dude, just look at the pandemic.
Sure,
who made decisions about whether or not the politicians? Who made decisions about whether or not the politicians should basically say whether or not you get injected? The technocrats. The technician. No, it was the technicians. The politicians referred to the technicians.
Who decided what?
Pardon?
It was who decided what, you said?
The people who decided whether or not the whole country could be vaccinated or not. It was made on a decision that was the politicians suggested that the reason why we should incorporate mass vaccination was based on the evidence and provided by the scientists. This is a technocratic institution.
Provided by. Yeah, what could it have been based on? Assuming that the pandemic was true and all that, right? From that framework, if the politicians actually believed in it, who would they go to get information on what decisions to make? Doesn't that make sense?
They could go to the priests, they could go to the community, they could ask anyone else, but at the end of the day, those politicians said that we trust science. That was their position, man. We trust the science. That's literally what they said. That was the message.
Yeah, but why are you laughing? Why is that absurd to you? It's a sign. If again, in the framework that this all actually happened, why is that an absurd thing to? Why would you go to the priest to know how a pandemic is going to spread through the population? What are they going to add to that conversation exactly?
Okay, fair call. Fair criticism. I would say that before you would invoke such a necessary invocation on personal privileges, the way that one should be able to sort of freely roam about the world, you would possibly pass it through a vote, right? You would go through a pretty sort of existential sort of process in order to actually check whether or not what you're doing is righteous and valuable. They don't do this. They bypass all part of that. So they
Yeah,
invoke
trouble with that.
science. They invoke the trust of the science. They invoke the peer review process, and bada bing, bada boom. I mean, you're dealing with technocrats. I don't actually think we're dealing with politicians. I mean, I think we're dealing with actors, but separate topic.
Sure. I think ultimately it is the politicians. They're going to be informed by the technocrats, perhaps by the scientists. The problem with going to the people for a vote on whether they want their rights encroached is that they're always going to say no to that. Obviously, like it's the same with the priests. The priests are going to give you a religious framework in which to make decisions. The people are going to give you a populist framework in which to make decisions. And if those decisions end up harming the population, I could hear the argument for why that mass voice might be ignored.
Okay.
I mean, technically, we do that for all laws, right? Any law is technically an encroachment on your ability to be more free, right? But we draw that line where it encroaches on the freedom of others in most cases, or when it encroaches on the wealth of corporations or whatever. But we do draw that line.
No. But it
You
seems
say
to
at this point,
benefit the wealth
population
of the
can no longer.
corporations you just invoked. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in, but like, isn't it kind of curious that these decisions always seem to benefit the corporation profit line? Like,
No,
this
it's
is
not
what I
great.
got out of the pandemic,
They
man.
spend more money
Like,
on lobbyists.
yeah, but that's a self-fulfilling prophecy in so much as like you're dealing with marketeers and marketers can market to marketers. And at that point, you're just all joking each other off. And well, we know what that looks like. It's a big circle
Yeah, but
joke
you know
at
what
the
a
top.
lobbyist is, right? Like a lobbyist is just somebody who goes in front of Congress and makes a case. If you funnel all the money you have in lobbying for a particular decision, you're going to get more sway with the policymakers. And people with more money have more sway, and that's why we have the situation that we're in right now. But it doesn't mean that lobbying necessarily in and of itself is bad, right? Even
Okay. Do you acknowledge that
unions are
people with more money have more sway within Congress?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So if you can make it a false profiteering mechanism that feeds back sort of, like if you make more people sick, they'll come and get your, they'll buy your product more so because like really sick people have a lot of trouble, right? Like the feeling of being sick, you do. The feeling of being sick, people pay like thousands and thousands of dollars not to feel sick. And you can provide that, you've got a lot of sway. So all you're then
but at
doing
the
is
same
actually
time,
controlling the human experience. This is what the medical system is to me. Like as far as like they have pharmaceutical products that can sort of make you feel less sick or more sick or whatever the case may be, as far as the testing results are concerned, and they can just feed into this system.
So
And
there's
this
a
is
couple
what
of things
science.
to consider there. Like, firstly, people don't want to be sick, like you said, and they're going to buy a product so long as it makes them not feel sick, right? If they buy a product and it makes them feel worse, that then is going to lead to whoever's selling that thing losing money, right? So there's an aspect to this where we can't forget that medicine, to some degree, works, right? Now that people take advantage of this and sort of need the system, not need like any need, like massage the system to get more money than they would if they were just being honest and treating sick people. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But there's problems in the system that need to be addressed as what they are. And if we work under the framework that it's all a hoax and that it's only people making profit, you're not going to fix the actual problem, right? Because there's a solution in there, but we need to identify what the crap is around it and get rid of that without tearing down the whole thing. Because then you're just going to have sick people.
Yeah, but then like you're dealing with the issue of like too big to fail sort of principles. Like you're not willing to actually tear down the whole infrastructure and reinterpret what health is. because you think that there's a little bit of valuable product somewhere within the niche of it, right? Like you're going to be really stuck. Like this is very intergenerational as well. Like I'm going to say, this is not something that you can work out necessarily within your own lifetime. The only reason I would even presume to have any sort of analysis of this is because I can look into the historical documents. This is an operation of health, like an understanding of how health works that has incurred itself over generations.
Yeah, but
Do you
again,
get where
I
I'm
think
coming
there's going to be but I think there's a way to look at this that factors in the complexities of the whole thing. Like it's a big, complicated, messy system, and I really do, that it were as simple as burning the whole thing to the ground and starting
Oh,
fresh.
fantastic. No, you don't
It's
need to
not
do
that
that,
simple.
man. You just need to ask the question, does science actually solve the underlying problems? Or is it just making more and more problems? And if it is making
No.
more and more problems, then it's not simplifying the problem, it's making more problems by which to actually profiteer from. Like this is like what science is to me now, right? Dude, and I've been right in
Yeah,
it,
I
dude.
get
I
that.
was all for science, dude. I've had the master's degree and everything. The issue is, like, for me, science actually doesn't seem to actually be doing what it suggests that it's doing. It claims to be narrowing down to the solution, is actually opening up the problems. And if you go look at Francis Bacon and Nova Organum, it literally states that the frontier of science is that of which to create problems. It wants to torment nature in order to reveal the way that nature works. This is it's very deep, man. Like I haven't fully come to terms with what the nature of this is, but if what Francis Bacon says in a couple of little statements in Nova Organum is true, science has got nothing to do with solving problems. It's actually about creating problems. Because through the creation of problems, it creates endeavors in like the ways in which the man can overcome nature. And then you get into the whole transhumanistic sort of agenda. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on within that. But
Yeah, I got to go real quick, but I think, guys, this is just where you and I disagree. I don't think it's, pardon me, I don't think it's just creating problems. I think it is actually solving problems. I think in solving problems, you might end up with more problems, but not more than you started with. I think whatever you're trying to solve, how you implement those solutions is going to be, I guess you would say, informed by the scientific approach to what those problems are and what solutions can be made and which solutions are best. And then the decisions on which solutions to implement is probably going to be more of a political issue, but the science in and of itself, I think, is refining towards solutions, or at least informing those refinements. But if
I
you
appreciate
don't
where you're coming
see
from there.
science as that, yeah, I think then sure you're going to come to the conclusion you've come to.
I appreciate the discussion. We differ, and look, I look forward to the future discussions on this topic.
Indeed.
Rick,
Yeah, it's been good.
Rick Ski,
What's up?
how you doing?
I'm good. What's going on?
Good. Yeah, not much. I've got an interesting input for all the commies out there. If there's any communists in the chat,
They would never admit to it, okay? They don't even know they're commies. That's the whole thing. Like,
well, because I work a lot in the business side of things, so I always see how to create markets. The whole theory behind it all. And to create a market, you have a problem. So to exploit capitalism, there has to be problems for markets. So using science to create problems and the business come along with solutions, you've got a nice sustainable ecosystem there that
yeah,
that
perfect,
basically
man.
feeds itself. But I'm
This is
definitely
like
not a communist. I
capitalism
am.
and scientism. Like they are like kind of complementary flavors within the social engineering paradigm, I suppose.
You
That
say that
do
again, sorry.
complement each other. The scientism, the outcomes of science, seem to benefit like profiteering motives. So they're
Yeah.
complementary flavors. I think you're a cook or something. Like I don't know. That's what's on your like.
Yeah, no,
Whatever you.
it's interesting that, and if you look at like how fascism kind of came about and the way it's there, it's kind of it goes into that quite a bit actually, and actually they called the very word what's it called organization. Yeah, it came from the fascist kind of ideologue. So it's interesting how we use the same terms there as well.
Organization. So, like sort of.
Well, it's what is it? It's let me remember. It's been a while since it was back at uni when I went over this. I've got to remember. There's I forget the word. Bear with me. I'll find the word. I'll let you have other conversations.
That's all right, bro. No doubt. It's a fucking strange world. It kind of does surprise me now that I'm on this side of the fence that more people actually really can't see what's kind of going on there. But, you know, you got to be kind of careful with what you know and what you think other people know.
I've got it. It's syndicalism, which basically means corporation, not organization. And the roots of fascism came out of like the doctrine of socialism. I'm sure you're probably aware of that. People try and
Well,
say it's a far right ideology, but
well, this is the thing, right? Like, we've got the idea of separation of church and state. That's like an old feudal system.
yeah,
The idealized sort of position that the church and the state were actually separate, that the church gave the mandate for the king to rule, and so the king ruled within the sort of material world, and that the church ruled within the spiritual world, and that was considered to be a balanced sort of means of deriving, I don't know, whatever decisions need to be made. We now seem to have moved into, what is it like? I don't know what's taking
corporativism.
over. Yeah.
So yeah, it's where the arbiters of power are at that time, and that's kind of see. I'm thinking. I've been thinking the same thing, exactly what you're thinking, just recently, and it just because I know that people kind of piggyback off of Christianity doing a lot of killing, and I just think there's people out there that want power. They piggyback off the arbiters of power. Obviously, during like the Crusades and going through that period, there was a lot of power in the hands of like Christianity. So the arbiters of power go there. Now the arbiters of power have switched to corporations. So that's kind of what we're seeing. Bill Gates having big influence and people like that now. That's what I see it as anyway.
Yeah. I was trying to work out, like, they've got broad categories, and I'm just like assuming that they've changed the names of the categories essentially within the historical concept. It's kind of
Yeah,
like
it's pretty perfect system, isn't
like
it, for them?
was it like religion? Religion espouses that, like, you know, oh, it's got a deity and God and theology and all the rest of it. But then you go ask the scientists about why they think about the way they think about things, and the analogies between science and religion are just, they're so curious. And I do find it interesting that, like, Matthew Learns and a couple of, like, Red Cloud was here earlier, espousing both the religious book and scientism and trying to claim both sides. Like, I've pushed
Didn't the
the
scientific
envelope.
method didn't the scientific method come out of religion, out of Christianity? I've heard people say that. Like it was originally like it was someone apparently there's a verse where you're saying look to the stars or something. Apparently that meant the scientific method.
A lot of stuff did, yeah. So you got that guy who came up with the Big Bang Theory, and he was a Catholic priest. I can't remember
Yeah.
his name. And then you had a couple of other things though. Um,
Yeah, so
at
it
the tip
doesn't
of my
it doesn't surprise that there's kind of parallels within religion and scientism, as you call it, because if it
It's the
came
thing,
from
like
that very thing, then
they're very amorphous in their structure, and they're hard to analyze and like cross-analyze with previous historical states of mind. But I really don't feel like we like this. I mentioned the claim before. Is like, I mean, was it? I mean, as far as evolution is concerned, like the primary sort of interpretation, like we haven't changed the brain size to the body size in the last 200,000 years, but then all of a sudden, in the last apparent 100 years, we've gone from terrestrial activity to sort of, you know, the moon shit. It kind of, I think that these things are just like amorphizing themselves within the sort of sociocultural structure. Like whatever religion is, like people say, "Oh, I'm not religious." It's like, nah, yeah, that you got a religion, whatever your claim is that you say you're not religious. Like there's still a structure inside that human being that is denoting itself to the way that truth works. And you're pretty delusional if you think you can get away with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just. Maybe. I've looked at it for long enough from a number of different scopes. I'm pretty arrogant in that sense that I'd be willing to claim that. But people just don't recognize that they've still got a religious opinion inside of them, a thing that they believe in that they can't justify. I mean, I just call it religion because, whatever.
yeah, it's like axioms, isn't it? It's kind of the base of
Just
what you believe is not actually, well, it's an axiom. It's not, you just accept it to be true. You've not actually gone into detail whether it is or it isn't true. It's kind of like the fundamental pillars
Yeah.
of where all knowledge
Yeah.
is like stemmed from.
I don't like invoking religion in that sense, like, because when I say religion, people think like, Catholic Church or like, Christianity or whatever. There's got to be a separate term for that, but we just haven't been provided with that term. And I don't know how to denominate that sort of, like what you might refer to as a irrational belief. I don't know how to denote that. I mean, it's just lacking in this is why I think that language is also very important. It's been necessarily left out of the language.
Yeah, I know. I agree to that to some extent, and I think that it can be used to further agendas and stuff at the same time. When we're talking about science, anyway, and like the same with religion, it depends how the person that wants to utilize it at that time does so. I think that's how I see it. But I'm quite interested. So you're a flat earther, aren't you?
Look, I don't sort of claim the term flat Earth, but just based on everything, it seems reasonable enough to me that they're lying about the nature of the world.
So you don't you don't believe in religion then, or do you believe in a god, or do you not like God? Like what's your stance there?
I'm down for God, man. I'm down for a creator. That's all sweet and good to me. It seems reasonable that something sits beyond us to create the reason and purpose. I just don't know what that is, but I think that's actually kind of the nature of being. You're kind of born into a world where you sort of you got to work it out for yourself. So, I mean, whatever that God is, I suppose. Um, yeah, I wouldn't defer to anything that's been sort of necessarily sort of wrote of and spoken of too highly. It's there's too much manipulation in the world for me. I don't know. I'm still trying to work that out, man. Frankly.
Yeah, it's one of those questions I don't think you'll ever get an answer to. It's beyond our level of the scope of which we can observe that, isn't it? I think so. It's kind of
The whole point, though, isn't it? Like, that's what the reality's there for. I don't know. I could be just invoking things like that's the purpose because I rationalize that that's the purpose. Other people just got their book, man. And like the book is good. I like the book. I don't mind the idea of the instruction manual. How about you? Like, it doesn't seem unreasonable the notion like that it would be an instruction manual, but
I think it's good. Like I think that yeah, you look at societies that follow that kind of doctrine. they usually work out pretty well. Like the West, when we've not got people trying to anyway, take over the other countries. But I think they're like the people themselves in those societies, excluding like the politics and the political kind of arm. I think those kind of countries are usually, it's they do really well. Like if you look at the West, I think generally, or at least like 50 years ago, we were doing really well. Now things seem to be shifting to this secularist kind of interpretation of there's no actual reality. It can be anything, and I think everything seems to be falling apart now. But I don't know.
That's
I
an
don't think we can know unless we know who like these people's intentions are that actually make these decisions for us, and they have the knowledge. They've got the power. We're just a pawn in the battlefield, really. So I don't really like to speculate around that, but it can be fun to do so, I guess. But,
Someone else want to jump in? No? Okay. Did like the
I wanted to
notion of
go on.
what's that?
Sorry, I wanted to ask, taking back Eden, a question if he's around, if conversation's kind of dying off.
Yeah, go for it. Eden,
He's
you around?
listening. I don't think he's about. No worries.
I'll answer for him, Papa Bluff. I'll answer for Eden. Ask me the question.
It was it wasn't a question because basically last time I spoke, I told him about. He was talking about what's that thing where you sleep and you don't know if you're asleep or not. What's it called? You're I forgot the word now. My brain
Limbo.
today. Sorry.
I don't know, limbo? Is it sort of
No.
not lucid dreaming?
Sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis.
Sleep paralysis. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the one. Sleep paralysis. So they was talking about. There was a girl in there that she said she experienced it before, and I've actually experienced it before. And I was actually thinking back to another time where basically they was using why you'd use like Jesus' name to like help you, and it kind of makes things better, which is interesting because when I was in the having the dream, and then it was just like a weird, like you feel like you're stuck to the bed, you can't move, you feel like you're awake, but you don't know if you're awake or asleep. It's proper weird. But what like initiated that was my mate got a Ouija board. I'm not sure if anyone's done a Ouija board here. Do you know what a Ouija board is?
I did it when I was like 13. Never since.
Did you experience anything?
Nah, we just made it
Yeah.
up and kind of scared the shit out of each other. But
Yeah.
I think people do have experiences with it.
Yeah, so my mate bought. So we basically, I used to go to my mate's house like quite late at night, and we used to do some mixing with music and all that. And he used to like get high when we were doing it. He used to like it was pretty mental. And this one time he bought a Ouija board. And then the dog was terrified of this Ouija board. Like he wouldn't go in the room with the Ouija board. And then that was that night when I came back and when I slept. I had the proper weirdest thing ever where, what's it called again? When you sleep paralysis. Yeah, I had sleep paralysis and I wanted to wake up and I couldn't. And it was only after like invoking Jesus' name. And I was like, God save me. Because it was like proper, it was terrifying. And then it was only after invoking his name, I kind of woke up. So it's interesting, like why his name comforts you, obviously there's some good to that. Obviously he has got like a positive kind of renaissance about him, so it can be used as like at least a coping mechanism for certain people. So I guess there's there are some benefits alongside that with religion as well. You can use it as a coping mechanism. It's not just about like the teachings itself.
Yeah, I'm not religious or anything, but I would definitely use that as a tool if I was in that situation.
But yeah, when it's proper weird because if you ever experienced sleep paralysis, you like, yeah, you kind of want to wake up, but you feel like you're glued to the bed and you just lay there and you're trying to, but it's like you're too scared to wake up. That's what I felt like. Anyway, I was too scared to move, but I wanted to, but I couldn't. And then there was this like weird object in the corner of the room staring at me. Yeah, it was proper weird. And so I must have been laid there what felt like hours, and then it was only after I was like, Jesus, come save me, God, please help me. It was only after like invoking God I kind of woke up from it. But yeah, it was a totally weird experience. And I've always under the impression it was being in the presence of a Ouija board that caused that. I'm probably just talking shit, but I find that weird how that very night he brought a Ouija board out, and it's not because he was doing drugs, because I didn't do the drugs. It was he thought he would be clever and he was on drugs. He was like, let's do a Ouija board. And I'm like, fuck that, no. But yeah, I'd be interested to see anyone's experiences with Ouija boards, to be honest. And I know there's that cat lass, she pops in here, she does shit like that. I've never actually spoke to her though, but would anyone be open to doing a Ouija board? I'm not promoting it, by the way.
I do a Ouija board. Good or bad, like I don't know, people say things about it that I haven't experienced personally, so
Yeah.
Well, it just brings the question of what are you summoning? You know, the whole everyone concept is like they're bringing up the dead, ghosts, but then people say it's the demons. So you know, you guys are kind of talking that you guys don't. Do you believe in evil, or is this just another creator? You know, the opposite of it, the destroyer of life. What are you summoning by playing this? Are you summoning demons or ghosts, or just something in your imagination that you kind of hypersensitive of yourself?
Yeah, that's it, innit? It's like, is it just a play on the mind or something? I don't know. But I definitely think you are opening yourself up to something, like you're making yourself vulnerable for something. I'm not sure exactly what, but
Right, like fear, right? Like they say, fear is a low vibration for to be easily manipulated by fear. So by the playing the Ouija board, you know, I don't know, what are you trying to? You're scared, or you're kind of like implying it, like you bring these great spirits.
well, it's
yeah,
interesting. So, are you familiar with was it King James version of the demonology?
no, but go ahead.
Well, but prior to the publishing of the King James version of the Bible, that particular king was prominent for the production of the what was it, demonology book.
Right. Never even heard of it.
Look up demonology, King James, you'll find it pretty quickly. So it turns out the same guy that sort of released the King James Bible, the most published book in the world, wrote a book prior to that called Demonology, and it was sort of advocation for being weary of the arts of the dark, or dark arts for that matter.
So he wasn't like promoting it; it was just kind of speaking around it. What was the intention of the book?
Against it. So I
Right.
like look, I got a very loose theory on this, but it's basically that the dark arts, which are those that are practiced against us now, through various magical sort of incantations through the language, etc., things that you see on the TV. These are sort of I don't know, I just kind of feel like it's like a form of technology. You can engage with it, or you don't know anything about it, so you become so sort of like, I don't know. I see my parents with a computer, and they don't know what the fuck's going on. Right? I gotta fix it up constantly for them. But if there was such a thing as the ability to sort of interact with a spiritual aspect of this world, I would go so far as to say that the demonology book was trying to advocate that people don't engage with that, such that they separate themselves from that spiritual world.
Right.
So it's almost as if like they sort of separated us from an aspect of the world through that sort of interpretation, and then they sort of start like through aspects of the Bible, because you haven't got the alternative interpretation, these mystical arts just become more and more sort of like either you believe in them or you don't believe in them. And it gets a bit squirrely from there. But essentially,
Well,
yeah.
so you think just by you believing it's true makes it true, kind of? So you kind of building your own reality that way, or do you think it's actually tapping into something?
I think like if you were properly taught how to deal with that technique, that you could possibly like sort of garner information and knowledge from it. But you're made so scared of dabbling within any aspect of that world that well, I mean, you just don't. You don't want to because you're scared of it, which leaves you vulnerable to sort of some of the techniques that are possible within it. It's kind of like what would be a good example? I can convince you of a lot of stuff through a TV, but if you knew that some of what the TV was fake, then it's much harder to convince you of it. So they took away an aspect of the reality. And in essence, it's not to say that it's necessarily good or evil. It's just to say that you should have maturity and experience within that experiential realm. What they did is they took that away and made it nothing but fear from that particular aspect. So
You think to make people stay away from it, basically?
sure, yeah. It's
That's
a
interesting.
tool, a technique, like a technology of sorts, and you don't even know how to use it.
Well, if people were, even if it was a bad thing, right, and people knew tapping into this, even if it was bad, and just knowing that there is a spiritual world, then it'd be harder to take people away from the idea of there's not a God and towards the Big Bang, right? So even if just the very nature of there being a spiritual realm, so to speak, even if it is bad and you don't want to get involved in it, it is more beneficial to hide that, I would say, if you want to sell this globe kind of Big Bang religion parallel to that.
It's like a mature thing, like, right? Like, how would you say, like you overprotect your kids, or like the way that people raise dogs now. Like I've gone to farms. I haven't lived on a farm or anything, but I've gone to farms, and the dogs there are completely different to your domesticated pet. They're so different just in their characteristics. So it's like man has been domesticated in that sense.
Yeah.
And there is a whole spiritual realm that you can run around in the farmland of the spiritual realm that you've been cut off from. It's not to say that it's not potentially dangerous to go there. Like it has consequences, but you've been cut off from it for so long that well, you're immature to it, and you just keep barking about things that you don't understand.
Have you heard of Aleister Crowley?
Of course.
Yeah. Have you looked into his stuff?
Looked into it?
Yeah. Like he wrote a book. He's got some of
I
his
haven't read
like.
it, right? So like,
Well, his
no,
book is just like, yeah, it's like the devil Bible. Really, it's basically like you are God. Do what you want. Have all these sex orgies.
Do what they will, to I think.
Yeah, that's the one. Do what thy will. Yeah. But it's very interesting actually, because obviously he's been promoted quite a bit, and he was on the front cover of the Beatles album. And actually, do you know Led Zeppelin's drummer? He bought his old house. He said that there was like weird stuff happening at the house when he was there. So it's quite interesting when you look into it, and the people that actually do delve into it. It's, I don't know if it's true or not, but definitely his teachings aren't good. Do what thy wilt isn't a good message to internalize.
I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like, do what they wilt.
Well, it's like discipline's a very prominent teaching in like religious circles, isn't it? And it's kind of like, I would say it's like the polarity, the complete opposite of that. It's like And to do good things, you have to discipline yourself. You have to discipline yourself to be a better person. You know, everything good comes out of discipline.
I would
And
say
if
to
you,
do
Well,
great,
shooting.
anything great, like would like do what they will. Like, see there's an interesting dynamic that they're proposing there. Is that it's not like you can just do whatever you will, but if you can will it into nature and will it into being, then it it becomes. This is like kind of like you look at the fabrication of the music sector and the arts, as far as that's concerned, like they just like they push it into being.
yeah,
Well,
and I think some things should be left.
well,
That's all.
there's a lot of things that you can do in this world, right? But it's mostly skills. Like, what skills do you want? You just say, well, I just want to write how to sell a boat, right? It's just not like I can do it. It does take skill and discipline to do it. Oh, but if you want to start doing like I want to know how to kill people real quick, that's still a skill. You know, of course, maybe to how to go by it, or, you know, maybe it's not very um efficient, but you know, people are willing to do that. It's still a skill. Some people just don't like it. But I think it just depends where do you want to take your skill at.
Yeah, but I think discipline goes deeper than just like a skill. Obviously, you've got your code of morality. You've got, you know, and that's kind of where I'm looking at it from. And but I completely agree with what you're saying. You can be disciplined and be an absolute monster at the same time. But I think like the code of ethics and morality, discipline kind of ties quite closely with that at the same time as being able to.
I think it's just to have sympathy for others. I think that's all it comes down to.
What do you mean, sympathy for others?
Okay, so what's an action that's not moral but doesn't hurt anybody?
Something that's not moral but doesn't hurt anyone. Perhaps. I don't know. You tell me. I've got some things in my head, but it's all rude, so I'm not going to go down that.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Go. What was
It
that?
doesn't hurt anyone. It doesn't hurt anyone as so long as you don't spend too much money. You got to not spend too much money, but it
Gambling,
can.
you say?
And yeah, it can hurt somebody.
Right.
So what, taking a loan out or something like, I don't know, for gambling? Like, but that's just not even a skill. That's just
self-harm.
being, yeah, it's like a
skill specifically.
I was thinking like a more of a skill, but yeah, gambling. That's like you're just failing of not learning your mistakes. But of course, yeah, that's a risk. That's a risk of gambling. I don't know what kind of type of gambling, like stocks or football, rig games, horse racing. I think that's still a skill.
Would you say, like, yeah, it is a bit of a risk, isn't it? If you know what you're doing, though, and you're investing your money, so it's like in these, you know, in the financial realm of things, then I don't think there's obviously risk there, but you can mitigate risk. I think, like, when you're gambling, like, let's say that you're playing poker or something, there's still skill there, isn't there? So, yeah, you do get good poker players, but is that the same? I'm not sure.
But I was talking about like immoral, because people. Do you think gambling is a moral risk?
If it's within your means, then I'd say it's probably okay.
Look at I can't tell someone not to gamble, but I can tell when there's a problem. So
yeah,
you know, that's kind of where it comes from. Look, I engage in activities that people have problems with, so I'm no bearer of judgment in that regard.
Yeah.
Well, because you're saying when we're learning the dark arts, right? You know, that's immoral, but your intentions is what? To harm other people or to manipulate and gain power from other people, right? But that's what you're saying, because it's immoral because you're not having sympathy for it. Like, you just don't care what other people think, what you do to other people, and we say that that's immoral.
Well, I think if you do what thou wilt, like the kind of interpretation that I get from it is that because Aleister Crowley doesn't really talk about morals and ethical codes, it's more about like sex orgies. If you're trying to kind of put things into existence, like will things into existence. I think, and you're not going by a moral code when you do that. I think it will always be negative. But like if you're talking about discipline, which is kind of, I think that comes more out of like religious circles. You know, the moral code is taught alongside it and it's kind of ingrained into it. So you would only go down a positive kind of direction. It's not to say that you can't, but I think generally, if you're following the code of discipline alongside the doctrine that it teaches discipline, you could, if you do it correctly, there's only one outcome, and that's good. Whereas if you're doing what thou wilt and you're not taught a code of morals alongside that, then it could end up anywhere, pretty much.
Like, do you think that the like Catholic Church though operates by a sort of like what's their moral conduct and things like I think these things are all debatable.
Yeah, I don't really like the Catholic Church. I think
that's why I bring it up, man, because
so I don't think they teach actually what I see. I can't really speak too much on this because I don't really know, but from what I've seen, I don't think they really do. Because like the Trinity, and I know there's a lot of like Trinitarians that really believe it and wholeheartedly like follow that, but that's not in the Bible, is it? It's kind of mentioned the three kind of things, but it's not taught in the way that the Catholic Church teach it and the saints and all that. So it seems that they've kind of distorted. From what I've seen anyway, the little knowledge that I have on this, it seems like they have distorted it in a way to kind of be them to be the arbiters of power, right? Because you have to go and you have to, when you do the sin, you go to one of them priest guys and you go in and confess, and they put themselves in between you and the scriptures, and you kind of, they're now the person that you go to. So they've kind of framed it in a way that actually gives them power. Whereas why wouldn't you want to speak directly to God? Why would you pray to a saint and that gives you a message to God? Why wouldn't you pray directly to the God? You know, just little things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because in the end, you have authority. You have the power, like they say.
Do you question the fact that demonology was released by King James and sort of inferred all of, like, that's what I find really interesting, right? It's like, if this is a possibility for the like, as far as the human experience is concerned, to engage with this beyond the sort of necessary like material realm, right? And these people have ostracized that potential connectivity. It seems to me that it may be that the purveyors of like religious sentiment are making something that should kind of actually be within your human experience. They're ostracizing you from that. It's like it's almost like there's a potentiation for me that it's necessary for you to live a fulfilled life through connecting with whatever they're ostracizing within the spiritual connection, such that like they're disconnecting you from that, and that was just that was like the precept before scientism came along. Essentially, is like this is where we kind of got the scientism problem from, if I can say it that way.
Yeah.
Like the material.
But I definitely think there's value in the scientific method, like to kind of establish like cause and effect relationships to help us. But yeah, how do we want to use that in our favor, or how do people want to use that in favor? You create theories which completely go against the raw data in question, and then you have corrections to that data. Yeah, you manipulate the raw data, make it bend in your favor. So, because I don't think science does actually go in the favor of these people, but with enough propaganda, you can make people believe anything pretty much.
See, like this, I don't know. I don't like the idea of. I mean, anyone that wants to claim science, just look into what science claims and what it wants to do in its philosophical grab within the rational mind. Like what it's trying to actually rationally prophesize to the way that we should behave is a philosophical instantiation, as far as I'm concerned. It's like it creates the means, but like, would it be like? No, it articulates the way we should behave in the world. That's what science sort of seems to propose to me. And it's
There's
without
like the
ethics.
social sciences. Well,
Yeah,
kind of. Yeah.
it constantly claims like to try to be amoral and unethical. Sorry, it doesn't claim to be unethical, but it actually does do a lot of unethical things. I can't come to terms with it anymore. And like even on the flat Earth,
Oh,
like if
that's a
someone's on
good
flat
one.
wanting to claim science, it irks me now. And
Well,
this is only the last years or so. Sorry, like last year or
well,
so.
that's a good one, right? Something that you try to do something good for the world, but in the same time that weaponize it, like an airplane, right? Oh,
Yeah.
that's great. Let's just put bombs on it, right? It's like, yeah, they weaponize stuff. Like, well, of course, they can come from true intentions, but yeah, they weaponized a lot of the inventions from science.
It's not from science though, man. Like, why do you
All
want to?
right. All right, science. Oh, I don't know. If you look, if I wanted to, if I did not know about airplanes and I see a bird, I want to fly too. So yeah, maybe I'll get my idea from nature. But how can I bring that to reality? Of course, told us the story about the Wright brothers, how they figured out an airplane works. But soon
Yeah, with
that came about.
which was quite interesting actually with the Wright brothers, because I think they did it on like a £4,000 budget back then, and there was a guy that was working in the US government and he got given loads of funding and couldn't figure it out. So it was interesting how this invention came from the Wright brothers, yet where they did have unlimited funding, they couldn't figure it out. So the American government was trying to figure it out at the same time. I think they spent like 200,000 at that time, which is quite a lot back then.
Yeah, you can be all conspiracy too as well. It's like they already had the technology; they just had to give it a story how that came about.
You're reading my mind.
I know, for conspiracy. You have to give to the right story so they can take out the technology.
It's
It's
getting
like
to
they
this.
say.
As far as conspiracy is concerned, I'm like, if it makes too much sense, I'm like, something's wrong here. So anyway, I don't know how to
Well,
make head of this shit.
the mind can go very. It's a very. They can go very imagination, man. They do have a lot of imagination.
That's my like really one of the my primary argumentary points is like the space within the mind is far more vast than that which is out there. Like it's all happening within you. It's like if you think that black holes are real, it's because you've imagined them to be real. If you think dark matter's real, it's because you've imagined, like you've rationalized it within the field of the mind, not within actual physics and tested it. It's happening inside your imagination. That's all it is. This is how they get away with all this propaganda bullshit.
Well, it's like they say they bring something from reality to bring out from you, but in the same time, it's from you to make the reality that itself. It's like this picture of the hand drawing the other hand. Like the other hand needs
I like that
to
one.
draw the
Yeah.
other. Yeah, you don't know which one comes first. It's just like the whole chicken and the egg.
Have you ever thought? I was thinking about this earlier today when the guys were discussing things. Right? It's like, could it be such that the human imagination is the thing that actually crafts reality? And if they can convince enough people that the globe is real, they haven't gotten there yet, but if they can convince the imagination of enough human beings, like we manifest reality, right? This is what human beings do. Like we craft matter into our material objectives. could it be such that, like, within this reality, that if you convince enough people that it's a globe, it starts actually becoming a globe? Is that possible? I don't know. It's just a crazy idea I have.
Well, that's the whole concept of celebrities, right? Like if you get convince a lot of people to say your name, to convince you that you are a celebrity, all powerful, rich, they're actually giving you the power to be becoming that celebrity because you convince enough people. So it's basically them telling your name.
Oh, there's
So
definitely a little bit of that going on for sure.
yeah, there was some. I think in Mexico, there's a celebrity says. I think she kind of said, "Oh, it's their name. We gather energy from our fan base. That's what it is. Let them say your name. That's what when you call like Michael Jackson, you already know it's already in your head. When I say Mr. Beast, you already know who I'm talking. Maybe the majority knows who I'm talking about. Coca-Cola, right? That's another one. You already know what I'm talking about. It's already embedded in your mind.
It's like the what was that phenomenon called? Wait, Mandela effect. It's like the Mandela effect on steroids. Like, if they can convince enough people it's a globe, it actually becomes a globe, and that's the project. That's why they did the moon landings, to convince a bunch of people to like it's a globe, and then like as they keep going, eventually reality actually will start becoming a globe. And then by the end of it, they're just sitting there going like, "We told you it was a globe," and it's a globe apparently. I'm not sure. Like, I don't think they can actually do that, but it's just an interesting idea. Mandela effect is sort of actually sort of, if you can, what is it? If you can affect enough people with an idea that, because of the nature of reality, that human beings craft reality into existence just through enough people believing in the same thing, that actually becomes.
Do you have evidence for this?
No.
No, you
Except
do. You kind of do. The whole placebo effect.
it's a scary proposition to me, like as far as the outcome of that potentiality. So,
Well, you got the placebo effect. That's a good one for evidence. You heard of the placebo effect, the sugar pill?
yeah, sure.
Is it more effective just thinking that you're healthy instead of taking some random pill or some pill that says it's going to alleviate some pain?
If enough people take the globe pill, then the whole world actually becomes a globe. It's like, oh shit.
I think that like truth and reality is absolute, but I think obviously our perceptions can interfere with that and distort that. But I think if you have a perception of something, there is like a connection, so you can kind of manipulate the absolute to an extent. So, for example, with the placebo effect, if you're not very well and you tell yourself you are, you are giving like good vibrations down your body, and you eventually, your brain is very powerful that it heals you. But that's not to say that you can go to the extent that if you keep telling yourself you're a bird, you can eventually fly.
I've got one friend of mine in life, and goddamn, he's willed himself into existence in so many ways. Like mad, like sort of injuries, and he always finds the sunny side of life, and like good on him. Well done. I can't fault him on it. And it seems to serve him well. So it's just like one of those things, eh?
Well, I think, like I said, it just goes back to the whole concept that, of course, I cannot think myself as a burden. I will become a bird. But if I get enough people, I don't know. Do I still become the bird? If I give it millions of people that I'm a bird?
Only if you're a woman and you say you're a man. That's only when it applies.
That is true. But it's funny that we go to other people to actually verify. Hey, do you see me as a bird or do you see me as a woman? Nah, you're more of a woman. Okay. We go for that extra society approval, right?
You're actually arguing quite a good case for evolution here, because you're saying that if you are a stone, and even though you've not got a mind, because we all evolved from stones, right? So even if you're a stone and then the stone willed itself into something else, which became a fish, then that became a person, you're giving them some artillery there.
Yeah, like real hardcore stoners, that's where they came from, man. They evolved.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Issa, what's going on? What's Trump done recently? You're my Trump news guy.
Yeah, whatever, brother. Just wanted. Yeah, fucking. What? What's up?
Did you buy your Tesla yet?
Oh, whatever. Nah. I mean, I never got into those. I like gas. Fucking yeah, dude. I guess Trump fucking took away Hillary Clinton's clearance or whatever, intelligence clearance or whatever.
What, a bus pass, or like she's not allowed to travel on public transport anymore?
I mean, yeah, I guess there's this one dude who was I just fucking. Let me see the guy's name. It's like there's a congressman that came out, Kurt Weldon, who's coming out talking about 9/11, and he's finally coming out and talking about it. He's, I guess, a congressman or something, or a rep. I forget what. Pardon me. But he was coming out saying about talking about 9/11 and basically how the 51 intelligence asset, the people that Trump, all the people that said that the Biden laptop was Russian disinformation are basically tied into 9/11, and how, like, I guess this congressman, like, he's saying that his son died, and then they threatened his daughter, and they were threatening him, and back in 2006, and he's finally coming out because all these people have been kicked out of government. Trump's kind of the bringing the cover for these guys to be able to come out and finally talk about this shit without them all having private, intelligence. So it's like, they can't just go and fuck with these people because, they've got all the intelligence access.
Do you have what's the guy called that's coming out?
It's a guy named Kurt Weldon, CurtWeldon. And I guess he's recently started to come out and talk about everything because he feels safe enough. And so, like, 9/11 has got a shitstorm coming. Fucking, dude, the guy, fucking Dr. What the fuck is his name? I don't know his name. Dr. So-and-so straight out coming out saying that fucking COVID was used to lower the population. Damn, it didn't fucking.
Yeah. What is he saying about warp speed?
I mean, I told you already. Like, I mean, I guess, I get it. It's like, how come the Black Pope isn't in handcuffs? Risky, like, you know what I mean? How come fucking, they don't have? How come they don't have Satan himself in fucking a jailhouse right now?
Because the greatest he ever pulled was he didn't exist. Okay, like that's the reason.
Well, I mean, it's like, the greatest trick they're pulling now is to get everyone to be so complacent that they blame everything on a bunch of people, and so that you don't do anything.
Yeah, I was talking to
You're
my wife
already
about.
you're already defeated.
Yeah, because I was talking about my wife about the whole corruption thing, the whole concept of Mexico. It's like they have to work with corruption. So you do kind of like do some corruption yourself, but if your intention is to eliminate corruption, yeah, it's pretty hard to eliminate that shit, even though you are corrupted as well. So I think Trump is kind of like, if it's their intentions, like you're saying, everyone is hoping that he's doing what he's doing is to eliminate the corruption or the overspending of government, then yeah, sometimes these leftists or people, it's like, oh fuck that, they're all being all corrupted themselves. But yeah, Isa, I think, I don't know if Trump is actually doing for the right intentions, but we still have that concern, but
Well,
hopefully,
well, the thing that keeps me involved, or like on the Trump side of things, is that like it's literally like there's two sides, and one side's gonna like talks about like protecting your civil liberties and freedom of speech and your right to fucking dissent. And the other side was fucking talking to Facebook, trying to get them to fucking delete your account because you fucking posted about COVID.
Yeah, but
No-
if you're always going to compare yourself to the worst case scenario, then well, you're always going to be on the right side, aren't you? I'm taking cheap shots over here, like
oh, no,
that have been.
say it again. Say it again. I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm unloading shit. Say it again.
Well, if you're always willing to point to the worst case of the opposite scenario, you're always going to be on the right side of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, like that's kind of what you guys are doing. Like, all the defeatists are like that. It's like, if you're going to say, oh, well, government's corrupt and you can't trust a politician. Well, like,
right,
yeah, I guess you know what I mean. It's like, okay, and then like Operation Warp Speed, like that kind of those kind of things. Like, I think those are all tactical. Oh, get back. Tactical things. Get back. That were done by by our system. Plus, you couldn't have fucking Trump. Come in. You couldn't have Trump go against the medical doctors at the time. You know what I mean? Like if he'd have gone like, oh, we're not listening to Fauci, the left would have fucking been like, oh my God, impeach him again under Article 25, whatever the fuck, because he's obviously thinks he's a doctor, but he's not a doctor. You know what I mean? So he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. And then I'm kind of digging the idea that Operation Warp Speed was the whole idea of a military operation putting saline into the shots so that all the people that went to get shots actually didn't get the juice, they got saline. So it didn't actually kill all the people they thought it was going to kill. Because if they'd have fucking been handing out vaccines and everybody started dying, they would have blamed it further on COVID and then fucking clamped down harder. We got away from a triple Jew double bluff. Like, I don't get how people don't get that.
Okay,
But I understand. The only argument against it is, and which I respect, is the idea that like they're going to bring it into some AI fucking nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, some Philip K.
yeah,
Dick fucking, I don't fucking know. But like, as
yeah,
long as they're not telling me I have to get Neuralink, I'm okay with people getting Neuralink if they really want to. As
yeah.
long as my
Okay,
rights are
so you got your
protected,
limits,
man.
bro. But I mean, what is it?
but Issa, you're not gonna get your ChatGPT 24/7 stuck in your brain no more.
Dude, yeah, I came across a recent story of a lady who was an anaesthetist in New Zealand, and her experience was to delay the like she just like kind of like she was told like kind of by a friend or something like don't get it, it's not a good thing. She now wishes that she had have listened to her French because she went and got it. She got it after, however, the provision that was provided within New Zealand of the medical authorities. So she went and got it after all of the other medical people, and she got hammered, man. So it imposes the notion, like as far as that, like just explicit claim is that the shot that was provided for the common folk came like in New Zealand particularly came after the provision for the professionals, and that's the thing that she got hammered by. And she said that not many of her like sort of professional colleagues actually succumbed to anything like her experience. I'll send the video to you. But yeah, it sort of it presumes the notion that there was a different provision of medical supplies to the sort of the nurses and the doctors that was provided to like the general common folk. The only reason why she was provided that is because she took it late. She said she couldn't get it within the hospitals anymore. She had to actually go line up for it. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole, it's like a whole fucking shit show, man. Like, and
Well,
you got fucking Bill Gates talking
the idea. It really does cook the idea that like was it Operation Warp Speed was to sort of what accelerate and facilitate the process in order to reveal the sort of the problem that was at play. Like, dude, I don't know about you, man. Like, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into. I'm pretty chill this evening, so I
I'm
find
of the
it silly.
opinion that, yeah, I think Warp Speed fucking was that whole, like, I'll tell you what, I think they were probably planning to do like Event 209 in like 2028. You know what I mean? And fucking Trump, like, by going in and like, this was their like fail safe plan against the Trump administration because it allowed for them to destroy it allowed for everything, but it was like 5 years too early. And like that's why it was called Warp Speed, because it made them jump before they were ready and expose their position.
Okay, so why have you got Fauci on record about is it 2 or 3 years before that, exclaiming that they needed some form of like what was it, flu-like sort of transmission to occur in order for them to get their new technology into place? Dude, I'm completely findangling that statement, but I do remember that being sort of pretty explicit somewhere. I'll go look it up if someone ever wants to call me out on it. But
Well, no,
Fauci basically said
would,
that like in order for them to get new technology in place, they needed to almost confect of a like something of a pandemic scale incident.
right. And I think like if our intelligence, let's say if there are two like sides to this coin, like then the response would have been to use the cover of what they thought they were doing to get away with, is use that same cover to actually disseminate and expose them. And that's what happened.
Do you know what Inception is?
Not specifically, I'm familiar with the movie, but what? What do you mean?
Yeah, for sure, dude. It's a movie plot right there. The same guy that that's Inception. I don't know specifically. I can't accuse it of Inception, but it sounds a lot like Inception. Like to presuppose the idea and plant an idea like in order to sort of confect the result. So what they saw the play at hand, and then they sort of advanced the play such that they could take advantage of the situation. Dude, that's some like I don't know. That's quantum level chess. I don't even know how to analyze that. That's Hegelian dialectic on steroids. That's what that's what makes me think about that, right? But I can't rule it out because the Hegelian dialectic in and of itself is a diabolical sort of conclusion to really come to about the world. I'm trying to be as fair as possible.
Well, don't get me wrong, Issa. It's like, it's not being defeated mindset that, all governments corrupt. But of course, we're all waiting for the right tools that whatever the government gives us. Of course, I'm kind of like the whole Trump thing. Yes, like I do see good in it, but at the same time, how much rights would he give me? Of course, I'll take as much as I can. It's like when Biden gave those checks, right? Like, of course, I'm gonna take the money. I'm not gonna like deny it. It's like I'm gonna take my 2 weeks of vacation. I'm gonna do all this stuff. I'm just take advantage of whatever they give me. But of course, that goes back to the whole Trump. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just take whatever they give me, good or bad.
Well, I mean, what's interesting too is technically, like, this is why I always talked about cooperative federalism. You have the federal government and the state government, and so the federal government really only has authority in regards to the international relationships of the 50 states. So the federal government is kind of weird how they made everybody believe that the federal government had all this power. But our history is not set up that way. So it doesn't really matter who the fucking president is, except in the sense that they print money and shit. And that's where it gets interesting is in regards to the financial system. And I mean, in one sense, I don't give a fuck. But in another sense, I'm like, oh shit, like all these people that I've hated for who I think did 9/11 and fucking all the rest of the shit are fucking hate this guy. So on the political scene, real or not, movie or not, it's like the people we've been like reading about and condemning throughout history are getting exposed right now. And like that's fascinating. If Biden sends you a check or Trump takes, take the fucking check. I mean, whatever. But also like I've always been, my first thing has always been like understanding the distinguished relationship of your many facets of capacity, i.e., as a U.S. citizen versus not, versus the person that existed before the fucking, you know what I mean? Like, there's like
What
that
are you saying
mental
about
understanding.
Australians, Issa? What are you saying about Australians, bro?
Well,
What,
you're
we're
all
like,
criminals.
we're not like convicts, okay? That's my
Well, yeah.
preferred term.
Yeah, you were
Okay.
all convicted. Your bloodline is full of convicted people that had a day in court and lost.
I
Not
see.
very. That's why you're not very good at being attorneys.
What?
That's why you're not known for being great attorneys. You know what I mean? Like you all got strung up, sent over there on an island, and never quite figured out how to debate your way out of a fucking paper bag.
Do you feel like who's that famous the American, was it the the female in the movie like the, what was her name? Not Brockovich, some other term. Anyway, we've got similar sort of mythos stories that are told to our people.
Erin Brockovich, the
Erin
lawyer.
Brockovich. That's the one. Thank you. Erin Brockovich. We've got similar like sort of mythos that's told within our sort of media story. Kind of interesting like that. That's kind of why I think it's like the Australian sort of like you're outside of the scope of the like the main focus, like the fixation of the globe is all within the American paradigm. And I don't know, like I just wonder whether or not that provides me with a different vantage point, just sort of looking from outside of that sort of zeitgeist. I don't know. What do you guys reckon? I haven't actually thought about this before.
Well, I
Mostly
think like
because I've grown up with the American sort of media so much so, and the connection with the internet is not really occurred to me. But yeah,
well, no, you got to
like
look at
being
like
outside the center of that storm, bro. Like that's a storm, and you're in the middle of it. So hold on.
well, no, I just think like like people have accepted like the idea of the moon landing or all that space stuff as like humanity's achievements. You know what I mean?
Issa,
Nobody's
have you ever seen The Dish?
Dish. No.
The Dish. Look up The Dish. It's a very famous Australian movie. It's like quintessential. It's about how the Australian contribution to the moon landing, like how like a dish in the middle of nowhere in Australia
Yeah, I know about
apparently
that.
sort of was able to sort of reflect this, and it's kind of, you got Sam Neill, the guy from Jurassic Park guys in there. Don't worry, they're playing cricket on the dish. You guys don't even know what cricket is, do you?
Yeah. So it's like a flat stick, right, with the ball.
Something like that.
No, yeah, I heard about that. Like Australia relayed a signal or something for communication or something. Right?
They made a movie about it, bro. That's how much they wanted to indoctrinate you about that topic, and especially the Australian people.
Well, it's like the idea that all the
It's like a
nations were
special dose of
involved. And
indoctrination.
humanity couldn't have done it without everyone. You know, that kind of shit.
Yeah,
Right.
that bullshit.
Well, they had before the moon
The guy
landings.
from
They had a bunch.
Jurassic Park and the dinosaurs was in that movie.
Well, before the
That
moon
same guy.
landings, they had a bunch of movies about space, right, as well. So they could get the idea when we do went to the moon, like it's achievable. So there were all kind of like what's it called, pre-programming or predicting programming? What you guys say?
Yeah, pretty much. It's the like the sort of projection of the human imagination, like beyond its extents. Sort of what happened in the past. Jurassic Park, Sam Neill, and the same guy playing in the same, like a movie about the Apollo missions. Like that guy is so well connected. He got all the like these major roles.
Yeah, I've always looked like the moon landing like the biggest Bernaysian mind fuck in the world. You know, it's kind of funny actually. I had a buddy of mine I was talking to last night. It was a good friend, and he's like, I told him about I got the book I got published. It's like this. It's How to Walk Through Walls and the Special Diet Necessary by Victor Dodovsky. Anyway, and I was telling him about it, and he started getting in on me about like flat Earth and are you still a flat earther kind of thing, and I was like, yeah, we were getting into it a little bit, and he come, and I was just trying to like it literally like it almost came to total loggerheads. Like he was literally like, but like you can really like science is like proven, that like the Earth is like, and I'm just like, oh god, I just was getting so frustrated trying to talk to my real world friend about and I was like, each argument has an anomaly, and permit me one miracle, and I'll give you explain it. And he just wasn't fucking sinking in, and I was like kind of abandoned the argument and like talking about it altogether. And he kept trying to bring it up, and I was like, yeah, no, what are you talking about? Like people don't like it when you challenge the North Korean in them.
Yeah, they don't.
But he still believes the moon landing. He's on that. On that.
Oh, dude, yeah, no. His whole dude, they cope so hard. He was like, "Well, dude, the footage could be real, but like they really went. The footage could be fake, but like they really went to the moon, though." That was his cope, And I was just like, dude, And then it becomes the old like, "Oh, now we're trusting politicians, right?" And then, "Oh, well, no, you don't trust. It's not a politician. It's science." You know what I mean? Like the fucking whole thing wasn't a big political, and this is how they fucked everybody. And it's like, if you're so like, what's that line? You know what I mean? If the truth will kill them, let them die. Um, if people want to
You
fucking,
can't handle the truth. Yeah, that sort of shit, right?
well, just the idea that, like, some people cannot handle the truth,
Yeah.
and so it's
That's
like
why
you
that
have to.
line came about, bro. That's
So
why the media, that's why the Hollywood projected that thing at that point in time. I think
well,
I've
well, I
been
mean,
thinking about that line for a while, man.
dude, just look at it like this. It's like, I mean, like I've said to people before, it's like, if your grandmother's on her dying bed and fucking you're sitting there talking to her, it's like, you're not going to try to like argue with her about fucking whether or not Eric Dubay's 200 proofs is legit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to, like, you know what I mean? And if you are going to argue with your grandmother about whether or not that's the case on her deathbed, you're a piece of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't want to fuck up people's heads. It's like, if you recognize your audience, it's like concede where necessary. I've been in circles where they think it's funny and I just fucking don't care. I don't care. And it's like, and then it's so interesting because you start to get into nerdy shit. Like I started to talk to him. I was like, well, do you know about the Haversine formula? Do you know about Sagittarius? They don't know any of this shit. You know what I mean? And then you make like, and then they look like, and then they act like you're being a dick trying to prove how smart you are because you're going to talk about some interesting shit. They get offended. It's useless. It's like, I swear I've lived like there's two types of fucking people, man. Like, or I don't know
Yeah,
about two
yeah,
types.
yeah, 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 yeah,
That
for
going to
sure.
the woods thing, you go to the woods and you fucking like you see some deer tracks, some deer scat, and you're like, a broken branch, and you're like, oh shit, there's a deer around the corner. And if you're with somebody and you're like, oh, there's a deer around the corner, and then you walk and there's a deer, and then they say, well, how did you know there was a fucking deer? And you say, well, I saw the footprints and I saw the hoof prints and I saw this and I saw that, and that's why I surmised that it was a fucking deer over there. And they'll say, bullshit, you're fucking lying. Because I didn't see the deer track. I didn't see the deer poop. I didn't see the fucking shit. So because all they didn't see it, they think you're full of shit. But if you told them that the magical fairy people that live in the leaves fucking whispered in your ear that there was a fucking deer right over there, they'd be like, no way, there's fairy people in the leaves. Like, they'd accept that.
Well, it's. I know you don't like doing that, right? Of course, you don't wanna dilute the truth so they can start believing it, right? And so some people still do that. They do the magical beast, the magical fairies, and they will believe that kind of stuff instead of a poop they have to sniff or some some hairs on the branch. Like, dude, it's obvious. Look, there's fucking hair on this branch, and there's fucking poop, and it's fresh. The deer's nearby. But like, no, I believe the fairy tale.
But that goes on. And that swings both ways, though. I used to always call it like when flat earthers were so. I'd be like, "Where's your Kundalini fucking hippy dippy figured out the universe spirit, dude?" You know what I mean? Like, if you're such a flat earther, like, you know what I mean? Like, and then I always thought when people got too whatever about things or too clingy to things, like saying gravity doesn't exist. That was like one of my first pet peeves that I attacked, and I was like, gravity fucking exists. You know what I mean? It's literally our argument is against gravitation. But like, retarded flat earthers are like, gravity's fake. You're lying. And it's like you just fucking you make yourself look like a fucking retard. And you make all of us look like retards. So it's like I just think like there's certain each side has their, what I refer to as Glober tendencies. And like, that's why it's like trying not to like you know, uh, like I don't care if someone's a fucking globe earther, and that's like my point. Even with my buddy last night, just culminates in the whole art, or any of these
Like
points. It's like
pissed
you
off
don't
with
have the
his
right to tell me what I
idea.
have. I don't have the right to tell you
Like,
what you think, and
did,
you don't have the right to tell me what I think.
did you expect more of your friend? Like,
Of
were you
course,
hoping that he would sort of
of
throw back
course,
with something a little bit more sort of
fucking of course, man. I thought something a little more intellectual, but I get it. It's just it's just what it is. I don't care. It's like I just don't give a shit.
And you got interesting characters rolling around.
Yeah, like I don't want to like limit my. I mean, in some sense, like I have a. I'm pretty fucking isolated as it is. When it's like my buddies are all fucking pretty rock and roll people, man. Like I wouldn't want to lose any one of them because.
Well,
my opinion about Jet Propulsion Laboratories.
well, you said you're not gonna be like the beginning, right? Like when you figure out all this stuff, you're like, "Hey, man, did you know that Earth is fucking flat? Do you know that fucking government's lying to you?" Like the first beginning stages, like everybody goes through. They just want to tell everybody around the neighborhood the Earth is flat.
I feel like Issa would communicate in sort of musical tones, and so to come up with like a bass line that like it's just like some sort of flatline bass line that if you're like just communicating with his musical friends in that way. I don't know. I'm just going with it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, actually, like I like my. Have you heard my tune? I'm Not Spinning. I don't know if you heard that one, but I like
I
that
don't,
one.
I don't think so.
Let me get a link. I'll put it in the chat. Check out my music, man. That's the link. Yeah, check that tune out, Rix. It was cool. Eddie Bravo was using it in some of their 10th Planet jiu-jitsu videos, like techniques.
Right.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome, dude.
I'll be back.
Well, Issa, you should have said, so you want to talk about Jesus about a little bit with you guys to save and to save your soul. Maybe they'll be convinced off that.
Oh, you mean like try to go the Christian argument?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, dude, not with my buddy, bro. He was immediately like, because I told him even, I said, I mentioned that to him too. I was like, dude, like, you know, um, the Bible says it's like a clay seal, or it's like a seal, and and I just kind of, I always, it's like I'm sure you think of it as a primitive notion, but it's like because they all do these, like, they're atheistic nihilists. There's nobody more depressed than my buddy. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's, I don't know what to say. But they immediately poo-poo any notion of religion or God. And I was even getting into him about like the absurdity of the Big Bang. And he was like trying to justify it. And I was just like, I can't. Because I was getting even like I blew his mind open with like he couldn't, I had to literally I couldn't believe some of the questions he was asking me. I was talking to him about how like how do we know that, like life didn't just get started 5 seconds ago? That kind of an idea. How do we know that, and that's kind of, I was telling him, like, because I always lean in on quantum mechanics and science because they think they're fucking so smart. But like, I was like, quantum mechanics proposes this idea, simulate, you know what I mean? And I was trying to get him to bite. And he just was like, but that's not real because like, you did this and that and the other. And I'm like, dude, all that could be loaded into your fucking memory. You know what I mean? And shit like that. And he's like, yeah, but that's not real and I was just like, whoa, dude, like, I'm just trying to talk about an idea. the possibility that this may be the case, and that you don't know what the fuck the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, the worst one is when you tell your friend about something. You know, he's like, "Oh, yeah, I think the Earth could be flat. These anomalies just can't be explained by the globe." And then the common response is completely ignore everything you're saying. Go, "Well, explain sunsets then." It's like it's just such a triggering point for some people. Like for most people, actually, it's kind of funny to see people melt down that way. To be honest.
Yeah, man.
It's always the sunset, though. Like I don't know why that one particular is like the default globe kind of proof to them.
Yeah, how does the sun work? Yeah, but yeah, and to their credit, you know, Australia is an anomalous fucking shit.
Okay, so when I sort of explain this to my mate, like, and he's not like on board with any of this shit, but he's into photography, and I sort of said, did you know about the analemma? Like the idea that you can take a photograph of the sun in the sky and it produces this sort of like the infinity sign. His eyes lit up. Like he was like, "Oh, okay. What's going on there?" Like so, at least it sort of like sparked his mind as far as the interest is concerned. That's the sort of stuff I'd go for.
Oh, yeah, there's so many things like the what is it? The eclipse. The what the fuck do they call it? With the why can't I
The
think of it?
Selenium eclipse.
Thank you. Yeah.
You got to surprise him a little bit. I think there is something about the surprise. Like that's the magic trick, right? That's why they do the magic tricks. The surprise in the sky with the rockets, you know.
I
There's
think
something
one like
about the like, dude. It's just basically like it's New Year's, right? Every time they like lift off a rocket, like it's Chinese New Year's, like they're just lifting off rockets. That's like the nature of the spectacle for the human. Like they're turning the material world into this like metaphysical realm. It's like a transposition. Do you get where I'm coming from? Like they're just gonna take a rocket off from the material world, and then everything else happens within the TV screen. Perfect. Like
Yeah,
you
they need
can't
something to
experience that place.
connect. They need something to connect, like what's going to happen on the TV to reality, I guess. So that's kind of like the linchpin.
That's what they did with the Challenger rocket when they blew up they made it feel like it was material. Like they blew off the astronauts, the teachers and all the rest of that bullshit. They had the recent tragedy.
I was like, we used to always have the jokes of like, what kind of shampoo did they use?
What was the recent tragedy? Tragedy. I missed that.
Oh no, you had the Challenger accident,
Yeah.
and so the thing I invoked there was the recent sort of like, we stranded a couple of astronauts in space for like they were supposed to be there for 9 days and they spent 9 months.
Yeah, dude, Elon Musk, man, saved our astronauts. Fucking love that guy.
You will love him more if you buy his cars.
Nah, I don't
Yeah,
need all that fucking. I
you're
don't need all
still
that
gonna have
speed.
to, right? Like how do you turn around the notion of Space Force and like I don't know.
Just remember this: Flat Earth is an initiation by yourself into the ancient mysteries. That's what Flat Earth is, dude. So, like, what happens is, like, you're coming into contact with information mankind has known and hidden for like thousands of years. Like most people in the world, there's a reason. Look at the anger it invokes. Why do you think these people created secret societies? Because they knew they lived amongst these fucking intellectual plebes who couldn't digest this shit. So, like, you're
I,
part of a group of people that is kept in the secret by purpose, on purpose, for their survival tactical purposes, and then you're going to try to expose it all, and everyone's going to call you crazy, and you think you're smart.
what do you think is the great delusion that's sort of invoked, biblically speaking, and sort of I can kind of see that going on right now, but I just don't know, like, the great delusion, like the greatest of them all. Like, what is the limit of this? I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
I think, you know what, man? I think honestly, like, when like you're a kid and you think like you believe in heaven and you believe in hell and you believe like all this, like, and how could anyone, or I don't know if you're raised like any of that, but like, there's like this idealistic perspective of being a kid and like the idea that like everything's gonna be okay and that like God is like created you for a fucking like or like that there's a heaven. Like, I think
Reassurance, yeah, cool.
we depart from all of those notions, right? Even though that they're so intrinsic to us, we depart from them because we think we fucking learned some shit. Like, when in reality, your initial impulse is like you're on the Garden of Eden. Like, how ungrateful are we? I think the biggest deception is to keep us ungrateful for everything we do have and keep us fucking bitching and moaning all the fucking time.
Yeah, I
And being,
agree with
you
that.
know what I mean? And being fucking losers and shit. And like, I'm a victim of it too. But I'm just saying, like, we all are. I'm just saying, like, that's the great deception. The greatest deception is you don't know how fucking powerful you are. You don't know all the rights that you have at your disposal, all the restrictions put on government so that you can fucking live in this world. Like, the Son of Man, like those given dominion over the earth, this is why I always felt law was so essential. Because, the Son of Man isn't going to show up to court talking about, I'm a king. I'm a fucking, no, they're going to be humble and have the actual attributes of somebody with the fucking cloak of dignity and respect given by God through deeds. So it's not going to be through, you know what I mean? There's no magic words. It's straight up like anything in this life. You want to be strong, you got to lift weights for 6 months. It's like anything, but you can get it. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like, I think we're more powerful than we admit. And I think like, that's why I always like that whole Zen Buddhism of just sitting in the garden and existing. We're always like, oh, I got to go get this or I got to go do that. It's like we're so unappreciative. I think that's the great deception, the ungratefulness, man. Like, even like in Islam, it says like, prayer is for you. God doesn't need your fucking prayers. Prayer is for you, dude. It's for you to humble yourself and come correct and correct your life against your ego. That's how I look at all that. And we depart from all that thinking it's some ancient bullshit. And I just think that's the part of the deception. And their goal is to take all the notions of what's good about that and fucking throw it out the window with their cosmology and the rest of it. But in reality, it's actually not that evil because I want the state to have a fucking neutral, anti-religious cosmology. I don't want them imposing a religion on anyone. So it's like it works out. God, everything God made is good. All things work together for good to those who love God. Be ye not conformed to the world, but be renewed by a continual transformation so that you can prove what God has made is good. That's why it's all welcome. That's why welcome to the show, man. Welcome to
How are
how
you?
you doing? How you doing? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
oh, we just realized there's a grand deception. Well, welcome to the rest of it. you know.
Dude, I love the sentiment of that song. That's
Yeah,
great.
fucking right. Like,
Yeah,
it's just because.
you hit the mark.
Thanks, man.
I'm not spinning. I'm not spinning. I'm not spinning.
I love that shit, dude.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like listening to the sheep make good of the shepherd. Ah, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. We're all good. That's what it sounds like to me. No disrespect.
Well, well, that's the thing is, everyone needs a shepherd, dude. Do you think you're your own? Like, there's a rod of correction.
Yeah, like I said, it's like listening to the sheep say how they need the shepherd and how the shepherd is good. While the shepherd is preparing to shear them and make lamb chops out of them. Rack a lamb, one of my favorite.
See, like I don't know about this, but like you can challenge that, but you're still working within the paradigm, bro. Yeah. There is a bit of a sort of like this thing is like a farm, and we got to sort that shit out. But yeah.
I guess I'm just contrarian. I'm too contrarian for this tree hugging stuff. But hey, that's me.
Well, SE, since you're here, I wanted to get, if you don't mind, that whatever that video was. I was kind of interested in watching it. What was it? It was called "Shorter Than a Straight Line." I don't know what it is. It sounded stupid. Did you?
Oh, the one Bev tagged me with, the one with showing a straight line, and then showing a curved line and saying that's the shortest path on the globe. That one.
Yeah. That's. I don't know how that would be how that made sense to somebody. I'd like to see. Yeah.
I'd like to hear that too, because we've been asking that for years. Like, how do you think a curved path is shorter than a straight path? That's beyond me. But yeah, some people argue that.
So you got the goods or what?
What goods? There's no goods. It's ridiculous. How could how could a curved path be shorter than a straight path? I mean, it's just not.
I can't. Well, I can't. But I want to see. I thought he sent you the video in DM. He tagged you in it. I could probably scroll up when I'm not driving.
Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, it's probably going to be the stupidest thing I ever watched, but I just want to see the man. I just want to see the insanity. I want to see it.
I thought he DM'd it to me. He tagged me with it. Jeez, how am I going to find that? Huh?
No worry. Yeah, I thought he DM'd it to you too, because I looked in the chat for a tag. I was like, oh, he must have. Like, while the convo was going on, I was like, oh, he must have DM'd it because he said he was going to DM it. But maybe he just never sent it. So no worries. It's not that serious.
Well, I know I was tagged with it, so there's a way to check that, right? So So does any baller, since it's quiet, does any baller think that curved path is shorter than a straight path from point A to B? Can anybody take on that argument? I know Bob the science guy did years ago.
Nobody cares.
True that.
Besides, after the discovery of dark polarity, none of that shit fucking matters.
Dark polarity, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Issa, have you heard or maybe watched the video? It's like a redheaded dorky kid, a black dude, and he was a flat earther. They put him on a lie detector test. You see that video?
Nah. What's that about? I had a normie buddy of mine talk to me about who's the guy, something Jamar, went on somebody Godfrey's page talking about flat earth and got wrecked. That's my I don't know. I don't know about the red. What happened there? Did he get caught being in a lie detector, or what happened there?
Well, so I just figure you'll like this one because what happened was they put him on a lie detector. Said, "Listen, are you a flat earther?" This is, he answers whatever questions. If you flat earther, yes. I'm, he says, no. Yeah, he passed the test. Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Okay, all right. He's not lying. All right. So they go to a beach, and then there's a hotel on the beach. They do they have a sailboat. The redheaded kid owns a sailboat. The flat earth black guy is like, all right, let's do your thing. He's got a telescope. He watches the bottom disappear bottom up. They go to the top of the hotel. He then sees the bottom of the boat, and he then asks him again, "Are you now a flat earther?" He says, "No, I'm not a flat earther anymore." And he passes the lie detector test. Looks over the horizon.
Boom, flat earth debunked. It's all
And
over,
you
guys.
and you wanted to get rid of boats over the horizon. No, that's the
Yeah.
Globers will not give that one up.
Oh, they're never. It's their number one. It's the number 2 list on the Bill Nye proof of fucking why the Earth's a globe, dude. They'll never give up Bill Nye's fucking 10 reasons the Earth is a globe. Not one of them. They will never relent. Bill Nye controls this. I think Bill Nye's probably the Black Pope.
I
If you
don't
look up
the what?
the Black Pope,
I don't even know what that is.
you don't know about the Black Pope? Come on, dude. Are you serious? How long you been in
I
this?
can put the pieces. I can put the pieces together.
Yeah, no, there's like the White Pope and then the Black Pope. So, like, the White Pope is the exoteric leader of the Vatican, and then the Black Pope would be the esoteric leader. You know, says the Vatican has like a very militant, like ninja-like existence.
That's what people like. I mean, it's badass. I mean, you ever
Yeah.
seen Boondocks? You ever seen Boondock Saints? You ever seen what's it called, Daredevil? They're like these Catholic warriors, like assassins. It's badass.
Yeah, or fucking what's the one with the 3 Irish kids? And they're like got the fucking Inri fucking whatever shit.
I think that's Boondock Saints. Well, it's not.
Oh
It's not.
yeah. No, you're right. That's Boondock. I was thinking of the cartoon for some reason. That fucking whatever that black one, the black cartoon.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
know.
no, Boondock Saints. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and fucking what else is that other one where the guy's the assassin? Yeah, dude, the Vatican's. I mean, they're fucking pretty legendary. That's why I always thought it was interesting with the whole missionary thing, because the missionaries were sent out to serve the Lord. But people think like serve means like good deeds and go out and plant corn. But it's a legal sense. Like, we're going to serve you your paperwork and you're going to have to fucking answer this question. And the question is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? And if you say no, we're going to destroy you by the law of conquest. Fucking pretty
Okay.
badass.
Maybe then. I don't. That's not what the church missionaries are doing now.
Well, no, that's the exoteric. Well, no, think about it. That's what anytime. What do you mean that's not what they're doing now? What do you
I
think?
mean, listen. I
Hold
just
on, hold
watched
on,
the
hold on.
video.
What do you think? What do you think? Like humanitarian church missions to Africa are doing? Like that's what they're doing. Is they're there to serve the Lord, bro.
Well, yeah, but they're
And
not. They're not. What they're doing is they're building huts, digging wells, gardening.
right, and they're offering the people the deliverance of their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and they're saying, "Do you accept the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?" And they say no, and they go, "Okay, we'll take your fucking minerals. Thank you very much for saying no," creating a controversy with our people just building huts. How could you do that to people just building huts? We'll just
I
have to
don't
come
know.
and we'll just have to come and destroy you and take all your resources and use fucking the
But
IMF to do it.
the girl who I went to high school with, Allie, who's now does mission trips, she doesn't do that. I'm just like I'm a whistleblower, I guess. She doesn't take the minerals.
Well, I mean, I guess they already have the minerals, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's like I don't know. Maybe it's a good. You're saying like it's a good. It's like a spy, like a way in with like spies. Maybe. I don't know.
No, it's a legal offer. It's an offer. It's like if I come. It's like if I come. I always. This is why conditional acceptance. I just talk about conditional acceptance so much. Is why it's so crucial. The only way through. Like if I roll up right next to you and I say to you, "Hey, tell me your name in 5 seconds," or I'm gonna punch you right in your fucking mouth. And I start counting 5, 4, 3. You only have 4 doors to go through. You know what I mean? If I say, tell me your name in 5 seconds, or I'm gonna run your pockets and take your shit. 5, 4. What are you gonna do? You're gonna say no? It's the ultimate fucking gangster move, bro. It's like, rolling up. Do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? No? Okay. Bow. And that's why the only societies that still exist today of primitive fucking relationships are the ones that put Jesus into their pantheon of gods. So like every tribe that's like exists in South America doing their voodoo shit, they got Jesus in the mix somewhere. Because they conditionally accepted the church's offer and they were allowed to exist because they accepted Christ as in the mix.
Yo,
I don't
thanks.
know.
There's the thing that you asked for.
Oh, thanks, bro. The love to hear the flat earthers explain this one thing.
So how about it? Anybody wanna? Any flat earther wanna take this up?
Like I said, nobody cares.
Well, that's maybe your opinion, but obviously,
Yeah, you could tell. You could tell by the
care.
cacophony. You could tell by the cacophony of people trying to chime in about it.
Well, what we're looking at is there some kind of demonstration or something that's been posted?
Yeah, look at 26 past the hour. Does that seem possible to you?
It's not really an argument for globe, though, is it? It's just saying that you like the mute button, so doesn't mean out.
What? Sorry?
I think I'm looking at wrong message, to be honest.
It looks
So
like an airplane route or something.
Oh, right.
Live stream
I
text 1. Live stream text 1.
Let me
26
have a
past.
look. I think I'm looking at wrong one.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, thanks, Jesse. That's a shame because I thought this was. I thought he had a debate with Bob, the science guy, and it was like a recording for. That's what I was thought was going to show up.
Somehow the ballers in their head, they figure if you fly a great circle, you can shorten a straight distance path, like a straight line. Just look at it. Just look at this nonsense, right? They actually believe this.
Yeah, I need to figure out how the Haversine is used to hijack straight lines. I thought Papa Flurf. I thought you were going to be Rich Evans, but you don't sound like Rich Evans. What do you think, Flurf? Is this is a good globe proof though?
Sorry, I'm on mute because I'm doing my work. But what, like a projection of a map from the Graticule? I don't know. You tell me.
Ah, I see. You're son of Shane.
Well, that's what we're looking at, right? We're just looking at a projection of a globe on a flat map. So it's just a projection. So it doesn't mean anything.
No, but do you agree that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? Or do you agree with that meme, whatever that is, that you can fly a curved path and shorten your distance?
No, but if we're looking at based on the map, then we don't know actually what's from a projection. We don't actually know what's happening. But yeah, I don't think that if you're flying a curved path, it's probably the same distance, in my opinion. But
It's the same distance?
well, it depends how you're. So if you're, if I had a pen and paper, I could explain it a lot better. But if you stretch out the curve, would it be the same length of the straight line? Or are we looking at it from point to point?
You just answered your own question. You said
Yeah.
if you stretch the original line. I mean, the answer is baked in your question.
Yep. So I'm not sure what would happen if you straighten the line out. I was leading for you to tell me that.
Well, do you really need me to tell you? If you have a straight line between point A and point B, and then you have a curved line from point A to point B, and you straighten that line, what do you think would happen to the distance of the line that you stretched, that you straightened?
Well, the curved line and the straight line are both projection of a distance, aren't they? So it should be the same distance if that distance is correct what they're traveling. That's what I would have thought.
Oh, really? So if you were to take
the
a
map's a
course,
projection, right? The map's a projection, so it's not actually true. I'm thinking if you're on a plane and you've got X amount distance travel, even though the lines don't look like they're the same size on the actual map what you're looking at, but they should be traveling the same distance based on the projection. So because obviously the map is distorted, like you'll see Iceland at the top that's bigger, and then you'll see that like on the flat earth map where Australia's, it's got a weird kind of geometry to it. So I think the distance traveled is the point that we should be focusing on, and the line, just comparing the lines, is meaningless in my opinion.
I mean, I agree. I agree with Rich, but that isn't what he's asking. But I do agree with what you're saying.
well, that's great. We should pop a champagne there. Thanks. But back to reality. So you're saying now, if I travel from point A to point B in a straight line, and then I try the same path, but I curve off the straight line, you're saying that that's the same. You're actually trying to say that that's the same.
If we're talking about the distance traveled, if you ignore the fact that you're dealing with a projection of the coordinates.
I'm not ignoring any facts. I'm not adding any projections. I'm talking straight English. I'm traveling from point A to point B in a straight line. Then you travel the same distance, but you veer off the straight path line. Which of us traveled a longer distance?
Well, obviously, if you're discussing it like that, then the straight line's a shorter distance.
That's how we are. That's how we're discussing it. In reality, a straight line.
But that's not reality because you're discussing it from a map that's a projection. So the distance should be the same, and the landmass is bent from that distance to like keep the geometry of the continents and whatsoever.
So you're suggesting the land bends and conforms? I don't get it. How are you doing this?
It's just a projection, isn't it? So are those continents its true shape, or have they been bent to be that way? So then the coordinate system fits into that.
You see the kind of loops you're trying to portray in your head?
No,
I
you
don't
can.
do any of that. It's very
You
simple.
can put the Graticule
A
onto
straight
anything. They do the
line.
cylindrical coordinate systems. They can put it onto all kinds of things.
Actually, I
Doesn't
might be
matter.
way off here, but he sounds like a flat earther who's trying to make sense of how they manipulate the maps.
Was he not clear for every? You kind of broke up there a bit. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It sounds like he's a flat earther trying to make sense of how they manipulate the maps. I could be wrong.
I don't know what he is. It doesn't really matter to me. A straight line is a straight line. Nothing's ever going to change that. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. There's nothing you can say or do in this reality that's going to change that. Nothing.
Yeah, straight lines. I'm not arguing with that, but I'm saying if you apply that logic to a map, there's a projection, then it doesn't really matter because the map will have distortion. So that's all my argument is. I'm not arguing that a straight line is longer than a curved line, or which has got curves to it. But when you're applying that to a map, then that's what I think we should be focusing on, not the fact that the lines are different sizes.
What about reality, though? What's happening
But
in
this is
reality?
reality because it's the coordinate systems which they've been travelled when in reality. And the map that's projected from that is, it's based, the distance is the same. The map is fixed, is basically built to account for those distances, which is why you can get two of the same map and the same thing works out just right.
So suddenly we put a straight line on a map and it changes it somehow in your mind?
No.
No, but. No, but, right? You're going to say
I've gave
no,
you the answer,
and
you
then
just
you're
keep
going to say
circling
but.
back.
Go ahead.
Aren't you a
the
flat
game.
earther?
Go ahead.
I thought you were a flat earther. Are you not
So
flat
no,
earther?
but, right? Is that your answer? No, but?
No, my answer was it's a projection, so it doesn't matter. It's a projection of a coordinate system. So long the distance is kind of the absolute part of it, the geometry is kind of bent around the distance. That's the best way I can explain it.
So the shortest distance between points is a straight line. Yes?
Sure.
Thank you. I was waiting for a but there, but I guess you got the gist of it. Okay, thank you.
But you're still ignoring the fact that it's a projection of the
You see,
Graticule.
there's the but there. You couldn't. I knew you couldn't do it, bro. I knew it.
Come on, bro.
I
You're
just had to give
ignoring the
you
fact.
enough, bro.
Do you know what projections are? It's not, that map isn't reality. They've got different versions of that map, so it doesn't matter.
It
Like, is
matters in
Iceland really
reality.
that size? Are you really basing the distance of the line, or the lengths of the line, not the distance, sorry, the lengths of the line based on that map, when you can look at Iceland and see it's like the same size as Africa? It doesn't make sense.
It's right. It doesn't make sense. Once you say but after the simple statement that I made, nothing after that makes sense. You're right. I agree with you. All you have to say is the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Full stop, end of story, no buts, ifs, ands, nothing after that. Just a full agreement, period, end of story. That's your only course of action, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. If you don't want to listen to my part of the argument, it's fine. I've got to bop out.
You
anyway,
don't
so
have an
I'm meant to do
argument.
stuff.
You don't have an argument.
You're just ignoring the projection, so it's fine, whatever.
No, it's not. No, I'm not ignoring anything. I made a simple statement. You cannot end there. You have some sort of agenda, right? I don't know what that is, but I'm just merely pointing it out. You just simply cannot end at that statement. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line path. You have to add something to that. I mean, that's on you.
This might be the funniest shit I've listened to in a long time. What the hell's going on?
Well, I'll let Essie. So I'll keep unmuting myself and muting myself. But
No,
Essie,
dude, you're good. Essie, dude, what's going on?
What do you mean, what's going on?
Friendly fire, bro. Friendly fire.
It's not fire at all. It's a simple statement. Listen to it, Risky. Listen to it.
You're
Very,
barking.
very simple. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yes, Risky, or no?
Sure.
That's it. That's it.
So what's your point then? How does this prove what are you trying to prove with this?
Okay, so
I'm not trying to prove anything.
One
I just made a simple statement.
Quick question. Okay, I put point A on a piece of paper, A4 sheet of paper, right? Point A, and I put point B, and I can draw a straight line between them, right? Is that the
Right.
shortest line?
That's the shortest path, correct.
Cool. What if I took the piece of paper and just like joined the two dots together? What would you say?
What if I pretended to be a mule? What would you say? It's like there's no argument here, bro. You just don't. For some reason, you just want to come in and just talk for no reason. There's no other statement here. You can bend lines, you can bend papers, you could interrupt me while I talk. That's the best thing. Interrupt me while I talk. But you're never going to change the fact that the shortest distance between point A and B is a straight line. You won't do it.
Yeah, I think Essie's just making a claim. I think that's just a simple claim. I think that claim is true. If you disagree that claim is true, then I think you would have to provide an argument at that point. Because Essie is just making the claim. It's a very simple one. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And I don't think there should be any disagreement there. And if there is, then you would have to bring forth an argument.
What's the nature of a line?
That's not an argument.
Teleportation or wormholes.
You said it's based on the nature of a line. I'm asking what's the nature of a line.
I didn't say nature.
Okay, so then what is it to then claim a line?
It just said that the claim is very simple. I'll restate it again, and if you have an argument against the claim, I'd love to hear it. But the claim is the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Okay, so what's the nature of a line?
It's not an argument.
It's a question.
Yeah, I don't know what. Can you elaborate on your question, please, to explain it further?
You invoked a line. What's the nature of a line?
I don't understand the question. Can you please expound on the question?
Is this like a spelling bee, like where they are sort of like, you use it
No,
in a
it's very
sentence or
direct.
something, or?
You're being like evasive and asking
No,
a question.
I'm actually I'm kind of curious as to where this line of thinking
What is
goes.
the nature of a line? When I hear that, you're asking me like, what is the design of a line, or what are the qualities that a line has? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, like what leads A to B and et cetera, right? So
Okay. There are
I
many.
am kind of curious, right? So I can communicate to you a certain idea, and I can be very literal about it. Then I can also be abstract about it. So is the direct line of like explaining an idea like the best one, or should I go for the delineation and sort of curve around it and sort of romanticize about it and all the rest? So I can just like.
You want me to
we
give
can
you a
expand upon
definition of a
that.
line, Risky? I can give you a definition of one.
Let's
I
go,
want to hear.
bro.
I want to hear the I want to hear the romantic version.
Yeah,
Also.
line is a one-dimensional concept, essentially. I just read the definition last night out loud. But basically, yeah, it's a one-dimensional concept. There is no line in nature, and it doesn't curve. There's a couple more things that I left out, but that's the gist of it.
Would
Interesting.
that be straight line though?
I didn't invoke line. Okay. I think it was suggested that the shortest line was it?
It's the shortest
straight line path were the exact words. Straight line path. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line path.
Yeah, if you want to think of an imaginary line, like if you had to get to the store or whatever, you can't draw a straight line. But then we would say as the bird flies or as a crow flies. You know what I mean? That would be the straight line distance.
Unless the
You ever
crow
hear that?
blown around by some wind.
Yeah, you ever hear that term, Rixky? As the crow flies?
As the crow flies, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So
so when you took that one-dimensional line and you bent it, you turned it into 3 dimensions. It's no longer a line, obviously.
Let's say we're to use a rope. Okay, let's bring it into the real world, right? We have a distance. Pick anywhere.